Chapter 12. The contract. Chun Nan glanced at the three fallen mages on the ground, and, the more he looked, the more familiar the female mage seemed. That alluring figure suddenly made him realize that the female mage was actually Lu Si. After a moment of thought, Chun Nan sent the four unconscious individuals into the residence purchased by Ren Jian, and then returned to the street. Lu Si asked in a hushed voice, "Why didn't you kill them?" "I can't afford to. Everything I did was just for self-preservation. I don't want to kill them all." Although Chun Nan claimed he couldn't afford it, his tone was quite relaxed. "Self-preservation? Does that mean you need to come to someone else's residence for that?" "Hee, Lu Si. Why are you here then?" Chun Nan asked with a smile. Lu Si's delicate body trembled, her voice returning to normal as she laughed. "This isn't a place for conversation. Let's change locations." She waved her hand to the two people beside her, who flew off into the distance, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Chun Nan pulled down the half-sleeve covering his face, intentionally posing as a lecher, saying, in the dead of night, "A lonely man and a woman, hee." Lu Si also removed her veil, revealing her seductive and charming face, laughing, "Great. It would be even more interesting if we were to be in the same room." Her enchanting body swayed with her laughter, her curves incredibly alluring. Chun Nan found it hard to handle this mesmerizing and beautiful woman, not expecting her to be so bold and unreserved in her words. The two walked along the main street, making turns and weaving through alleys until Lu Si led him into a courtyard. Undoubtedly, Lu Si's residence was just like Ren Jian's, a secret stronghold bought with money. As Chun Nan entered a room in the main building with Lu Si, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of orchids and musk, intoxicating him. Once Lu Si lit the candles, Chun Nan's heart raced as he took in the scene. The room was adorned with pink gauze curtains, a jade pillow, and a soft bed, unmistakably a woman's chamber, without a doubt, Lu Si's boudoir. Although Western women are generally more open than Eastern women, Chun Nan never expected her to be this daring, bringing him into her bedroom at such a late hour. "As you wish, in the dead of night. A lonely man and a woman, hee," Lu Si provocatively teased. At first, Chun Nan felt uncomfortable, but he soon realized that if a woman was teasing him, he might as well throw himself onto a block of tofu and die. Gradually, he relaxed, chuckling, "First, let me thank you. If it weren't for your help tonight, I would have had to flee in disgrace. Have you considered joining our organization? If you join, there will be many benefits: manpower, financial resources, and supplies at your disposal. You saw it tonight. One person's strength is limited. If we hadn't appeared suddenly, would you have been able to defeat them?" Lu Si said with an enchanting smile, trying to persuade Chun Nan. "I appreciate it, but I still stand by what I said. I won't join any organization." Lu Si feigned disappointment, saying, "You ungrateful person. Tonight, I learned that Ren Jian sent someone to assassinate you at the inn, so I hurriedly brought people to rescue you. Although I found out you weren't at the inn and thus avoided a disaster, I still wasn't at ease. I followed those people Ren Jian hired to find out what their next scheme against you would be. Yet, you, this bastard, don't appreciate my help at all." "How could I not appreciate it? I'm extremely grateful, and I will definitely repay you if I have the chance," Chun Nan replied with a smile. In truth, he didn't feel much gratitude, since Lu Si was able to uncover such secrets about Ren Jian's intentions against him. She must have already known about his departure from the inn to seek out Ren Jian's trouble. She was certainly keeping someone on him, looking for an opportunity to win him over. "You show no sincerity at all. I can tell you're thinking something else in your mind," Lu Si said with a charming smile. She stood up and said, "After all that effort, I'll go prepare some food for us to eat while we chat." Lu Si exited the main room and headed towards a side room in the courtyard. It was pitch dark inside, and the two mages who had returned earlier were sitting in the darkness. One of them said, "I don't think he will ever join our organization. Why bother trying to win him over?" Lu Si frowned and replied, "I didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn and resistant. However, we can't let him go easily. We must force him to sign the contract today." The other person in the dark said, "Forget it. He seems laid back, but he has principles. If we push him too hard, we might provoke trouble." Lu Si said, "I'll add a few drops of spring breeze dew into his drink." "What?" one person exclaimed. "You want to seduce him? Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Hurry and find a woman from a pleasure house. I need to force him to comply and sign the contract later." "Isn't that inappropriate, Lu Si? What if he wakes up and goes to extremes?" "It's fine. Let us wait and see. In the end, it will depend on who backs down first. If it really doesn't work, I'll tear up the contract in front of him, and at that point, he can't go back on it." Before long, Lu Si brought out several exquisite dishes, fermented tofu with king oyster mushrooms, spicy chicken salad, shiitake mushrooms with bamboo shoots, marinated squid, and century eggs with chili. Chunnan picked up a shiitake mushroom and praised, smooth and flavorful. The aroma is delightful. It's indeed quite good. Then Lucy, with a beaming smile, brought over a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling Chunnan's cup and asking, "What did you do to Rin Jian?" "Nothing much. Just let him recuperate at home for a few days." "That means you seriously injured him. Aren't there a few experts still in that residence?" "What did you do to them?" "The path of cultivation is too perilous. I let them return to a normal life." "You are really ruthless. To have completely crippled their cultivation." Chunnan feigned helplessness and said, "Sigh, this world is full of helplessness. To live well, I had to turn those who wanted to harm me into harmless good people. Hee, don't pretend to be benevolent and innocent. Today I finally saw another side of you. You were utterly decisive in crippling their cultivation, which is in stark contrast to your usual useless demeanor. I didn't expect you to have such a cold side. Please, get it straight. They wanted to kill me, and I only crippled their cultivation. Isn't that still kind enough?" "For cultivators, losing all their cultivation is worse than being killed," Lu Si said with a smile. "You are already at odds with Rin Jian. You definitely wouldn't dare to kill a prince. That would be very disadvantageous for you. If you join us, I guarantee he won't dare to trouble you again. Being close to a big tree is good for shade. It seems your backing is quite powerful," Chunnan said with a slight smile. "What I did tonight didn't fall into Rin Jian's eyes. He might suspect it was me, but there's no real evidence. Moreover, at the last moment, you and your people attacked his subordinates, making the matter even more obscure. He knows I have no allies, and your actions will confuse his judgment, making it even harder for him to be certain that I did it tonight." Chunnan smiled and continued, "Even if he knows, so what? Am I afraid of him? The city of Sin is not Baiwei Kingdom. He can't dispatch troops to encircle me. Different places have different rules. It's not up to him here." Lu Si showed a charming smile and said, "You repeatedly refuse me. Aren't you afraid I might join forces with Rin Jian to deal with you? A third-tier Eastern martial artist might resort to some crazy actions when pushed to a dead end. I believe Miss Ruth and I will always be friends." "Hee, just joking. Come, cheers." Ruth raised her glass to Chunnan. Chunnan tilted his head and drank it down. Ruth, however, put her glass down and took a piece of paper filled with text from a nearby desk, saying, "Since you are unwilling to join our organization, I won't force you. However, you can take a look at the privileges we promised you. Whenever you want to join, just press your fingerprint in the blank space below. Don't refuse me. Please accept it first. You might change your mind later." Chunnan found it hard to refuse and reached out to take it, smiling. "Is this what they call a contract, or perhaps a bond?" "Hee, you really don't know how lucky you are. Do you have any idea how many people want to sign this contract? However, if you decide to sign later, you must think carefully. Once you press your fingerprint and hand it to me, it can't be changed. If you breach the contract, you'll violate one of the few universal laws of the continent, and fleeing to any country will result in being hunted down." This made Chunnan recall the unequal treaty that the little princess had forced him to sign at the western border of the Chu kingdom. Fortunately, the little demon was here, and the contract was thousands of miles away. Without even looking at it, Chunnan tucked the paper into his pocket, poured himself another drink, and took a sip. Ruth got up and said, "Excuse me for a moment." Not long after Ruth left, Chunnan felt a surge of heat throughout his body, as if his blood were boiling. He secretly cursed, immediately associating it with poison. There must be poison in the food and drink. He hurriedly began to circulate his family's secret technique, confident in its intricacies. However, the faster he operated the technique, the hotter his body became, and his invincible skill could not expel the toxins within him. Gradually, he felt a surge of desire rising within him, and not long ago, the images of Ren Jian and that female mage kept flashing in his mind, with groans and gasps echoing in his ears. At that moment, Chunnan understood that the so-called poison was actually an aphrodisiac. The word spring breeze dew flashed through his mind. He had read about the properties of this drug in countless ancient texts in the Chu Kingdom's palace library. This drug is one of the most famous aphrodisiacs throughout history, colorless and tasteless, with a strong effect. Consuming it while circulating one's energy accelerates its efficacy, making it a miraculous drug for perverts to use on highly skilled women. He never imagined that one day he, a grown man, would be drugged by a woman. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The burning desire within him made Chunnan's eyes turn red, and his breathing grew heavier. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Ruth stood outside, smiling at him, but she didn't dare to step inside. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Quick, give me the antidote. If you want the antidote, that's fine, but... Ruth said slyly, do you understand what I mean? You. Chun Nin angrily pulled out the contract he had tucked away and threw it on the ground, shouting, you dare to threaten me. I will never compromise. In truth, Chun Nin wanted to rush over and capture Ruth, forcing her to hand over the antidote, but seeing her on guard, he feared that any slight movement would alert the others. Additionally, he had another reason to refrain from acting recklessly. After all, this was Ruth's secret base. And there might be a few experts hidden here, just like at Rinjian's place. I don't know if you've heard, but drinking spring breeze dew without timely resolution might lead someone to become a eunuch. The spring breeze dew was indeed incredibly potent. If a man consumed it and did not find resolution for a long time, he could lose certain functions. Damn it, Chun Nin thought of the sexy, enchanting woman before him, desire surging within him, while he was also extremely angry. Considering his lifetime happiness, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll sign. After saying that, he picked up the contract he had thrown on the ground and walked toward the desk. Chun Nin still had some rationality left. He didn't want to be bound by a contract in the future. He turned his back to Ruth, blocking her line of sight. And with a flash of brilliance in his right hand, he absorbed a small amount of watercolor from the desk and wrapped it between his fingers, then pressed it down. At the last moment before the contract, the watercolor flew from his fingers and landed on the paper, forming 5 fingerprints. However, upon closer inspection, there were no actual fingerprints. Chun Nin handed the contract to Ruth, who was startled and quickly flew into the air. Here is the contract. Now give me the antidote. Ruth used wind magic to lift the contract into the air and said, wait a moment, I will help you resolve it right away. At that moment, the 2 mages who had gone out to find a courtesan finally returned. It was really not easy to find a woman in the middle of the night. Ruth smiled charmingly and descended from the air, pushing a woman into the room, saying, serve him well. The woman stepped lightly into the room. Chun Nin, furious and panting, said, why are you not keeping your word? Hurry up and give me the antidote. She is your antidote. Now that the time is almost up. If you don't want to regret it for life, you should act quickly. Ruth's voice was soft, but to Chun Nin, it felt like adding fuel to the fire, intensifying his desire. He slammed the door shut, blocking the view of the 3 people in the courtyard. Although this aphrodisiac was quite special, and its effect would accelerate with the circulation of energy, Chun Nin's family's secret technique was ultimately profound and mysterious. And he had already expelled some of the drug's properties. He really didn't want to have relations with a courtesan. Suppressing his impulses, he said to the woman, who was reasonably attractive, I don't need you to serve me, but you must make that sound as loud as possible. Do you understand? Seeing the terrifying light in Chun Nin's eyes, the woman hurriedly nodded, and then under Chun Nin's instructions, she began to scream loudly. The 3 in the courtyard all wore strange smiles. Ruth handed the contract to the 2 mages beside her, saying, you take it back to the academy and be sure to hide it well. Aren't you leaving with us? What if that guy retaliates against you? His weakness is in our hands. As long as he can't find the contract, he won't dare to act rashly. I think it's very dangerous for you to stay here. Ruth replied, I want to stay here and negotiate with him in the morning. If it really doesn't work, I will ask you for the contract and tear it up in front of that scoundrel. After all, if he is too stubborn, we can't do anything about it. We can't force him into a corner just to win him over, or he might do something crazy. The 2 mages flew into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After about a quarter of an hour, the woman's moans in the room stopped. And Ruth pouted, saying, what a useless man. After a while, the door was pushed open, and the woman, flushed and disheveled, walked out, softly saying to Ruth, that young master asked you to go in. May I leave now? Ruth casually gave her a few gold coins and waved her hand to let her go. The courtesan excitedly accepted the generous reward and turned to leave the courtyard. When Ruth stepped into the room, a heavy masculine scent rushed toward her, making her feel something was off. She quickly tried to fly outside, but a light palm suddenly enveloped her and pulled her back. Ruth was scared and was about to scream, but Chun Nin quickly pressed her acupoints. He threw her onto the bed and then quickly dashed out of the room. He searched all the rooms but found that the 2 mages had already left. After Chun Nin returned to the room, he picked up Lucy from the bed. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, his breathing heavy. With one hand holding Lucy, he raised a wine cup from the table with the other and poured it into Lucy's rosy little mouth without spilling a drop. Chun Nin forced her to drink it down, then pressed on her acupoints with one hand while grasping her with the other, forcibly helping her circulate her energy to accelerate the effects of the medicine. "You scoundrel! How could you?" In a moment, Lucy's cheeks flushed red, her breathing rapid, her delicate skin seemingly about to drip with water. Although the effects of the spring breeze dew had already begun to take effect, Chun Nan had expelled some of the medicinal essence using his family's secret technique, allowing her to hold on until now. "Hurry and bring out the antidote." Lucy was almost in tears. "You bastard, I don't have any antidote right now." Chun Nan released her, but locked the doors and windows tightly to prevent her from escaping. Lucy struggled to flee the room, but each time she was blocked by Chun Nan. Although Lucy had once seduced Chun Nan, it was mostly an act. Now, feeling his fiery gaze, she felt somewhat flustered. "I've already signed the contract. Why haven't you brought out the antidote? You've already drunk the wine. I heard that women can also be harmed by this aphrodisiac if it acts on them for a long time. Let us see how long you can last." The stimulation from the spring breeze dew made Lucy feel unbearably hot and weak all over. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of spring and shyness, truly blooming like peach and plum blossoms, delicate as spring flowers. "You bastard. I really don't have the antidote. Let me go?" she said weakly, her body trembling slightly. Although Chun Nan had expelled some of the medicinal essence with his technique, the effects of the spring breeze dew in his body had also been nearly fully activated. He felt a heat rising within him, as if a fierce fire was burning on his body. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, if you want to tell me. We'll just wait it out and see who collapses first and gets hurt." Lucy cursed. "You bastard, you drank the spring breeze dew before me. If you don't want to become a eunuch, let me go quickly. I'll go back to the academy for the antidote." "Humph. Do you think I would still believe you? To be honest, even if you don't give me the antidote in the end, I can slowly force this aphrodisiac out of my body myself." The two faced off in the room, glaring at each other fiercely. After a while, Lucy involuntarily let out a soft moan, wrapping her arms around her chest, her big eyes glistening with moisture. At this moment, Chun Nan was also panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking disheveled. After a quarter of an hour, the effects of the aphrodisiac reached their peak, and the hostile gazes between Chun Nan and Lucy gradually changed. They both sensed something unusual in each other. Finally, it was unclear who lunged at whom first, and the two became entangled in the room, their clothes falling piece by piece to the ground. Lucy's snow-white skin was soft and delicate, her mature and beautiful body voluptuous and alluring, with long, white, rounded legs that shimmered enticingly in the candlelight, forming a stark contrast with Chun Nan's bronze skin. At this moment, both were lost in desire, having lost their reason, and collapsed onto the bed together. In the red gauze curtains, a faint fragrance wafted, and soft moans filled the air, destined to be a sleepless night. In the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window, and Chun Nan opened his eyes, feeling two soft, fleshy things pressing tightly against his chest, his heart racing. Lucy lay in his arms, her delicate body weak and boneless, with curves that were both exquisite and surprisingly elastic, her skin as smooth as fine jade, radiating a crystalline sheen in the morning light. Naturally enchanting, a peerless beauty, Chun Nan never expected that he would ultimately dispel the effects of the spring breeze dew in this way. He carefully got up, quickly dressed, and fled the scene. Half an hour later, Lucy slowly woke up, and when she realized what had happened, she let out a piercing scream. "Ah, scoundrel! You bastard!" A strong wave of magical energy shattered the doors and windows of the room in an instant, and bolts of lightning surged wildly from within. After a long time, the courtyard finally returned to calm, with Lucy standing in the yard, her face ashen. A quarter of an hour later, the two mages who had left the previous night arrived, both in a state of panic. One of them said, "Lucy, we've been tricked. Look, this contract doesn't have that guy's fingerprint at all." Lucy quickly snatched the paper away and examined it closely, her silver teeth grinding with a creaking sound as she went completely insane. "Ah, scoundrel! You bastard! I'm going to tear you apart." Chapter 1. The Flying Cat. For over a month, cultivators from various parts of the Tianyuan continent had been searching for the lost treasures of ancient gods near the city of Sin, but they had found nothing. Some began to waver, and soon, people started to leave one after another. Within a few days, the number of cultivators remaining had dropped to less than half of the original. Recently, a strange incident occurred at the Divine Wind Academy. Dozens of kitchens in the academy were continuously robbed, and what was stolen was not flour and rice, but various meats such as chicken, duck, pork, and beef. At first, the kitchen managers didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a few chefs skimming off the top to supplement their households. So they turned a blind eye and didn't investigate further. However, after that, one kitchen was robbed every night, and the managers gradually realized that something was amiss. It was definitely not the suspected chefs. But what was astonishing was that the thief seemed to come and go without a trace. For several days, the kitchens continued to lose cooked meats, yet no sign of the thief was ever found. This incident became a sensational topic within the academy, with all sorts of rumors circulating. While others were discussing this, the little princess suspiciously cast her gaze at the little jade cat lying in her arms. In recent days, the little jade cat's mouth had been constantly greasy, and it seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight, almost turning into a round little ball. Finally, the little princess shifted from suspicion to surprise, staring at the little jade cat in her arms, resembling a small porcelain cat, and said, "Little Jade, could you be the thief?" Little Jade lazily opened its eyes, appearing somewhat shy, glancing around before nodding its little tiger head. "Oh my gosh, little Jade, you!" The little princess exclaimed in astonishment and then giggled, saying, "This is too funny. Little Jade, you're such a joker, actually becoming a flying thief, hee hee." The words Chun Nan had said to little Jade near the magic palace a few days ago had indeed inspired this greedy little creature, which now engaged in stealing activities every night. It refused to eat raw meat anymore, becoming increasingly picky, sneaking into kitchens at night to devour everything. Starting with pig, beef, and lamb, it graduated to higher-end foods like bear paws, quickly becoming a gourmet, much to the dismay of the kitchen managers. The culprit showed an embarrassed expression, but its owner not only didn't scold it, but instead appeared excited. This surprised little Jade, and it felt happy inside. Realizing that it no longer had to sneak out at night, it could boldly go out to dine. There are no eternal secrets in the world, and one night, little Jade was finally discovered. But when it spread its little wings and calmly flew away, the pursuers were left stunned. After a long while, one of them finally exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, a flying cat." The name Flying Cat quickly spread throughout the academy, and many became curious about how this big eater could fit so much food into its small body every night. Not everyone in the academy is unaware of the origins of the flying cat, at least not who, upon hearing about the kitchen thief, immediately turned her attention to. She had seen transform before and knew its magical nature. This made feel a bit guilty, and it buried its little tiger head deep into the little princess's embrace. When no one was around, said to the little princess, "The little troublemaker in your arms is that so-called flying cat, right?" "Oh, is it? I don't think so. It has been with me every day and has never left my side," the little princess replied, fixed her gaze on without blinking, saying, "This little guy has been acting mysteriously at night lately, and it has obviously gained a lot of weight. I know its peculiarities. Who else could it be?" The little princess's eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, "Sister Phoenix, you must keep this a secret. Just steals a little bit to eat every day. It won't starve the academy. You, as its owner, don't reprimand it and even condone and shelter it. This is really unreasonable." The little princess, clever and charming, had spent many days with and knew her temperament well. Seeing her like this, she understood that she wouldn't pursue the matter further. "Hee hee. I knew Sister Phoenix had the kindest heart. Seeing looks so pitiful, you definitely won't leak the secret. It goes around feasting all day long, living so freely. And you still say it's pitiful?" "Yes, it used to not have enough to eat and was so thin. Only recently has it gained a little weight. If you go and tell on it, we'll have to go hungry again. Don't you think that's pitiful?" Cooperatively lifted its little tiger head, displaying a pitiful expression. Rolled her eyes at the little princess, her face conveying an expression of having no reason to argue with her, then glared at and said, "You're getting fat like a ball and still pretending to be pitiful. You need to tone it down a bit these days and not be so rampant." Nodded vigorously, trying to show a tiger-style smile. Had long since become accustomed to this creature being able to express human-like emotions. The little princess stepped forward and linked her arm with hers, saying, "Sister Phoenix, you're so great. Let's go watch the magic combat competition together." 3 months later, the top students from the 4 academies would engage in a grand battle which could be said to be a major confrontation between the strongest students of renowned academies. All 4 academies were preparing, and was no exception. They would send 16 representatives to participate in the strongman competition 3 months later. In addition to the 8 pre-selected top experts, The remaining 8 representatives would be chosen through competitions in each academy. The Magic Department, Cultivation Department, Eastern Martial Arts Department, and Western Martial Arts Department were all in the midst of intense elimination rounds, with exciting matches happening every day. As the little princess passed by the Western Martial Arts competition venue, she suddenly spotted a familiar face, who had escorted her and from the state of Chu to the city of Sin. She was not unfamiliar with this expensive protector, having once given him the nickname Rat and having had teach him a lesson. At that moment, was animatedly talking with someone and was completely unaware of the little princess standing behind him. I absolutely did not lie to you. I really know what that flying cat is all about. It's actually a tiger. Well, not exactly a tiger. It's a magic tiger, or rather a tiger king. Anyway, it's a strange tiger. Enough already, Rat, stop bragging. It's clearly a cat with wings. How did it turn into a tiger king in your mouth? Someone beside him interjected, whose name contained the character, had also earned the nickname Rat from the students who practiced with him, just like the little princess. I'm telling the truth. It really is a tiger king. I even taught it a lesson once. I almost skinned it to make shoe insoles, but then I felt sorry for it and let it go. The student standing next to clearly did not believe him. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt someone lightly tapping his shoulder. He turned to look and saw the little princess, looking like a little fairy, standing behind him with a mischievous smile on her beautiful face. In her arms, the Tiger King, resembling a small porcelain cat, was glaring fiercely at him. This terrifying beast king, which had left him with an unforgettable experience, seemed very displeased with his recent nonsense, with a chilling glare in its eyes. Stammered, Tiger brother. I didn't say anything. I promise I won't speak carelessly again. The Tiger King bared its teeth at him, causing him to scream, "Ah, a tiger." And then he turned and ran away. The traumatic experience from last time had left a shadow in his heart, so upon seeing the Tiger King and the little princess, he felt fear. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe that had been talking nonsense to a cute little cat and had ended up running away in fright. However, had barely taken a few steps when suddenly leaped onto his shoulder with a whoosh, then jumped onto his head, its 4 little tiger paws gripping his hair tightly. "Oh, Tiger King, save me." Terrified, fell to the ground, screaming. One can imagine how deeply the Tiger King had impressed him with terror. This startled, which NT expected such a big guy to scream so loudly, causing it to quickly retreat back into the little princess's arms. Nearby, people burst into laughter at the sight of a tall, burly man being scared by a little cat, even shouting Tiger King in fear, which was simply hilarious. Got back up from the ground, glanced at the Tiger King in the little princess's arms, and took off running, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. The little princess feigned ignorance and asked those around her, "What happened to that big guy just now? Why did he suddenly call my little kitty Tiger King and get so scared?" The people nearby had long been captivated by the little princess's beauty, and upon hearing her words, someone immediately slandered, "That guy has a problem. His nickname is Rat and he can't stand cats." "Oh," the little princess said, suppressing a smile as she turned to leave. The nearby boys, seeing the little princess about to leave, wanted to chase after her to strike up a conversation, but suddenly noticed not far away, causing them to immediately stop in their tracks. The beautiful girl from the magic department had recently been involved in various rumors with the notorious scoundrel, and they had heard that she was not to be trifled with. So they did not dare to approach her. As the students from the 4 departments were holding elimination matches, the vice president was contemplating the upcoming warm-up matches. After pondering for a long time, he decided on the quota for this participation. At that moment, a student knocked and entered, saying, "Vice President, we found that guy. He's moved to another inn." "Oh, as long as he hasn't escaped from the city of Sin, that's fine. You can leave now." After the student exited, the vice president muttered to himself, "This guy always changes inns. If it weren't for my connections, I really wouldn't be able to find you." The person the vice president was referring to was, of course, today, after leaving, immediately switched to another inn. He could imagine how angry would be when she woke up. This time, she had lost both her husband and troops, ending up with nothing. Reflected on what had happened last night, feeling a bit surreal. In the end, he had resolved the situation in the most primitive way. Thinking back to sexy and enchanting figure from last night, he felt his cheeks heat up, so he let out a sigh, lying on the bed and muttering to himself, I need to be more cautious of her in the future. Although Western women are generally more open, this time she gained nothing and definitely won't let it go easily. He then thought of Ren Jian. That guy will need at least a month or 2 to recover. The people he gathered have already had their cultivation abilities wasted by me, which must be a significant blow to him. After what happened last night, I hope he can learn to restrain himself and keep our paths separate. While Chun Nin was lost in thought, Lucy was wildly casting spells to vent her anger. The small courtyard she lived in was ravaged by strong winds and lightning, frightening the nearby residents into staying indoors. Lucy really wanted to bite Chun Nin a few times in anger. She had already sent people to search for Chun Nan's whereabouts, but after several hours, there was still no news, which made her extremely irritated. Damn it, don't let me find you. The two mages beside her only dared to approach when she gradually calmed down. One of them said, Lucy, what's wrong? Why are you acting so out of character? Nothing, just feeling a bit down. We can't let that scoundrel off the hook. He actually tricked us with a fake handprint to get away. We must teach him a lesson. Forget it. Based on that guy's character, he won't join any organization. Although we can't use him, he won't become our enemy either. There's no need for us to provoke him. Lucy gradually calmed her anger. Although she wished she could step on Chun Nan, considering the situation among various forces, she had to set aside personal grudges and handle the matter calmly. While she wasn't in a position to deal with Chun Nan now, she secretly noted this debt in her heart. Chapter 2. Little Demon Chun Nan spent 2 peaceful days in the inn. On the 3rd day, the vice president sent someone to invite him to the Divine Wind Academy. The messenger told him to pack his things at the inn because he would be heading directly to the Xinwu Academy with some experts from the academy. When Chun Nan arrived at the vice president's office, 9 young men and women were already waiting there. Clearly, these people were all experts going to Xinwu Academy for a warm-up match. Among them were a few acquaintances, with Guan Hao, sporting a full beard, standing at the front. Guan Hao looked visibly surprised when he saw Chun Nan. In fact, everyone present was a bit shocked. They hadn't expected the last person to arrive would be the notorious scoundrel. Chun Nan might not recognize them, but he had caused quite a stir during his previous visits to the Divine Wind Academy, making many people know him as the villain. Beside Guan Hao was a golden-haired handsome man with a sunny smile, wearing a blue magical robe adorned with 3 golden stripes on the cuffs, indicating that he was a 3rd-tier mage. Chun Nan had a deep impression of this golden-haired young man. He was Kevin, one of the few top experts in the magic department. Kevin was the representative chosen to battle him, but the Eastern Phoenix had intervened and fought him herself. Although Chun Nan hadn't fought Kevin, he could feel the latter's extraordinary cultivation. Always maintaining a smile and exuding such composure indicated his confidence, which was enough to demonstrate his strength in a place like the Divine Wind Academy, filled with experts. Among the 9, the most eye-catching was not the dashing Kevin, but a short-haired girl with a clever expression. Her unparalleled beauty was not the usual kind of softness. The short-haired beauty was graceful and elegant, exuding a sense of androgynous beauty and unique charm. Some people are always the center of attention in any setting, and Long Wu was undoubtedly one of them. Her stunning appearance and extraordinary aura made her stand out, stealing the spotlight from everyone else. Chun Nan felt a headache coming on. The very person who had once threatened him to reveal the secret of the dragon capture technique, Long Wu, was among them. The remaining 6 were 3 men and 3 women, none of whom Chun Nan recognized. Guan Hao was the first to approach him, whispering, Brother Chun, what are you doing here? Are you really the last person we were waiting for? But you're not even a student of the Divine Wind Academy. Chun Nan, feeling dispirited, replied, It's me. Do you think I wanted to participate in that warm-up match? I'm not interested. I was just dragged here by that despicable old man, the vice president. Is that even allowed? Guan Hao exclaimed in surprise, then whispered, Kevin is actually an admirer of the Eastern Phoenix, and it seems that the Eastern Phoenix is also somewhat interested in him. You've offended the Eastern Phoenix, so be careful on the way and avoid any conflicts with him. Chun Nan patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, rat. I'm not that uncouth, and he's not that petty either. There won't be any issues. Since I'm so concerned about you, how about giving me a little benefit? I heard you extorted 50,000 gold coins from Little Trouble. Can you do something nice for me? I'm almost starving here. You sly rat finally showed your true colors. Get lost. You deceived me out of 100 gold coins when we first came to the city of Sin. At this moment, Kevin approached with a big smile and said, I never expected Brother Chun to be one of our group. Chun Nan sighed helplessly, sigh. The wicked vice president forced me to come. The scoundrel looks like he's wearing a frown. When did you become a student of our academy? Long Wu approached with a bright smile. Little sister, why are you wearing a dress today? I almost didn't recognize you. Chun Nan teased without answering. Long Wu was different from last time. Today she wasn't dressed in men's clothing, but in a pure white dress. exuding a serene and ethereal aura like a beautiful white lotus. The 6 people behind them saw Kevin and the others greeting Chun Nen one after another. So they also walked over. One beautiful girl said, "Miss Long is going to meet her sweetheart, so of course she has to dress beautifully. Little sister, how dare you tease your older brother? It's rare for me to be in a good mood today and change into a new outfit, and you slander me like this." Long Wu, clearly very familiar with the girl, said while lifting her chin, as if teasing a virtuous woman. "Are you getting all fluttery for your older brother?" Although the girl was familiar with her, being teased in public like this made her a bit uncomfortable, and she retreated repeatedly, saying, "You're acting out of character. Dressing so beautifully, and yet not admitting it. I've long heard that you have a childhood sweetheart in Shinwu Academy." Several of the young men present reacted noticeably. A woman with such exceptional qualities as Long Wu would make anyone a little infatuated. Suddenly hearing that she seemed to have someone she liked made the atmosphere a bit awkward for several of them. Long Wu was tall, towering over most women by half a head. She grabbed the girl's arm with one hand and lifted her chin again with the other. Just like a playboy teasing a girl, saying, "Daring to spread rumors about your older brother. Let's see how I deal with you." The girl struggled, saying, "Don't think we don't know. It's not a secret anymore." Just as Long Wu was about to unleash her next teasing move, the vice president walked into the courtyard and cleared his throat, prompting the two to separate. The vice president led the 10 of them into his office and began a pre-battle mobilization, which, of course, consisted of some encouraging words. In the end, he also mentioned a few things to pay attention to and urged them to be cautious. During this, he casually mentioned Chun Nan, stating that he was a student currently being evaluated by the Divine Wind Academy, and that if he could pass this test, he would become an official student. These students understood well that the cunning vice president and this notorious character before them had likely reached some sort of agreement. When the vice president mentioned the precautions, Chun Nen realized that Kevin was only leading the team to participate in a warm-up match and would not necessarily compete himself. He would be participating in the real strongman competition 3 months later. This time, he was merely there to support the team. If their side did not face a disastrous defeat, he would not take action. It was only at this moment that Chun Nen regarded Kevin as a super strongman among the youth. Someone who could be recognized by the vice president was certainly not an ordinary person. Another person among the 10, Long Wu, was also not a participant in the warm-up match. She was mainly serving as a guide. The Shinwu Academy was not located within the territory of any of the 3 great eastern countries. It was situated in a small country between Chu, Baiwei, and Anping. This small country was called Jin, and Long Wu was from Jin, making her quite familiar with everything there, making her the most suitable guide. It had always puzzled people why she chose to go far away from the Shinwu Academy to cultivate in the Eastern Martial Arts Department of the Shenkei's Academy. Only in the end did Chun Nen understand that during the actual warm-up match, only 8 participants from each academy would truly compete. And it was obvious he would be one of the main players for Shenkei's Academy, while a tough battle awaited him at Shinwu Academy. "Chun, stay behind. The others go to the Dragon Arena, and wait, you will depart from there shortly." Many people already knew Chun Nan's surname, but only a limited few knew his name. So the vice president could only refer to him this way in front of everyone. Chun Nan was a bit confused, not understanding why this cunning old man had singled him out. The vice president then pulled out a large box from under his desk and said to Chun Nan, "I'm giving you a few weapons, open it." Chun Nan opened the box and found a hard bow, 30 wolf-tooth arrows, a long knife, and dozens of throwing knives. These weapons were all made of fine steel, but they were not extraordinary weapons. However, he had a strange feeling that these weapons seemed to contain immense power. He looked at the vice president suspiciously and said, "You old miser, are you really giving me this rusty junk? Don't forget I'm risking my life for you." The vice president put away his smile and said, "These are not ordinary knives or bows. These are expensive magical weapons. Each weapon has been empowered by a highly skilled magician, containing strong magical energy. Using magically enhanced arrows and throwing knives against dragon knights and magicians who can move freely in the air and on the ground will save you a lot of effort. But don't use these weapons lightly, as their power diminishes with each use." Chun Nan was overjoyed and put away the weapons one by one. Finally, the vice president smiled at Chun Nan and said, "I haven't treated you poorly, have I? If you don't return with a complete victory, you will owe me." "I spit, you old man. I'm risking my life for you. And you think I'll be grateful just because you gave me a pile of junk? Don't dream. Don't get agitated. If you can return victoriously, I can help resolve the troubles you caused in the imperial capital of Chu." ensuring they won't pursue you. Humph, would you really be so kind? Even if they let me go, it wouldn't be because of your efforts. You cunning old man never makes a losing deal. I've seen through you long ago. The vice president awkwardly laughed and said, You'll know whether what I said is true or not when you come back. After that, Chun Nan and the vice president arrived at the Dragon Arena, where the 9 others had been waiting for a long time. They were departing from the Dragon Arena because they would all ride flying dragons to the Xianwu Academy. Otherwise, walking would likely take a month. Among the 10, there were 3 dragon knights, which the vice president had specifically arranged, as 3 flying dragons were enough to carry 10 people. But an unexpected event occurred when the 3 dragon knights summoned their flying dragons from the Dragon Arena. A small dragon about 2 zhang long, with a gray-brown body, stood up from the cliff above the dragon cave, swayed down, and then flew toward Chun Nan and the others as if it were drunk. The vice president's expression changed drastically, while Chun Nan smiled, and the others looked worried, fearing that the small, undeveloped dragon might fall from the sky. The small dragon landed in front of the group, wobbling toward Chun Nan, and everyone couldn't help but smile. The small dragon's unsteady gait resembled that of a baby just learning to walk. Its bright, shiny eyes were as innocent as a child's, making it look extremely adorable. Everyone praised the small dragon for its cuteness, especially the few girls who couldn't stop gushing. And even Long Wu couldn't resist stepping forward to touch the dragon's scales. The vice president's expression changed dramatically, wanting to stop her, but holding back. He knew that this little monster understood the balance of power and wouldn't attack those who meant well without reason. Chun Nan reached out to touch the small dragon's hard horns and smiled. Little dragon, it's been a few days. How have you been? Everyone was curious, not understanding why he said that. But what surprised them even more was that the small dragon began to talk to Chun Nan in baby-like sounds, making everyone's mouth drop in astonishment. Long Wu slapped her forehead and sighed. Oh my, what a smart little dragon. It can actually express its feelings. How adorable. Can the principal give me this little dragon? No matter the price, I'm willing to buy it. Long Wu had already realized that this little dragon was no ordinary dragon and likely had a blood relation to rare and powerful holy dragons. However, she still underestimated the small dragon, as she could never have guessed that it was a genuine 5th-level holy dragon. The vice president coughed lightly and said, This dragon is a bit special and cannot be sold. Why not? Long Wu asked, puzzled. I said I would pay any price. At that moment, someone next to them exclaimed, Look, what's wrong with these 3 flying dragons? At this moment, the 3 flying dragons had lowered their proud heads, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they were terrified to the extreme. Gradually, everyone noticed something. The 3 dragons looked at the small dragon with awe in their eyes. Guan Hao also exclaimed, Could it be that they fear this little dragon? That's incredible. Long Wu seemed to ponder for a moment and then turned to the vice president and asked, Principal, what is so special about this little dragon? At this time, Kevin had already circled around the small dragon and said in surprise, I feel that this little dragon seems to harbor extremely terrifying magical energy within it. It really gives off a chilling sensation. As a highly skilled magician, he was naturally more sensitive to fluctuations in magical power than ordinary people. The vice president sighed lightly. I didn't expect the holy dragon Amy to suddenly appear at this time. You are witnessing the legendary holy dragon today. What? The other 9 exclaimed in unison, unable to imagine that this cute dragon baby was actually a 5th-level holy dragon. The 9 of them rushed over, carefully examining this legendary holy dragon. They knew there was an old holy dragon knight in the academy, but they had never seen that mysterious old man or the powerful holy dragon until today. At first, the 9 were quite in awe of the holy dragon baby, but seeing Chun Nan casually stroking the small dragon's horns, their courage gradually grew, and they began to gently touch its scales. Chun Nan softly said to the small dragon, Little dragon, you scared those 3 flying dragons. Quickly reassure them. Upon hearing this, the small dragon turned its head and made a few woo sounds at the 3 flying dragons, which calmed down as if they had received a pardon, gradually becoming calm and no longer trembling. Then, the small dragon began to talk to Chun Nan in dragon language, sounding pleased, and everyone was amazed. Cough. The vice president coughed and said, You should not casually mention what you have seen and heard today. Everyone understood and nodded in unison. The vice president continued, One of our teachers has already gone to the Xianwu Academy, and he will contact you when you arrive. Although there are no teachers from Shunfeng Academy accompanying you on the way, I am very confident that with your strength, You can handle any unexpected situation. Kevin said, please rest assured, Vice President, we will definitely return victorious. Long Wu smiled and asked, Vice President, can we stay in the state of Jin for a few more days? Oh, that's fine. It's rare to have such an opportunity, so I approve your extended stay, but don't take too long. The crowd cheered in unison. And the happiest among them was undoubtedly Long Wu, as it was her hometown, and she would surely want to run home to reunite with her family. As everyone boarded the three-headed flying dragon, the little dragon tugged at Chun Nan's sleeve, refusing to let go, and finally pulled him onto its back. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, but the vice president's expression changed drastically. He did not wish for the troublesome little dragon to cause any chaos. Chun Nan knew that the little dragon had a fondness for him, but he did not expect it to be so dependent on him. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand the reason behind it. Little dragon, stop messing around. I'll play with you later. I have to go far away today. The little dragon shook its head in disagreement, making a few whimpering sounds. Chun Nan felt it was strange and asked, do you want to come with me? The little dragon happily nodded, its big eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, the vice president's face turned pale. He certainly did not want this little troublemaker to go to Xinwu Academy. If it caused a disaster there, the blame would definitely fall on Shinfeng Academy. Seeing the vice president's expression, Chun Nan knew what he was thinking. He patted the little dragon's head and said, I can't decide this. It needs that old man's consent. The little dragon blinked at the vice president and then let out a yaw sound. The vice president immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The last time he was chased and tormented by the little dragon was a traumatic experience he would never forget. He certainly did not want to be bombarded by the little dragon in front of these students. If that happened, it would be better for him to just die. All right, Chin kid, you better not provoke Amy on the way, the vice president said, hinting at Chun Nan to keep the little dragon in check. Rest assured, there won't be any accidents. By the way, I heard that the little dragon needs to eat some fairy herbs and spiritual ginseng every 3 days. Should we bring some for it? The little dragon smiled a dragon-like smile and nodded at Chun Nan, then began to call out to the vice president with Yiya. The vice president silently cursed Chun Nan for exploiting the academy's resources for the little dragon before leaving. He knew he couldn't avoid this matter, so he helplessly walked toward the dragon arena, saying, You all wait for a moment. The 9 people on the back of the three-headed flying dragon looked at the adorable little dragon with curiosity and surprise. It seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Chun Nan, which made them envious and jealous. Especially Long Wu, who was extremely envious and couldn't help but ask, What kind of charm did you use on the little holy dragon to make it so dependent on you? Chun Nan chuckled, This is called personal charm. Good character makes even dragons like you. Long Wu laughed and said, You're getting a bit too full of yourself. Come on, tell me what is going on. Or you'd better persuade the little dragon to follow me in the future. I promise I won't treat it poorly. Chun Nan jokingly replied, What is mine is yours, right? If you like the little dragon, just come sit with me. Haha. If you dare to talk nonsense again. When we reach the state of Jin, I'll find someone to deal with you and make you lose your life in a foreign land. Long Wu said with a smile. A girl nearby chimed in. Yeah, when we get to the state of Jin, the childhood friend who protects the flowers will appear, haha. Just then, the vice president returned holding a package. Chun Nan quietly said to the little dragon, Before we leave, give that old guy a little trouble. But don't go too far. The little dragon excitedly nodded. The vice president threw the package to Chun Nan, who was sitting on the little dragon's back, saying, Everything is in there, enough for Amy to enjoy for a while. Hearing this, the little dragon blinked friendly at the vice president, then waddled over to him and affectionately patted his shoulder with one of its wings. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. Each time the little dragon patted him, the vice president shrank a bit, and within just 3 pats, his legs below the thighs had already sunk into the ground. Chun Nan hurriedly stopped the little dragon's actions, or the vice president might really be planted underground. The vice president gritted his teeth at Chun Nan, and everyone present was struggling to hold back their laughter. The three-headed flying dragon soared into the sky, and the little dragon also wobbled up, chasing after the three-headed flying dragon. The vice president struggled to pull his legs out of the dirt, muttering curses under his breath. This troublesome little dragon, that brat better watch out. As the three-headed flying dragon and the little dragon took off, Lucy happened to see this from a distance, gritting her teeth. That bastard actually went to Xinwu Academy. That damn guy. Chapter 3. Dragon Rider under the blue sky with many white clouds. 10 people rode on 4 dragons, flying rapidly through the sky, leaving behind a series of exclamations. Among the 10, the 3 dragon riders were already accustomed to such speed. But most of the others were experiencing the thrill of being at an altitude of 1,000 meters for the first time, inevitably feeling a bit nervous. After half an hour, everyone gradually adapted to the speed and began to enjoy the exhilarating feeling. Each person was filled with excitement, overlooking the mountains and rivers, feeling elated as if the entire world was within their grasp. The 3-headed flying dragon flew very fast. Everyone initially thought that the little dragon, which seemed so small, would not be able to keep up with the 3 adult flying dragons. However, to their surprise, the little dragon moved like lightning, instantly surpassing the flying dragons that had been leading at the start. When it truly spread its wings and flew, it was stable and no longer appeared awkward. If Chun Nan had not hurriedly commanded it to slow down, it might have left the 3-headed flying dragon far behind in the blink of an eye. The way everyone looked at the little dragon changed again. This little guy was now simply a treasure, and Long Wu really wanted to kick Chun Nan off to have the little dragon switch sides. They flew over mountains and crossed plains, and soon the group had left the 100,000 mountains in the central region of the Tianyuan continent and entered the territory of the state of Chu. As the red sun set in the west, everyone decided to continue their journey the next day and first find an inn to stay in. Although the state of Chu was closely adjacent to the mountainous region of the central Tianyuan continent, its climate was completely different. The evil city, located in the mountains, had an extremely unusual climate, where the mountains remained evergreen throughout the year, with no temperature changes, making it feel like spring all year round. Now, however, the state of Chu was just entering autumn. Although the green leaves had not yet withered, they had clearly taken on a layer of autumn hue. Experiencing 2 seasons in half a day, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the mountainous region in the central Tianyuan continent, where they had not noticed any abnormalities while living there, only realizing they had unknowingly entered autumn after leaving. To avoid attracting attention, the group landed outside a small town that was not particularly prosperous. The 3 dragon riders instructed the 3-headed flying dragons to fly into the forest to find food on their own. When everyone turned their gaze towards the little dragon, the baby dragon blinked its bright eyes, showing an innocent expression, refusing to leave and insisting on entering the town with everyone. The adorable little dragon was so clingy that no one could bear to leave it in the wilderness, and they ultimately brought it along into the town. The little dragon happily followed behind everyone, swaying as it entered the town. Passers-by stopped to watch. After all, how often do ordinary people see such a formidable creature as a dragon? The appearance of the little dragon in this remote town immediately caused a stir, attracting many onlookers. Initially indifferent to the attention, the little dragon gradually showed signs of dissatisfaction, often poking its large dragon head forward, scaring the townsfolk into fleeing and making the children cry in fright. Seeing the panicked crowd, it revealed an excited expression, almost rushing into the crowd to cause a ruckus. But fortunately, it was held back by Chun Nan grabbing its horn. The sight of the childlike baby dragon made everyone smile. They finally found a satisfactory inn and walked inside, with the little dragon trailing behind. When the innkeeper saw the huge creature behind the group, he almost fainted. Hurriedly stepping back and stuttering, "Guests, you." Kevin quickly stepped forward, saying, "Don't be afraid. This is a baby dragon. It won't harm anyone." Seeing the group of young men, handsome and strong, and beautiful young women, the innkeeper relaxed. He avoided the little dragon while checking in the guests and then led them to the backyard. 10 people booked 5 rooms, 2 per room. Chun Nan chose to share a room with Guan Hao, as he was the only one he was familiar with among them. The little dragon settled on a patch of grass outside, although it wanted to be with Chun Nan. Its large body would likely cause the entire room to collapse if it squeezed inside. During dinner, Chun Nan took a formed ginseng from his bag and stuffed it into the little dragon's mouth. The little dragon happily swallowed it in just a few bites and then closed its eyes, lying still on the grass. Everyone was curious, and Longwu remarked, "It seems the little dragon is refining the medicinal power of that century-old ginseng. No wonder this little guy's strength is hard to measure. If it eats this kind of thing every day, it will eventually break through to the Holy Dragon Realm." The Holy Dragon Realm is rumored to be a breakthrough to the legendary Divine Dragon Realm, which has only appeared in myths and rarely manifests in the real world. Chun Nan knew the little dragon's strength well. According to the vice president, it was the most powerful holy dragon in 1,000 years at the Divine Wind Academy. If it could break through to the Holy Dragon Realm, he wouldn't be surprised. Ordinary people might not be able to fully refine the medicinal power of spirit herbs, but a powerful holy dragon could definitely do so. The little dragons lingering at the Divine Wind Academy undoubtedly indicated its interest in the Academy's medicinal warehouse, where spirit herbs would greatly enhance its cultivation efficiency. The group chose not to eat in the noisy front hall and had the innkeeper set up a large table beside the flower bed in the backyard. Naturally, Chen Nan, Guan Hao, and others indulged in drinking. A few men exchanged glances and began to urge the girls to drink. This drew laughter and scolding from Long Wu and others, who accused them of having ulterior motives. As the aroma of the wine began to waft through the courtyard, the little dragon opened its big eyes and staggeringly walked towards the dining table. Long Wu was particularly fond of it and handed it half a roasted chicken, which the little dragon swallowed whole. It was its first time eating cooked food, and the taste was extraordinarily delightful. Its eyes sparkled as it began to make little sounds of excitement. Chen Nan chuckled, saying, "Little dragon, don't rush. I'll help you get more food." He waved to the innkeeper nearby and said, "Bring me whole pigs, whole sheep, whole geese, until this little guy is full." The innkeeper was secretly astonished. This was indeed a wealthy person, and if that little guy got full, the inn would surely make a fortune. The other 9 looked at Chen Nan with strange expressions, secretly guessing he must have a grudge against the vice president. Feeding the little dragon so lavishly would surely make the old man cry when he reported the finances. The little dragon babbled excitedly at Chen Nan, and its dragon-like smile made its big eyes squint with joy. While everyone at the flower bed clinked glasses, the little dragon was busy devouring food with great enthusiasm. It didn't stop until it had consumed 3 whole pigs, 5 roasted sheep, and over 10 roasted geese. But then it set its sights on the wine glasses in everyone's hands. Long Wu immediately sensed trouble and warned the little dragon, "That's not good stuff. You mustn't drink it." Chen Nan interrupted her, asking the little dragon, "Do you want to try it?" The little dragon eagerly nodded, excitement shining in its eyes. Chen Nan opened its mouth and carefully poured a little bit into it, not daring to pour too much for fear the little dragon might go wild and cause chaos. To everyone's surprise, the little dragon smacked its lips and then nodded repeatedly, grasping a jar of wine with its 2 front paws and started gulping it down. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of dragon could drink so heartily? Chen Nan waved to the innkeeper again, saying, "Bring more wine until this little guy is satisfied." The nearby innkeeper was almost in shock and took a long time to regain his senses before rushing to the front hall. At that moment, Long Wu, Kevin, Guan Hao, and others looked at Chen Nan differently. This guy was clearly teaching the little dragon bad habits. Long Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "You scoundrel! How could you do this? The little dragon is so adorable, and you're teaching it to drink. It can't continue to follow you. If your rogue nature rubs off on it, it will eventually become a problem dragon." She waved to the little dragon, saying, "Come here, little dragon, don't follow that bad person anymore." The little dragon blinked its big eyes, but showed no response. Chen Nan chuckled, "You dare to sow discord between me and the little dragon? A woman wants to be its big brother? It can only be my little brother. If you want to get close, you can be its little sister." Hee hee, little dragon. What do you think of this proposal? To everyone's amusement, the little dragon actually nodded seriously. Long Wu was furious, almost losing her temper, scolding, "Look at what you've turned the little dragon into. It was once a very cute little dragon, and now it's almost becoming a little rogue." Just then, several innkeepers brought over more than a dozen jars of fine wine. The little dragon happily called out a few times and eagerly picked up 1 jar, tilting its head to drink. In the curious and astonished gazes of everyone, the little dragon drank greedily, finishing off more than a dozen jars in no time, and finally staggered back to the grass, collapsing with a thud. After everyone finished dinner, they returned to their own rooms. That night, Chen Nan laughed in his dreams, imagining that when the little dragon returned to the Divine Wind Academy, it would not only continue to ask the vice president for spirit herbs, but would probably also need wine and meat served daily, which would surely give the vice president a headache. The next day, when everyone set off, a problem arose. The little dragon had drunk too much the previous day and hadn't woken up by morning. As it walked, it swayed left and right, unlike its usual clumsy gait. Now, the swaying was so exaggerated that it seemed like it might fall over at any moment. After leaving the town, 3 dragon riders howled to the sky, summoning their flying dragons. As everyone mounted their dragons, Chen Nan secretly groaned, fearing that in its current state, the little dragon might dance or do somersaults while flying. He nervously turned over onto the little dragon's back and whispered, "Can you fly in this state, baby dragon?" The little dragon, reeking of alcohol, turned back and nodded, then soared into the sky. Chun Nan's heart almost leapt to his throat as he nervously climbed to its neck, firmly grasping its two horns. The other 9 burst out laughing at the sight. At first, the little dragon flew steadily, but soon it began to lose balance, bobbing up and down and swaying left and right in the air. Chun Nan's face turned pale. If he fell from several thousand meters high, even with his immense power, he would be smashed to pieces. He shouted ahead, "Hey, wait. I can't stay on the little dragon any longer. Make some space for me to switch to a flying dragon." The 9 people in front, smiling, replied in unison, "No way. Please, everyone, have some humanity. This isn't the time for jokes. If this continues, someone could get hurt." Long Wu chuckled lightly. "That's what you get for always opposing your brother. Just play with the little dragon for a while. Long Wu, little 5, little brother Long, big brother Long, little sister Long, big sister Long." Chun Nan kept changing how he addressed Long Wu, but it was of no use to her, as she always considered herself big brother. She huffed, "Cut it out. Keep your disgusting titles to yourself. Unless you let the little dragon follow me from now on, you can just obediently stay behind." Just then, the little dragon suddenly seemed to fall asleep, its wings folding together, stopping its flapping, and it began to plummet like a free fall from a high altitude. "Ah!" Chun Nan screamed in shock. The 9 people on the 3 flying dragons turned pale, regretting their earlier prank and realizing they shouldn't have refused Chun Nan. The 3 flying dragons quickly dove down at their master's command, but they couldn't catch up in time. The wind roared past Chun Nan's ears. The fierce gusts made it hard for him to keep his eyes open. He gripped the little dragon's horns tightly, his legs clinging firmly to its neck. "Baby dragon, wake up!" Chun Nan shouted, but with the strong wind blowing into his mouth, he found it hard to speak. He had to shake the little dragon's horns vigorously, and after descending several hundred meters, he finally managed to wake the drowsy little dragon. The little dragon looked around in confusion, then turned back to Chun Nan and squinted with a smile before slowly spreading its wings to halt the descent. Chun Nan breathed a sigh of relief, having broken out in a cold sweat. The 3 flying dragons in the high sky had caught up, seeing the little dragon had awakened. The 9 people above also let out a sigh of relief. They no longer dared to joke around in the air and decided to land as soon as possible to let Chun Nan switch to a flying dragon. After landing, another dilemma appeared before them. The little dragon now looked quite drunk, and if they continued to let it fly, who knew if it would fall freely again? It was highly likely to become the first holy dragon to die from a fall. However, if they waited for it to fully wake up, it could take at least half a day. To avoid wasting time, they came up with an extremely ridiculous solution. 10 people would ride on 2 flying dragons while the third one would carry the little dragon. This absurd idea was quickly agreed upon by the energetic young group, as they all found it amusing. Chun Nan patiently communicated with the little dragon, initially thinking it would resist the decision, but to his surprise, it immediately climbed onto the back of one of the flying dragons, its speed astonishing everyone. Chun Nan began to doubt whether this seemingly childish and ridiculous creature had been planning this all along. Otherwise, why would it have climbed onto the flying dragon's back as soon as he had only said half a sentence? The moment the little dragon climbed onto the flying dragon's back, the dragon suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, making everyone deeply appreciate the power of the holy dragon. After the little dragon let out a few woo sounds, the dragon finally stopped trembling and, still shaking, managed to get back up and flew steadily into the air. The 7-meter-long flying dragon carefully carried the little dragon, like a mother dragon tenderly protecting her hatchling, making it hard for outsiders to tell it was being forced. The 10 people riding on the 2 flying dragons were not at all crowded. They amusingly watched the drunken little dragon, which was now snoring loudly. Once they stabilized, Chun Nan complained to the 9 people beside him, "You guys are truly despicable. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might have become an immortal with the little dragon just now." Guan Hao smiled broadly. "We knew you were wise and brave, invincible, calm in the face of danger, and able to turn misfortunes into blessings." "Shut up. Keep talking like that, and I'll kick you off like a dead rat." Long Wu took off her sword, along with its sheath, lifted Chun Nan's chin in a teasing manner, and said, "With that look, you expect to become an immortal? If that were the case, wouldn't the immortal realm be a gathering place for rogues and scoundrels?" Chun Nan pushed the sword aside and said, "Little 5, are you trying to flirt with your brother? You really don't need to. For you, no matter where or when, I can dedicate myself wholeheartedly and do my utmost until death. Long Wu's face flushed red, and she scolded, "Pooh, you shameless scoundrel. Truly the rogue of rogues, the scoundrel of scoundrels. And your skin is so thick that even a giant dragon would break its bones crashing into you." She hurriedly pulled her sword back. "Haha." Chun Nan laughed heartily. The others nearby secretly sighed that Chun Nan's scoundrel reputation was indeed well-deserved, as it had managed to elicit a hint of girlish shyness from Long Wu, something unimaginable normally. Chapter 4. True Love for 10,000 Years. On the way, Kevin maintained a smile, not showing any dissatisfaction towards Chun Nan due to the entanglement with Dongfang Phoenix. Others initially had a poor impression of Chun Nan, as he was notorious in the Shinfeng Academy. But they gradually changed their views as they discovered he was not as terrible as they imagined. During the journey, casual conversations led everyone to understand each other better. Kevin and Chun Nan were the strongest, both having reached the 3rd tier. Guan Hao was the weakest, only at the 1st tier. Aside from Long Wu, who was quite mysterious and hard to gauge, the others had all reached the 2nd tier. It was only at this moment that Guan Hao realized his role was merely that of cannon fodder. In fact, everyone understood that in the warm-up match, the decisive factors would be the 3rd-tier experts in the team. The group did not know Chun Nan's full name, only that his surname was Chun. The Shinfeng Academy had many students with special identities, and they were no longer surprised by students who concealed their identities, so they did not inquire further during the journey. In the eastern part of the Tianyuan continent, 3 major countries occupied 3/4 of the entire eastern map: the Chu Kingdom in the west, the Baiwei Kingdom in the north, and the Amping Kingdom in the southeast. The 3 major countries did not border each other, separated by numerous small countries. But the vast majority of these small countries were vassals of the 3 superpowers. After a day's flight, the group crossed over the Chu Kingdom and arrived in the Jin Kingdom, situated between the Chu, Baiwei, and Amping countries. Though the Jin Kingdom had limited territory and could not be compared to the 3 superpowers, it held a certain reputation in the east. Within this small country, there were many ancient cultivation sects, and over the past 1,000 years, several remarkable figures had emerged from these sections. There are rumors that someone once ventured alone into the mysterious magical Holy Land of the West and returned unscathed. Someone once rode the Eastern Dragon and traveled the seas. Someone reached the realm of immortals but chose to remain in the mortal world. Unbeknownst to many, the state of Jin has become the sacred land of cultivation in the East, and the Immortal Martial Academy was established in such a country. Its power is evident. Looking down at the land below, Chun Nan was extremely shocked, and a huge wave surged in his heart. Towering mountains, vast plains, and great rivers, millennia have passed. The world has changed dramatically, but as Chun Nan gazed upon the land of Jin, he still felt a familiar aura. The continuous Taiyang Mountains, the expansive Jiuzhou Plains, the vast waters of West Lake, all of it indicated that this was his homeland, the ancient Huaxia of yore. Could it really be Huaxia? Chun Nan muttered to himself, his eyes gradually blurring. When he was perusing various ancient texts in the palace of the state of Chu, he had once tried to find out where the Huaxiao of 10,000 years ago was located in today's geography. However, amidst the vast sea of ancient texts, he found not a single clue, not even the 2 characters Huaxia. Based on his memory, he knew that the ancient Huaxia was located in the central region of the immortal fantasy continent, but after 10,000 years, he was uncertain whether the terrain had undergone earth-shattering changes, and he did not know if he could still find that familiar place. It seemed destined that on this journey to Jin, he discovered the land of ancient Huaxia, which indeed had changed greatly, yet he still recognized it. Chun Nan did not particularly miss his homeland. The reason he pursued the remnants of Huaxiao was that a trace of regret always lingered in his heart. He wanted to go to a place to uncover a truth, seeking a bit of solace. He recalled his last farewell with Yu Xian 10,000 years ago, a moment he could never forget. Under the gray sky, light rain fell diagonally with the wind, and the colorful flowers withered in an instant, petals scattering as Yu Xian, under the influence of the unparalleled master Chun Zhan who defied fate, took a step back while heading deep into the flower valley, her haggard face, her sorrowful silhouette, her last glance filled with melancholy. At that moment, Chun Nan had 1,000 words to say. He opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. He reached out and grasped forward, seemingly trying to hold on to that receding figure, but what could he grasp besides air? His nails pierced his palm, and blood dripped onto the ground. It hurt, indeed it hurt, but not his hand. It was his heart that hurt, as it bled in that moment. There is no greater sorrow than parting in life and death. At that moment, Chunnan experienced the dual feelings of life and death. Even though Chun Zhan's divine prowess was extraordinary, allowing Uxin to retain her life, it was merely a brief pause. Whether she could regain her vitality depended on herself. As Uxin entered the ancient immortals' remnant land of Flower Valley in her final moments, the mournful whispers seemed to linger in Chun Nan's ears. Do not be sad. Do not grieve. The spiritual energy of Flower Valley is abundant. I will surely be able to resurrect and meet again. A thunderous boom echoed above Flower Valley, and a bolt of lightning shot down from the overcast sky. Chun Zhan flew in the air, striking the Flower Valley with a series of 108 palms, fully activating the ancient immortals' remaining restrictions, completely sealing off Flower Valley. The seas have changed and time has passed, but Chun Nan's heart seemed to remain in that moment from 10,000 years ago. He could not forget, still could not forget. Tears blurred his eyes. As the dragon flew at high speed, Chun Nan suddenly shouted, "I cannot forget." The rolling voice echoed in the vast sky like thunder, startling the three flying dragons, causing them to tremble involuntarily, making everyone on the dragons sway slightly. After the initial shock, everyone glared at Chun Nan but soon noticed that he was now full of tears, staring blankly at the vast earth. Chapter 5. Legends. Guanhao whispered, "Brother Chun, what's wrong with you?" After a long time, Chun Nan finally came back to his senses, wiped his tears, and feigned shock, saying, "That was close. Just now when I was cultivating my mysterious technique, I almost fell into a demonic state. It was truly perilous." Long Wu rolled his eyes at him, saying, "Nonsense." Of course, the group did not believe his explanation of almost falling into a demonic state, but they were too embarrassed to ask further. The little dragon, slightly drunk, opened its eyes curiously, then babbled a lot in dragon language. Seeing that Chun Nan ignored it, it buried its head back into sleep. From then on, Chun Nan continued to gaze down at the earth, carefully distinguishing the mountains and valleys below, comparing them to the terrain from 10,000 years ago, silently shouting in his heart, "I must find the ancient immortal remnant of Flower Valley. No matter what, I need to see it for myself." The Immortal Martial Academy is located 20 miles south of the capital of the state of Jin, and not far from the academy is a beautiful small lake with excellent scenery. The waters rippled, and small boats floated gently. Some young people were rowing on the lake, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. The academy and the small lake are surrounded by woods, making it very quiet, and one can feel the abundance of spiritual energy here. Truly a great place for cultivation. Chun Nan, Kevin, and others arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy before sunset. The three flying dragons circled down, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the academy. Soon, several students, both male and female, came out to greet them. When they saw the little dragon on the back of the flying dragon, they were surprised and opened their mouths wide, unable to understand why everyone had brought a non-flying little dragon with them. The students of the Immortal Martial Academy were very polite. After confirming the identities of Chun Nan and the others, one of them quickly went inside to report. The remaining ones expressed their apologies to Chun Nan and the others, explaining that the academy had no dragon riders and therefore no dragon habitat. Kevin and the others naturally would not make things difficult for them. Under their master's command, the three flying dragons flew toward the distant mountains, but the little dragon still clung to Chun Nan as before, unwilling to leave. Looking at the adorable little dragon, which reeked of alcohol, the students of the Immortal Martial Academy could not help but laugh. Several girls curiously approached to touch its scales, causing the little dragon to show signs of discontent, but fortunately, it did not throw a tantrum, merely dodging a few times innocently. In the end, with the agreement of those girls overflowing with affection, the little dragon was brought into the Immortal Martial Academy. The Immortal Martial Academy is grand in scale and has a history of over 700 years since its establishment. Its reputation can rival that of the Divine Wind Academy, naturally possessing its unique merits. The architectural style here is ancient yet generous, adhering to the consistent tradition of the East, revealing brilliance within the ordinary. As they walked into one courtyard after another, the stumbling little dragon attracted countless onlookers, and the little drunkard quickly became a star. Soon, everyone noticed an interesting phenomenon. When the male students of the Immortal Martial Academy approached the little dragon, it would always emit disgruntled grunts. When female students approached, it initially seemed displeased, but soon accepted their touches and even appeared to enjoy them. This made everyone chuckle, and Long Wu patted the little dragon's head, saying, "I heard that holy dragons have a habit of collecting treasures, and now you've learned to drink and started to indulge in beauty. You're almost covered in wine, lust, and wealth. I knew you wouldn't learn anything good from that scoundrel. You've almost picked up all his rogue habits." The little dragon blinked its big eyes and let out a few woo-woo sounds, seemingly protesting. Everyone found it somewhat amusing. The little dragon was too anthropomorphized, just like a cute little baby. As Chun Nan, Long Wu, and others entered the sixth courtyard, an old man with white hair and beard came out laughing heartily. And Kevin, Long Wu, and others hurried forward to pay their respects. "Hello, Teacher Yang." "Hello, Senior Yang." A person of medium build, dressed in purple, appeared to be in his 60s, with a smiling face that looked kind and approachable. He said with a smile, "I arrived here ahead of you due to some matters, so I didn't travel with you. Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" Kevin replied, "No." However, Long Wu said, "How could there be none, little dragon?" "Oh," the old man in purple exclaimed, noticing little dragons surrounded by the students from the Immortal Martial Academy. He exclaimed, "How did Amy get here?" The group couldn't help but smile as they recounted what happened when they left the Shinkong Academy and mentioned Little Dragon's behavior on the road. The old man in purple nodded with a smile, well aware of Little Dragon's terrifying strength. He glanced at Chun Nan and then at Little Dragon. Chun Nan didn't recognize him, but the old man already knew Chun Nan. The old man in purple was a teacher in the Eastern Martial Arts Department of the Shinkong Academy and had a good relationship with the grandfather of Dongfang Phoenix. He usually wore purple, while the old man from the East preferred blue, which the students of Shinkong Academy jokingly referred to as the colorful duo. On the day Chun Nan stealthily entered the Shinkong Academy and broke into the room of the little princess and Dongfang Phoenix. The old man in purple and Dongfang Phoenix's grandfather were outside the window. If he hadn't stopped Dongfang Phoenix's grandfather, the old man from the East would have rushed in to teach Chun Nan a lesson. He smiled at Chun Nan and said, "You must be the young man with the surname Chun. I've heard the dean mention you, haha." Chun Nan understood his implication. The old man had learned about his past from the vice dean. Kevin hurriedly introduced, "This is Senior Yang Lin from the Eastern Martial Arts Department." Chun Nan respectfully said, "I've met Senior Yang. No need for such formalities. The dean mentioned that you will be a key player in this warm-up match. Do well in the competition in a few days." As they chatted, they walked into the Immortal Martial Academy. Little Dragon wiggled its plump body, swaying behind them. The Immortal Martial Academy covered a vast area, seemingly larger than the Shinkong Academy. The warm-up match was about to begin in a few days, and the participants from the 4 major academies had almost all arrived. To avoid any unexpected incidents before the competition, participants from Shinkong, Huanma, Zhandi, and Immortal Martial Academy rarely showed themselves, staying in their rooms to conserve energy and aiming to compete in peak condition. The place where the Shinkong Academy group stayed featured pavilions, towers, and flowing streams, with a pleasant garden design. The day after Long Wu arrived here, she asked Yang Lin for leave to leave, and several girls joked, "Long the beauty is love-struck and going to meet her lover, haha." Long Wu jokingly scolded, "You little girls, stop talking nonsense. Still won't admit it? Who doesn't know now? You can say whatever you want now. I'll deal with you when brother returns." With Chun Nan absent, Kevin remained composed, while the expressions of the other boys changed. Although they knew Long Wu had no interest in them and that nothing could happen between them, they still felt a bit disappointed. Perhaps this was what they called a common male affliction. Ever since discovering that the land of Jin was part of the ancient Huaxiao land a myriad of years ago, Chun Nan could no longer find peace in his heart. After arriving at the Immortal Martial Academy, he shut himself in, carefully recalling where the ancient immortal ruins from that year might be. Shortly after Long Wu left, Chun Nan also asked Yang Lin for leave, saying he wanted to go out for a bit. After assuring him he would return before the warm-up match started, Yang Lin approved his departure. Chun Nan rode on Little Dragon as it soared into the sky, flying southward toward Jin. Today, to prepare for the journey, he intentionally limited the little drunkard's alcohol intake, only allowing it to drink 2 or 3 jars. Passing through the continuous Taiying Mountains, Chun Nan thought of his father, Chun Zhan's, unmatched might. Back then, when Chun Zhan faced the world's strongest, he was besieged by 3 immensely powerful individuals in the Taiying Mountains. Forced into a corner, he drew the Ho Yi Bao 3 times, killing 3 unparalleled masters in a single day, shaking the world and ensuring everyone remembered this young, extraordinary powerhouse. Of course, that battle was merely the beginning. In the following years, Chun created one legend after another. Legends say he once climbed the floating peak to battle immortals and then left calmly. Legends say he once roamed the East Sea, plucking the dragon's reverse scales. Legends say he once shattered the void with his martial prowess, but turned and retreated. Chapter 6. Kunlun One by One. The legends shone like a dazzling rainbow across the land, overshadowing the sun and moon in the sky. In the cultivation realm, Chun was the pinnacle powerhouse. The carefree king of Huaxia, the strongest nation in the immortal fantasy continent. Chun's astonishing talent and illustrious background made the Chun family seem like the #1 family in the world. The myths he created back then are hard to describe in just a few words. He was the most legendary figure of that era. It was precisely because the Chun family held supreme glory, surrounded by endless halos, that Chun felt a heavy pressure from a young age. Although he showed early promise as a youth, it was taken for granted by the world. If he could not become the strongest among his peers, it would be abnormal. During the 4 years from 16 to 20, an accident caused him to fall from genius to mediocrity, and the immense pressure left him in unbearable pain. The strong wind hit his face, and a chill surged toward Chun, waking him from his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Little Dragon had already flown to the highest peak of the Taiyang Mountains, where a thin layer of snow had settled on the summit. Little Dragon flew south, and the scenery of mountains and rivers quickly retreated beneath them. After 10,000 years, the peaks had shifted, rivers had changed course. And while the ground's features were not unrecognizable, they had changed significantly. Chun carefully discerned, searching for the relics from 10,000 years ago. Closer, finally closer. He had finally arrived at the magnificent Kunlun Mountains, where the ancient immortal ruins he sought lay ahead in that land of immortals. Kunlun Mountain, with an average elevation of several thousand meters, had peaks and valleys with vast differences in altitude, creating a unique landscape with varying climates in the same region. Peaks and valleys below 3,000 meters were lush and beautiful, with verdant trees on the mountains and flowers competing in the valleys, making many places feel like spring all year round. Meanwhile, peaks above 5,000 or 6,000 meters were covered in snow year-round, with snow-capped mountains rising abruptly among the undulating ranges. On the eternally snow-covered mountains grew the precious snow lotus, a treasure of the snow mountains. Majestic Kunlun, imposing and grand, where silver and green coexist. From a distance, the Kunlun Mountains appeared lush and vibrant below the waist, full of spring, while above the waist, snow blanketed the mountains in a sea of white. Such a magnificent and magical scene attracted many cultivators to seek seclusion here. Several ancient sects from the eastern continent were located among these mountains. Legends say that in the distant past, this was the land of immortals, where many immortals practiced in the dreamlike Kunlun Mountains. The legend was not without basis, for the place Chun was searching for was indeed an ancient immortal ruin. Upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, Chun instructed Little Dragon to slow down and fly close to the forest. The mountain was filled with exotic flowers and fragrant herbs, with various rare birds and beasts jumping about, making it truly a paradise. Crossing one peak after another and passing through several valleys, a peak over 7,000 meters appeared before Chun's eyes. He was filled with excitement and murmured, "The Chaitian Peak is just ahead. Haha, I finally found it." Chun exclaimed, seemingly going crazy as he sat on Little Dragon's back, shaking its head vigorously. Little Dragon looked back at him with a wronged expression, letting out a dissatisfied woo sound as if protesting. "Little Dragon, quickly fly over this peak. Our destination is finally within reach." Chaitian Peak shot up into the clouds like a sharp sword, the mountain covered in silver, creating a world of ice and snow. The flowing clouds and mist swirl around the peaks, surging like an ethereal aura, truly resembling a paradise. Little Dragon flaps its wings and rushes into the sky, soaring to the highest peak against the biting cold wind. Although the air at high altitude is incredibly thin, it feels as sharp as a knife against the skin. The icy airflow makes Chun feel as if his blood is congealing. Fortunately, his strength is profound, otherwise he would have frozen into a popsicle long ago. Little Dragon dives down from the summit, and as the altitude decreases, the temperature gradually rises, bringing a refreshing feeling to both the human and the dragon. The warm current gradually intoxicates Little Dragon, which squints its eyes and spreads its wings to glide freely. Below is a low mountain range, and as the human and dragon reach the ground, they immediately sense the rich spiritual energy of the place. The area is lush with greenery, fragrant flowers, and chirping birds, presenting a delightful landscape, a beautiful scene akin to a fairyland. Chunnin rolls off Little Dragon's back and steps forward, feeling exceptionally excited. Beyond the hill ahead lies the ancient, immortal relic site, the 100-Flower Valley, that he has longed for since his resurrection. He has wished countless times in his heart to come here one day to see it for himself. Although he no longer holds any fantasies, the lingering feelings still make him hope for a miracle. Little Dragon curiously follows behind Chunnan, sensing the dense spiritual energy of the ancient, immortal relic site, swaying its plump body and murmuring incessantly. After crossing the small hill ahead, a stunning little valley appears before Chunnan, with a rich and fragrant aroma wafting towards him. From a distance, the valley is ablaze with colors, a riot of blooming flowers. A small stream flows gently out of the valley, its water crystal clear, with variously colored pebbles beneath, and fish happily swimming about, creating a harmonious and lively scene. "I'm here, 100-Flower Valley." Chunnan's voice is a bit choked. Little Dragon looks at his sorrowful expression, feeling quite puzzled, and leans its massive dragon head over, blinking its big eyes while observing Chunnan. Chunnan gently pushes it away and takes a step forward. Upon reaching the valley entrance, the fragrant aroma becomes even more intense. Inside the beautiful 100-Flower Valley, besides the colorful and exotic flowers, there are many unknown, strange little trees. The varieties of the small trees differ, but none exceed 2 meters in height, all sparkling brilliantly, seemingly carved from green jade, shining with a faint treasure-like glow. Various small trees filled with spiritual energy are dotted among the flowers, making the little valley appear even more beautiful. The jade-like small trees are adorned with fruits of various colors. Even from a distance, one can catch whiffs of their delightful fragrance. Little Dragon excitedly flares its nostrils, squints its big eyes, revealing an expression of intoxication. With its innate sharp senses, it has already detected that the fruits on the small trees are extraordinary and exceptionally precious. It shows a joyful expression and happily lets out a woo-woo sound. Wobbling forward, just as Chunnan is about to stop it, Little Dragon suddenly accelerates, charging ahead. "Dragon baby, come back. Don't rush in." But Little Dragon's eyes are filled with those colorful, strange fruits, and it doesn't hear his words, rushing straight in. A sudden change occurs. Just as Little Dragon steps half a pace into the valley, a tremendous force knocks it back out. Little Dragon's massive body flies back with a whoosh and crashes to the ground with a thud. The hidden force in the valley seems to only block intruders and has no intention of causing harm. After falling to the ground, Little Dragon quickly gets back up. Its eyes flash with strange light, and it charges forward again, only to be knocked back again by the same powerful force. After several attempts, Little Dragon seems a bit irritated, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful wave of energy in the form of lightning. With a loud boom, the lightning strikes the valley entrance, producing a dazzling light before disappearing without a trace. Little Dragon, somewhat annoyed, intensifies its efforts and releases a large area of shimmering wind blades. But the brilliant wind blades also have no effect when they hit the valley entrance, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that Little Dragon 1T get hurt, Chunnan doesn't stop it anymore. He wants to see if the ancient immortal formation here still retains its power after countless years. At this moment, Little Dragon seems very angry, wildly unleashing wave after wave of magical attacks into the valley. But the immense magical energy is silently dissolved the moment it enters the valley, having no effect whatsoever. Although Chunnan already knew that the ancient immortal formation possessed immense power, he is still shocked at this moment. The violent magical attacks of a 5th-tier holy dragon should not be underestimated, yet they have no effect before the ancient formation, which is enough to demonstrate the formation's great power. Little Dragon has stopped its attacks, showing a look of unwillingness. It looks at Chunnan with a wronged expression, continuously making ee-a-a-a-a sounds, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction. Chunnan is beginning to really like the little dragon before him, although its strength is terrifying. It is full of dependence on him, seemingly not just following him out of momentary interest. Chunnan affectionately pats Little Dragon's head and says, "Don't be angry. This place is not as simple as you imagine. It's not an ordinary valley. This is an ancient immortal relic site, with immortal formations left behind by ancient immortals. Even 5th-tier experts find it hard to shake even a little." When Little Dragon hears the words ancient immortal, Its eyes light up, as if it understands something. Nodding at Chun Nan, no longer showing any signs of frustration. You also know about ancient immortals? Little dragon nods, then shakes its tail and gestures. Chun Nan takes a while to understand its meaning. It is describing the power and fearfulness of immortals. I didn't expect you to know about such transcendent beings as immortals. Little dragon displays an expression of course, then begins to drool over the strange fruits in the valley. Chun Nan looks at its amusing appearance, wanting to laugh, but unable to. Ever since arriving at the 100-Flower Valley, his heart has been in turmoil, with no sense of reassurance. Looking at the sea of flowers in the valley, he seems to see the beautiful and sorrowful face of Yuexine, causing him to feel pain, bitterness, and astringency in his heart. Gradually, he falls into memories of the past. Chapter 7. Reunion. Some people may be very ordinary, living a life of mediocrity, while others may be extraordinary, accompanying an extraordinary life to the end. For these two types of people, whether ordinary or extraordinary, life is always relatively uneventful. The ordinary have long since become numb to mediocrity, while the extraordinary have long since adapted to being extraordinary, with life continuing along an unchanging path. If one is born ordinary, then living a mundane life for a lifetime may not be a form of happiness. But matters in the world are always that complex. Many situations are beyond the control of those involved, with countless unaccountable and serendipitous events happening to people, occurring around everyone. If the heavens bestow a person with excellent talent, allowing them to show promise at a young age, then that person's future path seems to be illuminated with brightness. However, the affairs of the world are always unpredictable. A person's fate may change in an instant. When someone high above suddenly falls from colorful clouds, the sense of loss in their heart is easy to imagine. For the heavens, this may just be a minor operational error, but for a young person who has achieved success and is full of ambition, this could be the most tragic thing. At the age of 16, Chun Nan's cultivation inexplicably stagnated and then began to decline sharply, which was like a bolt from the blue for him. If a person starts off being very ordinary, then even if they remain ordinary for a lifetime, they will not feel any discomfort, nor will they feel pain because of it. But for someone who was once praised as a genius, suddenly falling into mediocrity is a pain greater than death. A genius becoming an ordinary person in an instant is a transformation that no one can accept. The extraordinary suddenly returns to the ordinary. The genius suddenly becomes mediocre. Chun Nan faced a tremendous change and was nearly driven mad, desperately practicing his skills. But the facts once again proved that he had truly become useless, accustomed to being surrounded by glory and flattering words. The enormous gap left him with thoughts of ending his life. In the following year, he spent his days in a daze, feeling that life had suddenly lost its color. Unwilling to accept mediocrity, yet only able to be mediocre. The cold mockery had left him numb, and the bitter, lonely torment had become a part of his life. The once colorful world of Chun Nan turned gray and dull. The drastic change caused his life path to deviate further from its original track. At the height of his despair, his father gently sighed. Life needs tempering. Suffering is also a valuable asset. But by then, he had long lost his former ambition. And as his skills regressed, his confidence seemed to have been extinguished as well. His mother advised him to travel the world and slowly let go of the burdens in his heart. Chun Nan heeded his mother's advice and began to explore famous mountains and rivers, leaving footprints in many places across the enchanting continent. Meeting is a kind of fate. Continuous encounters after parting are a rare coincidence. Yinding Mountain is renowned as the famous mountain on the sea and the best in the world. Known as the first mountain in southeastern Huaxia, Yinding Mountain got its name from the lake on the top of the ridge, with reeds growing thickly, forming a marsh where autumn geese rest. Chun Nan visited famous mountains and ancient sites not for enjoyment, but merely to relieve the depression in his heart. Half a year later, he arrived at Yinding Mountain, and the beautiful scenery made him feel refreshed, causing him to linger there for more than 10 days. The scenery was stunning, with countless peaks, caves, and waterfalls distributed among the mountains, and some had sighed, to fully appreciate the wonders of Yinding, one must be a fairy. During those 10 days, Chun Nan wandered through various picturesque spots, and during this time, he inadvertently spotted a girl, but each time he only saw her extremely beautiful silhouette. In this breathtaking mountain, it was not surprising to see tourists, but coincidentally, the girl's route for viewing the scenery seemed to match Chun Nan's. Just one in front and the other behind. Several times, Chunnan couldn't help but want to approach the girl and greet her, but each time he held back. Meeting by chance seemed a bit abrupt if he approached rashly. Furthermore, in his current mindset, he was unwilling to engage in conversation with anyone, completely in a state of denial. On the 7th time he saw the girl's back, she stopped in front of him, revealing an incredibly beautiful face, untouched by any worldly breath, like a fairy that had descended. Dressed in white, with flowing hair, a pair of lively, beautiful eyes were staring at him unblinkingly. Her unparalleled beauty showing a hint of displeasure. Bad person, why do you always follow me? The girl looked adorably angry, pouting like a child. But it was not an act. From her bright eyes, it was clear that this was entirely natural. A person's eyes are the window to their soul, and the girl's eyes were as clear as spring water and as bright as stars, indicating that she was a very innocent girl, facing that stunningly beautiful face. Chunnan felt a shock. Such beauty in this deep mountain seemed like a spirit or a fairy. Why not say it's you who keeps appearing in front of me for no reason? Bad person, don't make excuses for yourself. I don't want you to follow me. There are 2 paths here, leading in opposite directions. Let us each take one. Ahead was a fork in the road, and the girl took the lead down one path. Chunnan smiled and walked towards the other path. The 2 parted ways. Chunnan looked back once and then strode forward. She was definitely a girl who had not experienced much of the world, seemingly retaining the innocence of childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't refer to someone who had followed her for 7 or 8 days as just a bad person. Such a pure and elegant girl seemed to belong to another realm. Her innocent words and naive behavior showed that she was completely unaware of worldly matters. Chunnan shook his head and continued to explore the wonders of Yindang Mountain. He thought he would miss the girl from then on, and their chance meeting would become a pleasant memory. But sometimes, one really has to believe in fate. 5 days later, they unexpectedly met again. Both were somewhat surprised, and the girl curiously asked, "What a coincidence. How did I run into you again?" "Yeah, it really is a coincidence." The girl thought seriously for a moment and said, "Bad person, are you deliberately following me? We took different paths that day, and now we are coming from opposite directions. This is a meeting, not stalking." The girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, saying, "That is indeed the case, but my master said not to trust anyone in this world. Who knows if you intentionally went ahead?" The girl's skin was as white as snow, and in this beautiful setting, she truly resembled a fairy from the jade pool. But her serious expression showed she was a naive little girl, and her innocent words made Chunnan chuckle. "Haha, your master said not to trust anyone. But do you believe what your master says?" "Of course I believe it. I only trust my master's words, but my master is no longer here." The girl's stunning face revealed a hint of sadness, and her voice grew softer. Chunnan had already guessed the situation and gently asked, "Do you have no other relatives besides your master?" "Why would I tell you if I didn't?" In fact, not everyone in this world is a bad person. The girl seemed to quickly shake off her earlier sadness, looking at Chunnan earnestly and saying, "I also think you don't seem like a bad person. But it has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving." "Wait, can I know your name?" In a society full of deceit, encountering such a pure girl who retained a childlike heart truly surprised Chunnan, and he couldn't resist asking her name. The girl blinked her lively big eyes and said seriously, "I don't want to tell strangers." "All right, be careful on the road. Your master's words have some truth. Really don't trust anyone easily." Chunnan felt a bit worried. Such an innocent girl could easily be deceived and harmed. "Thank you, but I want to go into towns. My master is right. The people there are all bad. I only go to places with mountains and rivers." These words confirmed Chunnan's guess. The girl had lived in the mountains for a long time and had not been exposed to the outside world. Such an environment allowed her to maintain her innocence. Watching the girl lightly walk away, Chunnan waved and said, "Be careful on the road. I hope we can meet again." The girl looked back and said, "The world is so big, we definitely want to meet again." Then she playfully smiled like a child, saying, "If we can meet again, I'll tell you my name." Looking at her ethereal back, Chunnan smiled. The girl's candid words seemed to lighten his troubled heart considerably. The next day, Chunnan also left Yindang Mountain, heading south, where he enjoyed the folk customs of the vast grasslands. He saw strange tribes in the southern Hung Mountains. Finally, after lingering in the fairyland-like Kunlun for several days, he began to return. In nearly a year, he visited countless famous mountains and rivers, and it seemed he had truly begun to let go of the burdens in his heart, no longer feeling as downcast as before. It has been nearly a year since he left home, and he decided to go back and take a look. While passing by Yindang Mountain, Chen couldn't help but stop. Over the past year, he had climbed many famous mountains, and Yinding Mountain was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding ones. With its peculiar peaks, strange rocks, ancient caves, and flowing waterfalls, all showcasing beautiful scenery. Walking into Yinding Mountain for the second time, he was once again deeply attracted by its wonders. The cliffs were steep and towering. The lush forests and secluded valleys were winding and meandering. The waterfalls cascaded, and the clear pond sparkled. After standing for a long time in front of a waterfall, he walked down along the riverbank. Downstream, the rushing river gradually calmed, and the unnamed wildflowers on both banks emitted bursts of fragrance, which deeply enchanted Chen. Just as he was feeling relaxed and content, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. A girl, like a sprite or fairy, was wading barefoot by the river, her smooth, jade-like feet glistening alluringly. It was the same innocent girl he had encountered several times in Yinding Mountain 3 months ago. The girl seemed to have just emerged from the water, with droplets still clinging to her slightly damp hair, and her pure and beautiful face shone like a lotus flower emerging from the rippling waves. Seeing someone coming from upstream, the girl hurriedly fled the water and quickly put on her shoes. When she recognized Chen upon closer inspection, her mouth fell open in surprise. "It's you." "Hee. It's me. Can you finally tell me your name now?" The girl felt a bit shy, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Why are you here again?" "I passed by Yinding Mountain and couldn't help but come in for a visit again." "Ah, so that's how it is. Just like me. You still haven't told me your name." The girl broke into a radiant smile and said, "My name is Uxian. I was found by my master in a flower bush on a rainy night." Her sweet smile and gentle words made Chen feel a pang in his heart. An abandoned child, she grew up in the deep mountains with her master, having no playmates or friends, only her master who had since passed away. "My name is Chen. I hope we can become friends." "Friends?" The girl's smile faded, and she spoke softly. "I have never had a friend. My master is gone, and it's just me now. If you want, we can be friends from now on." He felt an impulse to protect this girl for a lifetime. Her background was too pitiful, and Chen was filled with pity for her. "Hee. Okay, I finally have a friend." Uxian quickly shook off her sad emotions. But the more she did this, the more Chen felt a sense of heartache. He walked over, gently embraced her, affectionately patted her back, and said, "From now on, I will take care of you like a little sister and won't let you suffer any harm." Uxian became a bit flustered, lightly struggled, and an immense force suddenly surged toward Chen, pushing him back nearly half a meter. Chen was secretly astonished. This girl actually harbored a terrifyingly powerful inner strength within her. Uxian said seriously, "I'm sorry, my master said that I shouldn't let men touch me." Chen laughed and said, "Silly girl, you don't understand your master's words. Some men are indeed bad, but not all men are like that. Come with me and leave the mountains. I'll take you to see the outside world and show you how people interact." "I don't want to go, and you shouldn't go either, okay? We just became friends, and I don't want to lose you so soon." "Why? If you see the outside world, you'll understand many things." "I'm a bit scared. My master said that people outside are very bad and told me to stay in the mountains and avoid towns." Chen understood that the girl's master knew she had a pure heart and was afraid she would be taken advantage of, which is why she warned her like this. Although this kind of protection was very unwise, it still showed the master's care for her. "With me to protect you, no one can harm you. But I'm still a bit scared. My master said that people outside will eat you without spitting out the bones. Although some ugly things often happen between people, it's not all as your master said. You'll understand once you're outside." "Really? But I think it's great to stay in the mountains. Why do I have to go out?" Although the scenery in the mountains is beautiful and free from the noise of the world, the outside world is also very exciting. If a person is detached from the entire human society, their life will be imperfect and lacking in many joys. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Uxian was clearly moved. What she thought showed on her face, unlike ordinary people who hide it in their hearts. "Really? I'll take you to get familiar with town life, and I guarantee you'll like it. I promise I won't let anyone harm you." "Okay, let me think about it. Let's stay in Yinding Mountain for a few more days." Uxian had never entered a town, and her daily needs were exchanged in some remote, small mountain villages. Suddenly having to enter a town and live among many people made her genuinely panic. "Don't be afraid. I told you. I'll protect you." A few days later, after Chen persuasion, Uxian finally left the mountains with him. Chapter 8. Past events. Uxian felt everything was so fresh. It was her first time experiencing town life. The dazzling array of small ornaments by the street captivated her, and the various delicious snacks made her feast. This was a brand new world for her, everything so incredible, and gradually, she really began to like town life. However, due to her lack of common sense, she often made blunders along the way, and Chun-Nen constantly explained to her how to interact with others. Being with her made Chun-Nen feel relaxed. Uxian was untouched by the slightest worldly mundane air. Her innocent words often made Chun-Nen chuckle. Uxian's intelligence and ability to accept new things surprised Chun-Nen. In just a month, she had changed a lot and no longer made any blunders. Although she changed quickly, her innocence remained intact. When Chun-Nen brought her back to the Qin family, Uxian's unparalleled beauty and pure character immediately won great favor from Chun-Nen's parents. If it weren't for Chun-Nen's mother stopping him, Qin would have almost adopted Uxian as his goddaughter at Chun-Nen's request. Although Chun-Nen's mother did not adopt her, she treated Uxian better than her own daughter, and her actions were somewhat selfish. Since Chun-Nen's cultivation had regressed and his physique had undergone a transformation, he hadn't smiled for a long time. However, after returning this time, he often wore a smile, which greatly pleased his mother, who attributed all of this to Uxian and privately regarded her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Upon learning about Uxian's background as an abandoned child, Chun-Nen's mother felt even more affection for her. When Chun-Zhan discovered that Uxian had a powerful inner strength within her, he couldn't help but be moved. Although this inner strength could not be compared to his own, it was already remarkable for a girl of 17 or 18. Through Uxian's narration, it was learned that the powerful inner strength within her was forcibly infused by her master before his passing. Her own abilities were also quite exceptional. And with this powerful inner strength, she was already formidable among the younger generation under 20, comparable to Chun-Nen before his decline in cultivation. Days passed quietly, and Uxian became a member of the Qin family. She grew fond of the warmth of family life. Aside from the first month when she expressed a desire to return to the mountains, she never brought it up again. Being intelligent, she gradually became familiar with interpersonal interactions and understood the simplicity and complexity of human nature, the simple exterior and the complex interior. She recalled the words her master had said to her in the past, and only now did she understand their true meaning. Having seen and heard much, and gained a deeper understanding, Yusin no longer gave the impression of being naive, innocent, and inexperienced as she once did. Yet, that purity and innocence remained, and her wisdom and kindness made everyone in the Qin family adore her immensely. She had a special feeling for Chun-Nen. He had brought her into a whole new world and allowed her to engage with the human society she had once feared. In fact, she was very willing to spend time with Chun-Nen. After all, he was her first friend in this world and the one she trusted the most. Qin's mother watched as the two grew closer and enjoyed each other's company, and a look of relief appeared on her face. Yusin had been in the Chun residence for over a year, and Chun-Nen's cultivation remained stagnant, unable to return to its former state. Yet his mindset was no longer as despondent as before. Yusin's pure and optimistic personality deeply influenced him. She had bravely left her familiar mountain life to enter the strange world she had once feared, so why couldn't he let go of his burdens and start anew? He was indeed slowly changing, seemingly beginning to forget the martial arts that had once defined his life. Time passed quietly, and another year went by. Chun-Nen and Yusin spent day and night together, and a vague feeling seemed to develop between them, a complex emotion that combined familial love, friendship, and a hint of romance. If nothing unexpected happened, their relationship might naturally evolve into love, or they might continue to interact in this complicated emotional state. However, one event completely changed this dynamic. When Chun-Nen was very young, his parents arranged a marriage for him with the daughter of another prominent family. This family was not only well known in the cultivation world, but also held significant power in Huaxia, making the match quite suitable. A few years ago, Chun-Nen was considered a leading figure among the younger generation, but after an unexpected incident, he seemingly lost all his brilliance. News of his decline in martial prowess spread widely, bringing with it a wave of ridicule. Chun-Nen's mother keenly sensed that the prominent family with whom they had an engagement had grown reluctant about the marriage and ceased to mention it, possibly letting the engagement dissolve. Chun-Zhan was a man of great wisdom and did not dwell on this matter. Chun-Nen's mother was also open-minded, believing that since the other party was unwilling, it was best to let it go. However, the other side continued to delay, never making a clear statement. It wasn't until the head of that family brought his daughter to visit that the engagement finally reached a conclusion. Chun-Zhan, being a martial genius and the carefree king of Huaxia, held some sway over the family head. Although he was reluctant to marry his daughter to someone whose martial arts had declined, he did not express this directly upon meeting. Instead, he seemed to want to convey his sentiments through his daughter. However, the young lady of the prominent family appeared overly arrogant and self-centered, making decisions without much thought. Ignoring her father's advice, she aimed to resolve the unsatisfactory marriage in her own way. Young people have their own circles. The young lady rented a mansion and organized a gathering for the elite youths, many of whom were admirers of hers. At this gathering, she boldly declared that her future husband must be a hero and she would never marry a useless person. This was clearly directed at Chen Nan. Although she didn't name him explicitly, many young elites joined in the uproar, claiming that with her beauty, how could she marry a useless person? Even if she were willing to demean herself, they would not agree. Those who joined in the mockery were all arranged by the young lady, intending to embarrass Chen Nan, to make him lose face and privately suggest breaking off the engagement. Sometimes, clever people can act foolishly, and this young lady was one such case. Had she privately expressed her feelings to Chen Nan, there would have been no unexpected fallout. The Chen family had not actively proposed to dissolve the marriage out of consideration for the woman's dignity, as it would be embarrassing for her if the man initiated the breakup. The young lady's reckless actions indeed made Chen Nan feel extremely humiliated, filling him with rage. Such an insult would be unbearable for any man, especially one who had once been regarded as the number one among the younger generation. Once high and mighty, he was now insulted in such a way, trampling on his dignity. Chen Nan almost lost his temper. He gripped his sword 3 times and released it 3 times, ultimately holding back. Such a woman was not worth it. Human relationships are very realistic, and it was clear that he and this woman could never be together. Acting out of impulse would only make him a laughingstock. Ants, being weak and insignificant, are ignored and casually trampled upon by passers-by. Chen Nan, with his martial arts half-crippled and no bright future, found that his silence only made him appear cowardly in the eyes of those young elites, and many made sarcastic remarks. Speaking disrespectfully, the young lady was immensely pleased and became even more brazen, transitioning from veiled insults to outright declarations. She walked right up to Chen Nan, speaking softly yet arrogantly. "Chen Nan, I will not marry you. I do not wish for my husband to be a useless person." Slap, slap. 2 crisp slaps echoed almost simultaneously in the hall, and the scene fell silent as all eyes turned to them. The first slap was Chen Nan's response to the young lady. He spoke calmly. If a woman is only beautiful on the outside, she is merely a vase. He casually threw a vase from a nearby table to the ground, saying, "Do you see? A broken vase is not pleasant to look at. Its insides are not as smooth and beautiful as its surface. In fact, they are quite rough. A vase is merely made from dirty clay, ultimately just a decoration." The second slap was delivered by Yusin to the young lady, and it was loud. Although she was innocent and kind, seeing Chen Nan so insulted infuriated her. When she saw Chen Nan strike out, she instinctively followed suit. Her words were soft and gentle. One must understand self-respect and self-love. Chen Nan's mother had already subtly informed Yusin about the engagement and its ambiguous status, so Yusin was well aware of the situation. Though she was pure and kind, she was no longer the naive girl of the past. Her intelligence allowed her to grasp the meaning behind Chen's mother's words. Receiving slaps from both of them, the young lady could hardly believe what was happening, and it took her a while to regain her composure. She touched her swollen cheek and shrieked, "You dare to hit me? You useless person dare to slap me. I will kill you." She seemed to go mad and lunged at Chen Nan. At this moment, Yusin, with her cultivation level already rare among the younger generation, knew Chen Nan's skills had declined and feared he might be hurt, so she stepped forward first. She waved her delicate hand and pulled the young lady aside, causing her to trip and fall to the ground, eliciting laughter from the hall. Yusin discreetly extended a finger from her sleeve, releasing a burst of energy that sealed a vital point on the young lady, rendering her unable to move. Several young men who admired the young lady rushed over to help her up when they saw her lying on the ground. At this moment, the young lady's face turned ashen. The embarrassment of such a public humiliation felt worse than death. Chen Nan looked at Yusin and smiled, surprised that she, once so innocent, would also engage in little tricks. Indeed, the environment influences people. However, he felt very pleased. He used to worry that she would suffer because of others. But now it seemed she had fully understood the complexities of human nature. and he no longer needed to worry about her. Chen Nan, you dare to treat me like this? The young lady glared at Chen Nan before turning her fierce gaze onto Yuxian. She gritted her teeth, and only then did she notice Yuxian's celestial beauty, which filled her with immense jealousy. Chen Nan coldly replied, "We are family friends. I'm just disciplining you on behalf of your father. Moreover, I announce that the engagement between us is hereby dissolved, and we have no further relationship." You. The young lady was furious, never expecting Chen Nan to be so straightforward as to publicly break off the engagement in front of everyone. Although she had always wanted to annul the engagement, she had thought that the one to announce it should be her. Now, being preempted by him made her feel utterly humiliated. You all kill him for me." The young lady shouted at the few aristocratic youths beside her. The group exchanged glances. Although they were formidable and of noble lineage, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on Chen Nan. Helping the young lady embarrass him earlier was already their limit. Who in the world didn't know that the head of the Chen family, Chen Zhan, was unparalleled? With countless legends surrounding him, he was the most legendary figure of this era. Who would dare to provoke him? Seeing that none of them stepped forward, the young lady grew even angrier and said to Chen Nan, You worthless piece of trash. Who would want to marry you? Even if you didn't say anything, I would have annulled the engagement." Yuxian stepped forward and said, "Everyone has seen your outstanding performance. Chen Nan will definitely not marry you, because he will marry me in the near future." Everyone in the hall was stunned. At this gathering of aristocratic youths, the most dazzling and captivating figure was not the young lady who was engaged to Chen Nan, nor the famous young heroes, but Yuxian. A stunning beauty like a fairy. She was free from any worldly dust. Her unmatched beauty left everyone in awe, and her ethereal aura enchanted everyone. Many people's gazes had never left her from the beginning. At this moment, hearing her words, everyone felt a deep sense of loss, filled with both jealousy and envy towards Chen Nan. The young lady initially hadn't noticed Yuxian until she received a slap in the face and realized her presence. Looking at this extraordinary woman who outshone her in every aspect, she felt genuine jealousy. Who are you? Why are you here? I didn't invite you." Yuxian didn't answer, pulling Chen Nan to walk outside the hall together. Having been pampered since childhood, but repeatedly suffering setbacks today and now being ignored, the young lady was overwhelmed with anger and fainted. After leaving the hall, Chen Nan softly said, "Thank you, Yuxian. Isn't that too polite?" Yuxian chuckled and said, "Do you think I've turned bad? Did I go a bit overboard today?" "No, not at all," Chen Nan replied. "I always thought you were too innocent and too kind. Always worried you would suffer losses. But today I realized you can protect yourself now, and I no longer need to worry about you." Yuxian playfully smiled and said, "You're indirectly saying I've turned bad. Hee, I think that woman is really bad, so I couldn't help but teach her a lesson." Thinking of the young lady's embarrassing appearance earlier, Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh and said, Let's go home." The engagement between Chen Nan and the young lady was dissolved, and the uproar at the gathering came to an end. Chen Nan and Yuxian had known each other for over 2 years, and after that gathering, their relationship became clear. This was something Chen's mother was very pleased with. The two young people, enjoying each other's company, didn't have any grand declarations of love. They felt that as long as they were happy together, that was enough. A simple and ordinary life was the true essence. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps in a year or so, Chen's mother would seize the opportunity to arrange their marriage. Chapter 9. The Demon King. At the time when Chen Nan's martial arts were nearly crippled, he was in a state of despair, suffering in solitude and tasting bitterness in desperation, until he met the joyful girl Yuxian in the mountains, like a fairy. His gloomy sky finally saw a ray of light, and his heart gradually returned to its original state. Everything was just beginning, yet it was about to end hastily. Chen Zhan was the most legendary figure of this era. It was said that he once climbed the legendary floating peak and fought against immortals, retreating calmly, his fame spreading to every corner of the immortal fantasy continent. His invincible reputation and supreme glory naturally provoked some top masters' discontent. In the beginning, many deeply skilled top experts frequently challenged him. Among these challengers were both well-known senior experts and gifted hermits. Even some legendary cultivators who were about to ascend to the immortal realm sought him out. However, as one after another was defeated, fewer and fewer dared to challenge the Chun residents. But this did not mean that no one came to challenge. A legendary demon king sent a challenge letter. 170 years ago, the unparalleled master of the evil path, Dongfang Shaodian, swept across the world, invincible. No matter whether they were peak martial artists or accomplished cultivators, no one could contend with him. Countless top experts fell at his hands. That era was Dongfang Xiaoyan's era. No one could stand against him. Who in the world can rival the heroes? Was the most accurate portrayal of him, dominating the world, with no one able to resist. Dongfang Xiaoyan entered the extreme cold region in the far north of the immortal fantasy continent 150 years ago, sealing himself in the Ice Valley, and has since remained in seclusion. However, half a month ago, the cultivation world of the immortal fantasy continent suddenly spread the news that the unparalleled master from 150 years ago had emerged from the extreme cold region and was heading south to avenge his only descendant. And this enemy was none other than Qin Zhan, the most legendary peak expert of the immortal fantasy continent today. 10 years ago, Qin Zhan had killed the evil path demon Lord Dongfang Yunfei, who was the great-grandson of the demon king Dongfang Xiaotian. The evil path had gone through great lengths to find the demon king's place of seclusion in the extreme cold region of the immortal fantasy continent. The news of the demon king's return spread like wildfire across the immortal fantasy continent, shocking all cultivators. Dongfang Xiaotian had not appeared for 150 years, and almost everyone believed he had either ascended beyond the void or had aged and died. Many thought the rumors of the demon king's return were mere gossip, but days later, the rumors were confirmed to be true when the most legendary figure of this era, Qin Zhan, confirmed that he had received the demon king's challenge letter, and a decisive battle was set for the 9th day of the 9th month at the summit of Yu Mountain. Two of the strongest figures from different eras were about to engage in a life-and-death battle, and the cultivation world was in an uproar. This would undoubtedly be the most magnificent and spectacular battle in hundreds of years. Since receiving the challenge letter, Qin Zhan remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly not concerned about the imminent life-and-death battle with the demon king Dongfang Xiaotian. The others in the Qin family were deeply worried. After all, Dongfang Xiaotian had been invincible 150 years ago, and his current cultivation should have reached the immortal realm. The fact that he remained in the mortal world suggested that he either had the strength to break through the void or simply did not wish to leave. The 9th day of the 9th month arrived as scheduled, and practitioners of the cultivation world were seen everywhere near Yu Mountain. Countless cultivators from the immortal fantasy continent flocked there. Chen Nan and Yu Xine were also among the crowd, feeling extremely nervous and continuously praying in their hearts. Under the gaze of the multitude, a middle-aged man with purple hair flew in from afar, surrounded by rolling dark clouds, looking like a demon king, coldly gazing down at the crowd below. The whole person exuded an overwhelming aura, with a massive wave of energy radiating from him, shaking the heavens and the earth. His might was astonishing, and his presence was awe-inspiring. On the ground were countless strong warriors, yet each found it difficult to resist the immense pressure. Feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat rising from their hearts, along with an impulse to fall to the ground in submission. The great demon king Dongfang Xiaotian has arrived. Where is Qin Zhan? This person was none other than the legendary great demon king Dongfang Xiaotian, over 200 years old. Everyone was shocked. The invincible powerhouse from 150 years ago was still youthful, showing just how terrifying his cultivation was, having certainly broken through the realm of death and entered the ranks of immortals. Such a person should have no reason to remain in this space. Qin Zhan's wife was an exceptionally wise woman, well-traveled and experienced. Upon seeing the invincible demeanor of the great demon king, she immediately realized that his cultivation was certainly not inferior to Qin Zhan's, and she couldn't help but worry for her husband. Chen Nan and Yu Xine were also extremely worried, silently praying in their hearts. Qin Zhan smiled and said, "You don't need to worry. There is no one in this world who can kill me." His words exuded immense confidence. After speaking, Qin Zhan flew straight up from the ground. The people below immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. As Qin Zhan took to the air, the immense pressure emanating from him felt like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. If Dongfang Xiaotian was a great demon king, then Qin Zhan was an invincible war god. Good. I haven't set foot in the human world for 150 years, and I didn't expect such a character to appear. Dongfang Xiaotian exclaimed 3 goods, showing how much he valued this peerless junior. Qin Zhan replied, "I have long admired your esteemed name, and it is truly an honor to meet you today." Dongfang Xiaotian's eyes emitted 2 beams of purple light as he coldly said, "No need to flatter me. After all, I am just a mundane person. When I heard that my only descendant was killed by your hand, I could hardly bear it. After more than 100 years of cultivating my mind, I still cannot suppress the urge to kill. Senior is a bold and unrestrained person, and your hatred is openly expressed, which is truly admirable. Dongfang Xiaodian coldly responded, Humph. I am a true mundane person, definitely not a false gentleman. Today, a battle between you and me is inevitable. Are you prepared? All right, please make your move, Senior. Ah, the great demon king let out a roar, his purple hair rising without wind, and a torrent of demonic flames surged from him. The purple demonic flames surrounded him like a raging fire, and the overwhelming aura sent shockwaves through the onlookers below, causing many with lower cultivation to collapse in fear. Energized by his momentum, Chun Zhan's demeanor changed in an instant, with blazing golden light erupting from within him, surrounding him. He stood in the air like a war god, dozens of dazzling golden rays shooting up from around him, piercing the sky. Chun Zhan spoke in a deep voice. All spectators, please leave this place. Retreat as far as you can. His calm words carried immense authority, leaving no room for doubt, and the people on the ground retreated like a tide. After a deafening explosion, the astonishing battle between the two unparalleled powerhouses erupted. A purple and a gold light burst forth from the sky. This was the powerful first strike from both of them, and the immense energy fluctuation seemed to shake the entire world. Many onlookers were knocked to the ground by this tremendous wave, and they quickly retreated again. In the air, sword energy surged and swept in all directions, with the two figures of purple and gold constantly colliding. The watching cultivators were mesmerized, witnessing a martial realm they could hardly aspire to. Both martial artists and cultivators felt an impulse to bow in reverence to the two in the air, as the cultivation they displayed was beyond human power. The rampant demonic flames and the soaring sword energy stirred everyone's hearts. The sheer destructive force of reaching the ultimate martial realm was something they had never dared to imagine before. Two unparalleled powerhouses from different eras turned into two beams of light, entwined in battle, accompanied by the raging demonic flames and sword energy. Trees and rocks below were being toppled, and soon the entire terrain changed dramatically. The moist earth from underground surged up to cover the surface, making the land ripple like waves. In the air, the two supreme powerhouses were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yet neither showed any intention of backing down, flying towards the distant Mount Yu, turning the aerial battle into a mountaintop confrontation. In an instant, the towering Mount Yu suffered devastation, the entire peak shaking and massive boulders flying everywhere. Dongfang Xiaodian unleashed a fierce punch that transformed into a purple fist shadow the size of a house, colliding with Chun Zhan's golden sword energy that extended over 10 zhang. This astonishing strike shattered the peak, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as rocks tumbled down, completely destroying the summit of Mount Yu. This extraordinary battle stirred the hearts of all cultivators. The two great powerhouses continuously shifted the battlefield, moving from the peak of Mount Yu deep into the mountains. The watching cultivators could hardly keep up with their speed. Although they desperately followed, they could only see the terrifying aftermath of the battle. The entire mountain range was in disarray from their rampage, with trees destroyed and peaks flattened, valleys filled in. No one knew the outcome of this battle. By the time everyone arrived, the two had long left the battlefield. Soon it was reported that Chun Zhan returned safely to the Qin family. But he did not disclose the outcome of that battle. Who won or lost was no longer important. Either of the two possessed earth-shattering power, and their battle had opened the eyes of all cultivators. Only Chun Zhan's family knew the result of that battle. Chun Zhan won. In the final blow of their life and death struggle, Chun Zhan struck the Demon King's head with his palm. Though Dongfang Xiaoyan's demonic power was unparalleled, and this palm strike capable of shattering mountains did not take his life. It did send him into a frenzy. His eyes turned blood red, and he went completely mad. When Chun Zhan finally managed to shake him off, he was still rampaging through the mountains, the Demon King driven into madness by that palm strike. His blood-red eyes screamed, "Grandson, great-grandson, I will avenge you." Chun Zhan wanted to subdue him, but he quickly took to the skies, fleeing towards the icy north. Chun Zhan chased for several days, but gradually lost his trace and eventually returned to the Qin family. After defeating the great Demon King, Chun Zhan felt no joy but instead a heavy heart. He had a foreboding sense that his family might be in danger. This ominous feeling stemmed from Dongfang Xiaodian. He sensed that the crazed Demon King would soon come looking for him. The mad Demon King would no longer be rational. If he targeted his family, it would spell disaster. Dongfang Xiaoyan's cultivation was on par with Qin Zhan's, enough to reach the immortal realm, yet he remained in the mortal world. If he went mad seeking revenge, it would be terrifying. Qin Zhan himself was not afraid, but what about his family? After this astonishing battle, Qin Zhan's reputation soared, and he became the foremost figure in the immortal illusion continent. However, from then on, he rarely ventured out and never traveled far. He was waiting for Dongfang Xiaotian to come to him, guarding the safety of his family. He did not share his worries with his family to spare them from constant fear. One misty moonlit night, the thing Qin Zhan feared finally happened. He suddenly sensed an unusually powerful wave, a powerful aura that made one's heart race. But in an instant, it receded like a tide. When Qin Zhan chased out, he only saw a purple shadow flying towards the west, and he was already too late to catch up. When he returned to the Chun residence, he found that his family showed no signs of distress. They did not sense anything unusual. Qin Zhan felt a heaviness in his heart. The unparalleled Demon King had indeed come knocking, and his family was in real danger. That night, the terrifyingly powerful aura reappeared at the Chun residence. Qin Zhan rushed out, but still gained nothing. This continued for 5 days, and on the 6th night, the night of the full moon, that exceptionally powerful and terrifying fluctuation appeared once more. Qin Zhan dashed out quickly, determined to capture the unparalleled Demon King no matter what. If this continued, his family would truly face an accident. Watching the purple shadow about to disappear, Qin Zhan's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light, and he soared into the air like a flash of lightning in pursuit. After Qin Zhan left, a tall figure radiating purple light flashed out from the shadows. Long purple hair swayed without wind, and a strong and terrifying aura emanated from his body. This person was none other than Dongfang Xiaotian, the number 1 of the evil path. At this moment, the invincible Demon King had blood-red eyes and an extremely ferocious expression as he strode towards the Chun residence. The crimson iron gate instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal under his palms, and in the moonlight, his eerie figure exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. The horrifying presence spread throughout the entire Chun residence. Chapter 10. The Angel's Broken Wings. Chun Nen's mother was taking a walk in the backyard, quite far from the front yard. Although she felt something was off, she didn't think much of it. After all, with Qin Zhan's extraordinary martial arts, who would dare to cause trouble here? Yuxian and Chun Nen were chatting in the living room. She sensed that powerful and terrifying aura immediately and hurriedly stood up to shield Qin Nan. Qin Nan, having his martial arts half crippled, did not sense the strong and frightening fluctuation. Yuxian, what are you doing? Seeing Yuxian suddenly turn her back to him and stand in front of him, Qin Nan felt surprised. Yuxian suppressed her unease and said, "Oh, nothing." Saying this, she sat down next to Qin Nan. Seeing Yuxian's distracted expression, Qin Nan felt increasingly puzzled and asked, "Yuxian, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, I was just wondering why Uncle Qin suddenly left and hasn't come back yet." Although Yuxian's nature was no longer as innocent as it was 2 years ago, many things she still would hide deep within her heart. At this moment, an ominous feeling surged within her, all written on her face. Yes, these past few days, Father has been acting strangely, often leaving for no reason. Don't worry. It's nothing. He must have thought of some martial arts problem and is eager to verify it. Just then, the ominous feeling in Yuxian's heart grew stronger. She sensed an unusually terrifying aura permeating the air. A huge danger seemed to be slowly approaching. She finally understood. She had sensed that terrifying fluctuation. The aura that the Demon King Dongfang Xiaotian had released at the foot of the Yu Mountain was just like this. Dongfang Xiaotian had come. The unparalleled Demon King was here for revenge. Yuxian's face turned a bit pale. Now that Qin Zhan was not around, who could stand against this Demon King? "Yuxian, you don't look well. I'll go get you a glass of water." No. Qin Nan, don't leave me. Sit beside me." "Yuxian, what is wrong with you?" I feel a bit cold. Can you sit beside me, please?" Qin Nan did not sense Dongfang Xiaotian's powerful aura and, upon hearing this, sat beside her without getting up. "Qin Nan, if someone wanted to kill me, would you save me?" "Silly girl, why are you saying such foolish things? If someone wants to harm you, they would have to step over my dead body." Yuxian smiled happily, her face full of joy, saying, "I knew you were the best to me in this world. If you were in danger, I would risk my life to keep you alive." Seeing Yuxian's innocent smile, Qin Nan felt warmth in his heart and hurriedly interrupted her, saying, "Don't say such ominous things. I just want you to be happy every day. Happy every day? Yu Xian fell into a daze and said, I have been very happy these past 2 years. Being with you every day makes me feel really joyful. If one day I suddenly leave you, would you think of me? I would. I would feel heartbroken thinking of you. So I will never let you leave me. I want you to be with me forever. If I leave you for a long time, many years later, will you still remember me? Silly girl. Even in the next life, I won't forget you. I promised I would never let you leave me. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian's eyes became slightly moist as she said, decades later, when you grow old, if you can remember a girl named Yu Xian whom you once knew, I would be very happy. Chen Nen noticed Yu Xian's abnormality, gently caressing her jade-like cheek, and softly said, Don't think about such things. Hearing you say that suddenly makes me anxious. We will always be together. I will remember you in every lifetime. No, I just need you to have a little place for me in your heart. Just don't forget me. If one day I leave you, don't always think of me. I want you to live well. Don't say foolish things. Yu Xian pressed her finger against his lips, feeling a bit sad, and said, When you grow old, you must still remember a girl named Yu Xian. At that moment, the door shattered with a loud bang, and Dongfang Xiaotian, disheveled with blood-red eyes, stepped into the living room. The sudden appearance of the unparalleled Demon King shocked Chen Nan, and he immediately stood in front of Yu Xian. But Yu Xian suddenly sealed his acupoint and quickly threw him out the window. She sighed inwardly. Uncle Chun, you must come back quickly, otherwise, Chen Nan won't escape death. Yu Xian forcibly unsealed the seal on her body, and a powerful and sacred aura filled the entire room. At that moment, she appeared as pure as a fairy. Outside the window, Chen Nan couldn't move. He anxiously shouted, Yu Xian, don't. Yu Xian's master, a learned sage, had reached the realm of transformation, but ultimately fell short of entering the immortal realm. Time was merciless, and this nameless martial arts master could not join the ranks of the immortal. Before passing away, he infused all his power into Yu Xian. Due to the astonishing inner strength he cultivated throughout his life, Yu Xian could not fully bear it. In the end, he sealed his power little by little into her body, telling Yu Xian that she must not forcibly unseal it. As her cultivation improved, those seals would gradually be released, allowing her to gradually absorb the powerful strength sealed within her. However, at that moment, Yu Xian forcibly unsealed the seals. Chen Nen understood everything about her, and in that moment, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He finally realized why Yu Xian had looked so unusual earlier. She had already known that the Demon King Dongfang Xiaotian was coming, and she had been bidding farewell. Don't. Yu Xian, stop. Dongfang Xiaotian. I am the son of Chen Zhan. Whatever you have, come at me. Dongfang Xiaotian's mind was in turmoil, sometimes clear, sometimes muddled. At this moment, all he had was a mad desire for slaughter. His blood-red eyes, like a beast, fixed on the white-clothed girl before him, who looked like a fairy. And he ultimately struck a palm towards Yu Xian. The seal within Yu Xian was completely unsealed, and the overwhelming power surged violently within her, as if her body was about to shatter. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to faint. Seeing the unmatched fist wind of the Demon King coming at her, she hurriedly dodged to the side, and then gathered the chaotic and immense power within her to block the part of the palm wind she could not escape. With a loud bang, the entire wall quickly dissolved like snowflakes under the blazing sun, finally turning into a pile of fine sand. Yu Xian's body flew out sideways, blood continuously gushing from her mouth, her face pale as a sheet, wilting like a flower, falling down. Yu Xian. Seeing Yu Xian being blasted out from the other side of the wall, Chen Nan felt a sharp pain in his heart, wishing he could switch places with her and take that blow instead. Dongfang Xiaotian, you cowardly and shameless scoundrel, unable to defeat my father. Yet you come here to ambush us. You bear, come and kill me. Dongfang Xiaotian strode out, his eyes flashing with fierce light, glaring angrily at Chen Nan. However, at that moment, Yu Xian shakily stood up, her face devoid of color, her pure white clothes stained with blood, looking as holy yet tragic as a fallen angel. She weakly raised her right hand. A gust of wind shot out, sealing Chen Nan's mute acupoint. Though Dongfang Xiaotian's palm strike was immensely powerful, Yu Xian only received a small portion of its force, yet she was already severely injured. Although she had the vast power left by her master within her, it was still difficult to contend with the Demon King who had just entered the immortal martial realm. Weakly, Yu Xian said, Dongfang Xiaotian, if you still consider yourself a peerless master, please accept my challenge. The Demon King once again shifted his attention to Uxin. Let us not compete here. I have a set of extremely powerful divine skills that cannot be unleashed here. Let us go to the martial arts arena in the back for a grand battle. Ultimately, Dongfang Xiaotian had already lost his senses after being struck on the head by Qin Zhan, sometimes clear-headed, sometimes in a daze. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion and subconsciously followed Uxin to the backyard. Chun Nan's head buzzed, nearly fainting. Uxin was using her life to buy time, waiting for Qin Zhan's return. This tragic and cruel scene was driving him insane. Watching that fragile figure disappear into the courtyard, Chun Nan painfully closed his eyes, tears rolling down uncontrollably. Qin Zhan transformed into a golden dragon, flying through the air for over 10 miles, finally catching up to the figure emitting purple light ahead. It's you, Zishu Taoist. Indeed, it is I, the poor Taoist. I wonder why Lord Chun is relentlessly pursuing me. Qin Zhan was furious. It was evident he had fallen for the tiger leaving the mountain trick. This Zishu Taoist was a highly accomplished cultivator, one of the few masters of the current age. But due to his not-so-upright character, being obsessed with fame and fortune, he deviated from the Taoist principle of Wu Wei, making it difficult for his cultivation to reach perfection. 5 years ago, when he came to challenge the Chun residents, he was injured by Qin Zhan's palm strike and fled in embarrassment, connecting all the causal relationships. Qin Zhan suddenly understood that Zishu Taoist must have teamed up with the mentally confused Dongfang Xiaotian to seek revenge. Go to hell. Qin Zhan was utterly enraged. Pushing forward with both palms mercilessly, a dazzling golden light sweeping towards Zishu Taoist with overwhelming force. The golden light collided with the flying sword hastily released by Zishu Taoist, shattering the crystal-clear sword in an instant, severely injuring Zishu Taoist, who fell from the sky. According to Zishu Taoist's knowledge, Qin Zhan had an unwritten rule. He would not kill unless someone was unforgivable and had personally harmed others. However, at this moment, Zishu Taoist felt a sense of panic, as he clearly sensed Qin Zhan's murderous intent. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touching them will surely enrage it. Today, Zishu Taoist had touched Qin Zhan's reverse scales. He had to die, and no rules could bind Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan gathered all his power into his right arm. A sword of light extending 30 zhang from his arm, slashing down from the air. The brilliant sword light instantly shattered Zishu Taoist into pieces. A blood mist erupting in the sky. Qin Zhan was truly enraged today. To save time, he had pushed his power to the limit when he killed Zishu Taoist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Without even looking down, he turned his body and flew back home like lightning. When Uxin and Dongfang Xiaotian entered the Chun family's martial arts arena, Qin Nan's mother finally sensed the terrifying aura of the Demon King. She quickly rushed back from the backyard, taking the Ho-E divine bow and sprinting toward the martial arts arena where the terrifying fluctuations were coming from. The servants, who had been asleep, quickly rushed out upon hearing the unusual commotion. When they found Qin Nan lying on the ground, they were shocked and hurriedly released his acupoint. Helping him up, Qin Nan dashed toward the martial arts arena like a madman, and just as he burst in, he happened to see Uxin's fragile body falling like a butterfly in the autumn wind. The legendary Demon King's signature move, the Sky Rift 10 strikes, unleashed waves of energy, each stronger than the last, sweeping toward Uxin. The first wave caused her to spit blood continuously. The second wave completely shattered the massive sealed power within her. The third wave, like a mountain crashing down, crushed her organs and severed her meridians. Ultimately, although Uxin's master had astonishing cultivation, the power he passed on to her was still insufficient to withstand the Demon King, who had just entered the immortal martial realm. As the fourth wave approached, if Uxin were to be hit again, there would be nothing left of her. Moreover, this was only the fourth strike of the Sky Rift 10 strikes. Each wave was stronger than the last, and there were still 6 more to come. At that moment, both Qin Nan's mother and father arrived. Qin Zhan was furious, his hair standing on end, and with a dragon capture hand, he struck down from the air, blocking the remaining 7 waves of energy with rows of golden light palms. At the same time, Qin Nan's mother knocked a carved feather arrow onto the divine bow, slowly pulling back the bowstring, as the essence of heaven and earth surged toward the Ho-E bow like a tide. Ordinary iron transformed into golden essence. Tiny golden lights gathering on the carved feather arrow, instantly turning it into a divine light arrow. A beam of golden light shot through the air, accompanied by thunder, causing the world to lose its color. Dongfang Xiaotian stared with blood-red eyes at the golden light arrow that emitted bursts of thunderous sounds. The golden light arrow, filled with vast heavenly essence, did not instill fear in him. On the contrary, excitement showed in his eyes, and he extended his right hand to grasp the light arrow. This arrow, capable of splitting mountains and stones, was caught by him with a single hand. The light arrow exploded in his grip, turning into countless golden specks that vanished into the air. Legend has it that the Yi Bao once shot down gods from the heavens. Yet this arrow failed to achieve its purpose, mainly because Chunnan's mother lacked sufficient power to fully draw the Yi Bao. On the other hand, it also illustrated how terrifying Dongfang Xiaotian, who had just entered the immortal martial realm, truly was. At this moment, he looked ferocious, with purple hair dancing wildly and demonic flames raging, truly resembling a legendary demon king. Chunnan looked at Yuxian, who was wilting like a flower, and his eyes were about to burst with rage. Her pure white dress was stained with blood, a heartbreaking red, but her pale and exquisite face wore a comforting smile. Chunnan's eyes bled tears. He caught the fragile body that fell from the sky, blood tears rolling down drop by drop. At this moment, Yuxian's weak body felt as heavy as Mount Tai, pressing him down to his knees. I should have been the one to take that blow, Yuxian. Yuxian struggled to open her mouth, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Chunnan hurriedly transmitted his true energy into her body, only to find that her meridians had already been severed, and his true energy was rampaging inside her like a wild horse. Yuxian. Chunnan had bitten through his lips, his heart bleeding. Chunnan, don't be sad. Do you remember what we talked about in the room earlier? I remember. You said that if anyone wanted to kill me, they would have to step over your corpse to do so. I felt so touched when I heard that. Since childhood, I have only had my master as my family. I have no parents, no playmates, and no friends. It's so lonely. Since I met you, I have been so happy. Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun treat me like their own daughter, and I feel so blessed because I finally have a home. You are the closest person to me, and now that I have lost my master, I cannot lose you again. I would rather die myself than see you suffer. Cough. Yusin started to cough up blood again. Yusin, don't say that. You won't die, Chunnan said, his heart aching as he struggled to hold back tears. Chunnan, are you hurt? Why is there blood in your eyes? Why? Why do you always think of me? Why are you still worried about me, Yusin? I don't want you to die? Chunnan tightly embraced Yusin and cried out loud. He hadn't cried in over a decade, but the scene before him made him unable to hold back his tears. Chunnan, don't cry. A man shouldn't shed tears lightly. Yusin, I just want you to live well. I don't want you to die for me, Chunnan cried loudly. These past 2 years, I have been really happy. You brought me out of the mountains and introduced me to a whole new world. Am I foolish? I often make a fool of myself and know nothing. You patiently explained everything to me. Every day with you makes me feel so happy. Actually, I really don't want to leave you. I just want to watch the sunrise with you every day, to watch the sunset together, and live a simple life. Yusin, please don't say any more. Chunnan felt an unbearable pain in his chest and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yusin's gaze gradually became vacant. She couldn't see the scene before her anymore and could only feel a warm liquid splashing onto her body. Chunnan, what's wrong? I'm fine. Oh, Yusin's consciousness began to fade, and she murmured, when you grow old, remember a girl named Yusin. Her voice stopped abruptly. Yusin, I don't want you to die. I want you to live happily forever, Chunnan shouted like a madman. However, Yusin had already closed her eyes, her body growing colder. Chapter 11. Defying heaven for life. At that moment, Chunzhan, who was battling Dongfang Xiaotian in the air, became anxious. He exerted all his strength, pushing his power to the limit, and finally struck the formidable demon king down with a palm. Chunnan's mother returned, anxiously calling out to him. Quick, give this to her. This is a celestial pill your father obtained during his travels in an ancient fairyland. Chunnan seized the fragrant, crystal-clear pill like a lifeline, quickly crushed it, and forced the mixture of the pill and his blood into Yusin's mouth. Although the celestial pill left by the ancient immortal had the power to alter the heavens, it couldn't save Yusin's life. After all, she had been wounded by the unparalleled demonic power of the infamous Dongfang Xiaotian. The power of his sky-cleaving 10 strikes was unmatched. Without the powerful energy sealed within her by her master, she would have been dead long ago. No matter how much Chunnan called out, Yusin did not open her eyes again. She lay quietly in Chunnan's embrace, her expression peaceful, as if she had fulfilled her wishes and left no regrets. Yusin! Chun Nin cried in despair. The autumn chrysanthemums in the courtyard were swept up into the air by the earlier fierce energy, their white petals fluttering like tears, falling like rain. Remembering all the good times with Yusin, Chun Nan was heartbroken, and the warm memories flooded his mind. My name is Yusin. On a rainy night, my master found me among the flowers. The faint voice still lingered in the courtyard. You said that if anyone wanted to kill me, they would have to step over your dead body. I was so moved when I heard that. Since I was little, I only had my master as a relative. I had no parents, no playmates, no friends. I felt so lonely. Since I met you, I have been so happy. Uncle Chun and Aunt Chin treat me like their own daughter. I feel so blessed because I finally have a home. You are the closest person to me. And now that I have lost my master, I cannot lose you again. I would rather die myself than see you suffer. Cough. These past 2 years, I have been really happy. You brought me out of the mountains and introduced me to a whole new world. Am I foolish? I often make a fool of myself and know nothing. You patiently explained everything to me. Every day with you makes me feel so happy. Actually, I really don't want to leave you. I just want to watch the sunrise with you every day, to watch the sunset together, and live a simple life. In the end, Yusin's last words echoed in Chun Nan's ears. When you grow old, remember a girl named Yusin. Yusin, I don't want you to die. I want you to live happily forever. Chun Nan shouted like a madman. Why? Why is fate so cruel? Give me back Yusin's life. Destiny. Destiny. Why? Why? All I want is to live a simple life with the one I love. Why is this happening? Chun Nan screamed in anguish. If there truly is an omnipotent existence controlling everything, I curse you. I curse you to also be controlled by others' destinies. I curse you to eventually vanish into thin air. His furious curse echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the Chun residence. Chun Nan's mother looked at Yusin's pale face, tears streaming down her cheeks, and then glanced at Chun Nan, who looked almost insane, her heart aching. Chun Nan suppressed his grief and looked at Dongfang Xiaotian, who had been struck down by his father from the sky. His eyes turned red with hatred. He gently laid Yusin down on the ground and charged forward, shouting, Dongfang Xiaotian, give me back Yusin's life. Chun Nan's mother panicked. Although Dongfang Xiaotian was heavily injured and lying on the ground, this demon king was still not something Chun Nan could contend with. Chun Nan, come back. But Chun Nan couldn't hear her. While running, he gathered his energy. Feeling the true qi in his body boiling, a brilliant golden light radiating from him, far stronger than usual. Anger often unleashes a person's potential, and Chun Nan was no exception. His overwhelming grief fueled a violent surge of power within him. However, the golden light was mingled with threads of black energy, swirling around him like the flames of a demon, a sign that he was on the verge of going berserk. Although Dongfang Xiaotian had been struck down by Chen Zhan did not dare to be careless and kept a close watch on the Demon King. Seeing Chun Nan charge forward, he quickly swooped down from the sky and pulled Chun Nan back, saying, even though he is seriously injured, he is still not someone you can deal with. Dongfang Xiaotian slowly got up, his eyes flashing with the ferocity of a beast, and finally he let out a chilling laugh. Haha, one is not enough. You all must die. His mind was deranged, filled only with the desire to kill, having lost the ability to think rationally. Chun Nan looked at the butcher who had killed Yusin, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Father, please let me go. If I can't kill him with my own hands, I might as well die. In that moment, Chun Nan's eyes were blood red, the brilliant golden light around him rapidly darkening, a sign of his impending demonic transformation. Chun Zhan knew that if he didn't let Chun Nan vent his overwhelming hatred now, his life would be ruined. He was at risk of going insane, losing his powers and his life. All right, go. Chun Nan shouted. Dongfang Xiaotian, you will die? His hair flew wildly, and his fury was boundless. The golden light around him completely dissipating, replaced by a rolling demonic energy. Chun Nan's mother panicked and shouted at Chen Zhan. This child is about to go berserk. You must think of a way. Quick, stop him. How could he possibly be a match for that demon king? Chen Zhan said, don't worry, I have a way. As he spoke, Chen Zhan shook his palms in the air, and a row of golden palm shadows flashed in the air, eventually transforming into a blazing golden light that rushed towards Chun Nan. A tremendous force surged into Chun Nan's body in an instant. At that moment, Chun Nan felt warm all over, as an overwhelming power gathered in every part of his body like rivers flowing into the sea. He felt as if he had transformed into a giant, a manifestation of gods and demons, with the sensation that all living beings were within his grasp. Chun Zhan transmitted half of his power into Chun Nan, demonstrating the extent of his strength, instantly elevating Chun Nan's cultivation to a profound realm that martial artists dream of. The black aura around Chun Nan completely vanished, and the blazing golden light enveloped his body once again, making him leap towards Dongfang Xiaotian like an enraged lion. The martial arts arena of the Chun residence was filled with sword energy, dazzling sword lights illuminating the night sky, reaching dozens of meters high. Chun Nan, as if possessed, frantically attacked the Demon King. The arena was filled with raging winds and murderous intent, a horrific atmosphere permeating the entire Chun residence. Although Dongfang Xiaotian was incredibly powerful, he had already been severely injured by Chun Zhan and could no longer contend with the frenzied and desperate Chun Nan, quickly drenched in blood. Chun Nan's mother was still somewhat worried and asked Chun Zhan, "Will this child be okay?" Chun Zhan nodded and then shook his head, saying, "He won't be in danger now. I have infused half of my power into him, establishing a special connection between us, and I can borrow his strength to heavily injure Dongfang Xiaotian at any time. However, I am concerned about his future. Today, he has encountered a great change, and the seed of evil has deeply rooted in his heart. I fear that one day, his inner world will turn completely dark." Chun Nan's mother shook her head, saying, "No, this child is very kind. He won't become like that. Besides, his cultivation has stagnated, and he can't possibly become a demon. Perhaps, however, if his cultivation relies solely on himself, he will certainly be able to recover. Otherwise, he is unworthy of the Chun surname." This was a crazed battle, where a once great evil master was continuously battered by a frenzied junior, blood spraying everywhere. Chun Nan seemed to be under a spell, completely discarding the use of techniques, eventually grappling with Dongfang Xiaotian in a brutal struggle. The battle had lost its original meaning. The momentum was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the Demon King's new and old injuries flaring up, making it impossible for him to resist. Chun Nan seized one of his arms and violently tore it off, blood spraying everywhere. The blood wave dyed Chun Nan from head to toe in red, and at that moment, his face was twisted, resembling a bloodthirsty demon, appearing even more like a Demon King than Dongfang Xiaotian. Chun Nan waved Dongfang Xiaotian's arm, shouting in a frenzy, "You owe me Yusin's life. You owe me Yusin's life." Chun Nan's mother was somewhat horrified and trembled. "This child." Chun Zhan sighed. "Although this is cruel, it's the only way to draw out the fire of evil in his heart." 150 years ago, when Dongfang Xiaotian was rampaging across the world, he killed the innocent indiscriminately. Perhaps this is his retribution. At this moment, Chun Nan had already torn off Dongfang Xiaotian's other arm, wielding both of the Demon King's arms. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Heavenly thief, return Yusin's life to me." His mournful voice echoed through the night sky. The following scene could only be described as extremely bloody and extremely cruel, as the once great Demon King was torn apart by Chun Nan, tortured beyond recognition. At this point, Chun Zhan withdrew the power he had infused into Chun Nan, and with the disappearance of that unparalleled strength, Chun Nan collapsed to the ground. However, he still couldn't calm down, glaring fiercely at Dongfang Xiaotian, repeatedly saying, "Return Yusin's life to me." At that moment, Dongfang Xiaotian had regained consciousness, no longer dazed. He grimaced and said, "Hee, I never expected I would see a day like this. The world is unpredictable." Chun Zhan said, "The world is ever-changing. 150 years ago, you commanded the winds and rains, shaking an era. 150 years later, you meet such a dismal end. You should not remain in this world any longer. You ought to have ascended long ago. Haha, perhaps this is retribution. Being defeated by your hands, I have no regrets. Your power is indeed unparalleled. If I am not mistaken, the martial arts you practice is that of the Wu." Chun Zhan interrupted him, saying, "It's enough that you know. There's no need to say it out loud." Dongfang Xiaotian's broken body was convulsing, enduring the pain. He glanced deeply at Chun Nan, who was lying on the ground not far away, saying, "Your son has deeply rooted the seed of evil. If he lives a mundane life, it may be fine. But once." Chun Zhan looked at Chun Nan, whose reason was buried in hatred, and sighed. "Everyone's path is different, and the future is unclear to anyone." He then turned cold, saying, "Dongfang Xiaotian, I know you came to kill me. Although you mistakenly killed that poor and lovely child while in a state of madness, you must still take responsibility for your actions. Today, I will take your life to avenge that child." Upon hearing this, Chun-Nan's mother, whose face had been dim, suddenly lit up. After hearing this, Chun-Nan gradually regained his senses and excitedly shouted, "Father, is what you said true? Can Yusin come back to life? I only have a 10% chance. The hope is very slim." Chun-Nan, seeming mad, said, "Father, you must save Yusin. If I can exchange my life for hers, I am willing to give my life for hers." Dongfang Xiaotian, enduring excruciating pain, grimaced and said, "You truly have extraordinary power. Even this legendary forbidden technique has been mastered by you. Good, I willingly serve as this life link, to see how you defy fate to reclaim life." Chun Zhan turned to his wife and said, "Gather everyone in the residence and move far away. No one must step within 10 miles unless they receive my message." This. Chun Nan's mother hesitated. She believed in her husband's abilities and knew he was powerful, but this time it seemed dangerous, leaving her somewhat uneasy. "Take Chun Nan and leave. Everything here may not exist in half an hour." Chun Nan's mother wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She gathered everyone in the residence and ordered them to retreat several miles away, finally taking Chun Nan with her. Chun Nan knew he couldn't help his father and, as he left, shouted only, "Father." Half an hour later, the sky above the Chun residence echoed with rumbling thunder, and lightning streaked across the sky. The originally calm night sky was filled with sudden thunder, appearing particularly terrifying, as massive electrical flashes illuminated the entire sky above the Chun residence, resembling the appearance of a thunder god. The people of the Chun residence, several miles away, were momentarily speechless at the strange phenomenon. For that thunder and lightning were not natural occurrences. The lightning was actually summoned by a person. Amidst the rumbling thunder and flashing lightning, a figure resembling a god or demon stood proudly in the air. It was Chun Zhan. The dazzling lightning struck towards the middle-aged man in the air like a god or demon, and the onlookers from the Chun residence couldn't help but gasp in shock. However, contrary to their expectations, Chun Zhan did not suffer from the tribulation of lightning. The brilliant electrical light converged from all directions in front of him, illuminating him like a golden-armored war god. He waved his palms together, conjuring a golden wave of light in the air. The waves surged continuously, eventually forming a golden vortex, into which all the lightning bolts rushed. Endless lightning passed through the vortex, transforming into a brilliant and sacred radiance that surged into Chun Zhan's body. This vast power of heaven and earth was actually absorbed by Chun Zhan. The thunder was deafening, and electric lights crisscrossed in the sky. Chun Zhan reached out with his left hand, grasping the air downward, pulling the severely injured Dongfang Xiaotian towards him. Streams of intense divine light were infused into the Demon King's body. Dongfang Xiaotian sighed loudly. "Chun Zhan, you truly have achieved extraordinary powers. It's hard to believe. I never expected that one day I would become a furnace for others to create life energy, huh?" At this moment, Yuxin, who had been lying on the ground, slowly floated up into the air. The intense divine light was poured into Dongfang Xiaotian's body, and after passing through him, it no longer remained fierce but transformed into soft white light that surged towards Yuxin. Suddenly, Chun Zhan shouted, "Soul return." Boom! A startling thunder echoed through the heavens and earth, as a massive lightning bolt connecting heaven and earth appeared, striking down from the clouds to the ground, deafening everyone within miles, their ears buzzing. Chun Nan's mother was horrified and exclaimed, "Heavenly thunder! This is no ordinary lightning. This is heavenly thunder. To defy heaven and take a life will incur heavenly wrath." Boom! Another heavenly thunder struck down, and Chun Zhan raised his palm to counter it. A solidified sword energy extending for dozens of zhong, redirecting the massive lightning bolt to another direction. Boom! 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 Heavenly thunder struck one after another. And in the blink of an eye, the Chun residence turned into ruins, with 9 massive lightning bolts surrounding Chun Zhan. The intense light was blinding, and the continuous thunder echoed throughout the entire world. Spirits drifting in the world, demonic souls, block the heavenly punishment for me and guide the lost souls back. In that dazzling electric light, no one knew what was happening. Outsiders couldn't see clearly, only aware that 9 heavenly thunders were relentlessly bombarding. The intense lightning was like 10 suns shining in the sky, enveloping the entire Chun residence. This continued for half an hour before the 9 heavenly thunders gradually retreated, and the night sky slowly returned to calm. The Chun residence completely vanished from the ground, as if there had never been a mansion there. The ground was sunken by 7 or 8 zhang from the thunder's strike, and fortunately, there was only the Chun residents nearby. If there had been neighbors, they would have been severely affected. Although Chun Zhan showed signs of fatigue, he was not injured, and his overwhelming power was evident. Dongfang Xiaodian, under the bombardment of the 9 heavenly thunders, bore the strikes of lightning in place of Yu Xian, shattering into pieces, his soul scattering, leaving no trace of his body. When the people of the Chun residence approached, Yu Xian was lowered to the ground by Qin Zhan, and at this moment, she had opened her eyes. She appeared very dazed, unable to believe everything before her. She had come back to life. Chun Nin was filled with mixed emotions, tears streaming down silently. He had thought he would be separated from the heavenly beings, thought he would bear endless sorrow, thought he would grieve for a lifetime, but in just half an hour, fate had once again deviated from its course, and everything changed. A huge surprise filled Qin Nan's heart. The overwhelming joy and sorrow made him lose control of his emotions. His steps unsteady, he stumbled forward and gently supported Yu Xian's weak body. Yu Xian, he choked, unable to utter a word. Qin Nan, Yu Xian was already awake, confirming that she was indeed not dreaming, tears flowing down her cheeks. The trials of life and death, willing to sacrifice their lives for each other, now spoke louder than words, a feeling called happiness rippling between the two. But in just a moment, Yu Xian's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and a mouthful of blood surged from her mouth. I don't know if I can still watch the sunrise and sunset with you. 10 days later, Yu Xian was taken to an ancient immortal relic in the Kunlun Mountains. Under the gray sky, light rain fell slantwise with the wind, and the colorful flowers withered in an instant, petals scattering. Yu Xian's meridians were severed, and her organs shattered. With Chun Zhan's reversal of fate, her meridians were temporarily reconnected, and her organs temporarily healed. But all of this was like a bubble, only able to stay briefly, and sooner or later, her meridians would break again, and her organs would shatter. In a situation with no other options, Chun Zhan remembered the ancient immortal ruins he had discovered during his travels many years ago. Perhaps only by resting in that place filled with spiritual energy could Yu Xian avoid death and fully recover. After passing her a healing scripture, he escorted her into the ancient immortal relic, the Valley of Flowers. With each step, Yu Xian looked back, her haggard face, her sorrowful figure, and the last glance filled with heartache disappeared into the depths of the Valley of Flowers. At that moment, Chun Nan had 1,000 words in his heart. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a single word. He reached out to grasp forward, as if trying to hold on to that departing figure. But what could he grasp other than air? His nails pierced his palm, and blood dripped onto the ground. It hurt. He truly felt pain, but not in his hand. What hurt was his heart, and at that moment, his heart was bleeding. Don't be sad. Don't be upset. The Valley of Flowers is filled with spiritual energy. I will surely revive and see you again. Goodbye, see you again. Goodbye, see you again. Goodbye, see you again. This phrase echoed continuously in Chun Nan's ears. A thunderous roar resounded above the Valley of Flowers. A lightning bolt shot down from the gray sky. Chun Zhan flew through the air, striking down 108 palms in succession around the Valley of Flowers, fully activating the restrictions left by the ancient immortals, completely sealing the Valley of Flowers. Chapter 12. Monsters. The sea changes to mulberry fields. Time passes, but Chun Nan's heart seemed to remain at that moment from 10,000 years ago. He couldn't forget. Still couldn't forget. Tears blurred his eyes. Chun Nan didn't know that when his father sealed the Valley of Flowers, he had also sealed his heart. It was a technique similar to hypnosis, causing Yu Xian's figure to gradually fade in his heart, making the past slowly recede from his memory. Pity the hearts of parents. Qin Zhan knew that the hope of Yu Xian reviving was very slim. Not wanting Chun Nan to sink into despair, he resorted to this desperate measure. However, even with Chun Zhan's extraordinary powers, he couldn't completely erase Chun Nan's memories, but it did make Qin Nan's longing for Yu Xian fade significantly. Yet, that sealed emotion would occasionally resurface due to external stimuli. Now, facing the Valley of Flowers, Qin Nan's thoughts were tumultuous, and the events from 10,000 years ago flashed before his eyes, the profound feelings in his heart surging like a flood breaking through a dam. In his life, there was a sentence that would forever cause him heartache, one he could never forget. When you grow old, you can still remember a girl named Yu Xian. Chun Nan silently recited this sentence, tears flowing like a spring, murmuring, I will never forget, I will never forget. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the Valley of Flowers in a sacred and beautiful light, a faint red glow covering every inch of space. Little Dragon looked at Chun Nan with a face full of astonishment, her big eyes wide open, staring at him without blinking. I don't know why your figure in my heart is sometimes clear and sometimes dim, as if there is a force trying to make me forget you. I have also tried to forget you. I once thought I succeeded, but only now do I realize that I can never do that. I can forget for a moment, but I can never forget for a lifetime. I will never forget you. After a long time, Chun Nan finally shook off his sorrowful emotions and gathered his lost feelings. At this moment, the sky had darkened, the evening breeze was gentle, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass. The beautiful Valley of 100 Flowers did not lose its luster even as the daylight dimmed. The valley was filled with a mist of fairy-like energy, shimmering with various colors. And a sacred aura permeated the entire valley. The source of light was unknown, but the brilliance surged within, making the flowers even more vibrant and fragrant, with the sweet scent of blossoms refreshing the soul. The peculiar little trees, whose names were unknown, displayed a myriad of colors, with green branches and sparkling leaves, and their 5-colored fruits emitted a rich fragrance. The Valley of 100 Flowers truly resembled a fairyland. The little dragon watched the exotic fruits, continuously swallowing its saliva, wishing it could gulp them all down in one bite. It had already developed spiritual awareness, just moments ago. It had seen Chun Nan in deep sorrow and hesitated to disturb him. Now that it saw him recovering, it immediately moved closer, rubbing its chubby dragon body against his arm. Chun Nan chuckled. The little dragon was indeed like a child, earnestly begging him in this way. I can't enter for now. Let me think about how to break the valley's restrictions. The little dragon was very pleased to hear this and began to jump around Chun Nan, making excited sounds. Glealoo. The little dragon's belly growled, and Chun Nan found it amusing that the little dragon was showing a shy expression, just like a bashful child. All right, let us first find something to eat, and tomorrow we'll carefully study how to break the ancient immortal restrictions. If it were just Chun Nan, he could directly catch a few fish from the creek outside the Valley of 100 Flowers to roast and eat, but with the little dragon's enormous appetite, those fish would clearly not be enough to satisfy it. Circumventing the Valley of 100 Flowers, the man and the dragon began searching for prey in the nearby mountains. However, strangely, there were no wild beasts in the vicinity, and they did not catch a single prey. Nevertheless, Chun Nan had a strange feeling, as if several pairs of eyes were secretly watching him. The more he concentrated, the more pronounced that feeling became. The little dragon seemed to sense something as well. It began to grow restless, constantly looking around. Suddenly, it shot up into the sky, flying towards a grove ahead, as swift as lightning. And in the blink of an eye, it reached above the trees. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning erupted from the little dragon's mouth, instantly toppling all the trees in that grove. Then, the little dragon unleashed a wave of flames, the terrifying heat reducing an entire area of trees to ashes in an instant. Chun Nan was left dumbfounded. The power of a 5th-tier holy dragon was indeed terrifying. In the charred land, several animals remained unharmed. A snow-white rabbit, a stout wild boar, a robust spotted deer, and a crow flapping its wings in the air. Chun Nan could hardly believe his eyes. The entire grove had turned to ashes, yet these few animals were completely unscathed, exceeding his imagination. The animals in the grove were also sizing Chun Nan up, seemingly unafraid of him, carefully inspecting him from head to toe. After observing, the strange animals exchanged glances, leaving Chun Nan dumbfounded, as they appeared more human-like, while he felt like an animal being scrutinized. In that moment, he finally understood. His previous feeling was not an illusion. There indeed were several pairs of eyes secretly watching him, but he never expected them to belong to animals. The little dragon in the sky glared angrily at the strange animals below, roaring as it dove towards them like a bolt of lightning, creating a fierce wind. The snow-white rabbit, stout wild boar, and robust spotted deer quickly ran off in different directions, while the shiny black crow took to the sky. The little dragon missed its target. It looked at the 4 animals fleeing in different directions and finally locked its sights on the crow, soaring after it. Seeing the little dragon chase after the crow, the rabbit, wild boar, and deer paused, gathering together as if watching a performance, occasionally exchanging glances as if discussing something. Chun Nan felt his head spinning. He could not understand why such bizarre events were happening, with ordinary animals displaying such behavior. However, After a brief moment of confusion, he considered a possibility. These creatures might have become spirits. He had encountered legendary monsters. Could it be true? Are they really spirits? Just then, a girl's voice echoed from the sky, crisp and pleasant, seemingly coming from a girl of about 15 or 16. However, the content was hardly commendable, as the clear voice anxiously called out, "You featherless monster bird, why are you chasing me? I haven't provoked you." Chen Nan was astonished and looked up. He saw a long distance between the little dragon and the crow. The little dragon was trying its best to close that gap, but the crow also could not increase the distance. First you unleashed lightning, then spewed fire, and now you're relentlessly pursuing me. Let me clarify. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to fight for no reason. This time, Chen Nan discovered the source of the voice. It was the crow, leaving him stunned. This crow can actually talk. It really has become a spirit. Chen Nan looked again at the three creatures on the ground, who were watching the scene and judging him with their eyes. Feeling a sudden shift in perspective, he no longer found it strange. They were clearly three genuine monsters. The crow in the air evidently heard Chen Nan's words and spat. "Pa, what kind of eyes are those? Which part of me looks like a crow? I am the princess of the magpie. If you don't know, don't speak carelessly, or you'll expose your ignorance." This was Chen Nan's first encounter with a cultivated monster. He was at a loss for words in the face of the magpie princess's rebuke. After a long pause, he finally said, "I don't care what bird you are. Just looking at your bird-like appearance, it's clear you're not a good bird." The magpie, darting through the air, evading the little dragon's pursuit, angrily retorted, "You are such a vulgar person. So despicable. So shameless. Humph. Rabbit, pig, deer, do you find this show entertaining? Why don't you go help me teach that jerk down there a lesson?" The three creatures on the ground exchanged glances, but none moved. The stout wild boar let out a few oinks, seemingly communicating with the magpie. While dodging the little dragon's attacks, the magpie princess called out, "You little pigs are so ungrateful. Though our ancestors left a legacy, I didn't ask you to harm him, just to teach him a lesson. We grew up together as friends, and you three are really heartless. If the little monkeys were here, they would definitely help me." Chen Nan felt a headache coming on and dug at his ears. According to the magpie princess, it seemed this place was full of monsters, like a society of monsters, which was hard for him to believe. The stout wild boar oinked a few more times, as the snow-white rabbit and robust spotted deer nodded in agreement. Clearly, the three monsters on the ground did not yet speak human language. Only the magpie princess, relying on her innate talent, could speak human words. Finally, seizing the opportunity while the magpie princess was speaking, the little dragon closed the distance. Kala, a bolt of lightning shot out, chasing after the brightly feathered magpie princess. Boom. The lightning struck solidly, causing the magpie to emit a puff of light smoke from its body. However, it merely shook its wings and did not turn to ashes as expected. Instead, it became even faster, darting like lightning. Chen Nan was utterly astonished. He deeply understood the little dragon's terrifying power. That bolt of lightning could not even be resisted by the vice president at the 4th-tier level. Yet this tiny monster bird had withstood it, leaving him dumbfounded. "I'm not afraid of you, you fierce bird. If it weren't for my ancestral teachings, I would have fought you to the death for dirtying my wings. Humph, you should know that in terms of strength, I'm not weaker than you at all. Someone down there, hurry up and make this big, stupid bird stop. Otherwise, I'll take it on myself." Chen Nan glanced at the three monsters not far away who were enjoying the show. Without a doubt, they were not weaker than this magpie. Each of them was about as strong as the little dragon, which was truly shocking. However, he had learned from the magpie that these creatures seemed unable to harm others at will, so his concerns faded away. The little dragon should teach this foul-mouthed crow a harsh lesson. It's so noisy. "Ah, that bastard down there. You dare to call me a crow again and insult me for being foul-mouthed? That's really hateful. Shut your bird mouth, little dragon. Quickly teach it a lesson." "Oh, I'm so mad." This time, Chen Nan truly witnessed the little dragon's real abilities. Lightning, ice blades, fire dragons, wind blades, various powerful magical attacks emerged one after another. The astonishing speed of the magpie princess was too fast. She managed to dodge the little dragon's attacks at critical moments, which infuriated the little dragon, prompting it to pursue even harder. The white rabbit, wild boar, and spotted deer on the ground seemed very excited, their eyes sparkling as they appeared deeply immersed in the aerial battle. The foul-mouthed magpie princess kept shouting, "That bastard down there. Hurry up and make this stupid bird stop. I'm tired and don't want to make a fuss anymore." And you three watching the fun, you're too ungrateful. I will make you pay for it sooner or later. Although the little dragon couldn't speak, it was already sentient. Hearing the magpie princess continuously refer to it, a fifth-tier holy dragon, as a big stupid bird made it furious, leading to relentless attacks. If it weren't for the magpie princess's incredible speed, it would have charged forward and torn her apart. That bastard down there. Are you here for the Ancient Immortals' Forbidden Land? If you want to break the Ancient Immortals' restrictions and enter the 100-Flower Valley, hurry up and listen to me. Make this big stupid bird stop. Upon hearing the magpie princess's words, Chun Nan was greatly moved. Regardless of the truth, he had no choice. He wouldn't give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. He shouted, "Little dragon, let that foul-mouthed crow go. And let her tell us how to enter the 100-Flower Valley. I'll take you to eat those fruits." The little dragon reluctantly gave up the pursuit of the magpie princess and unwillingly landed beside Chun Nan. Chun Nan comforted, "You are a holy dragon. It's not worth getting angry with that little crow. Ah, you bastard, you insult me again. I never intended to really tell you how to break the Ancient Immortals' restrictions. And now I definitely won't tell you. Little rabbit, little pig, little deer, you saw it just now. I didn't run away because I was afraid of them, but because I left after the truce. When we go back, you must not talk nonsense. I'm leaving first." After the magpie princess finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished into the distant forest in the blink of an eye. "Hey, you foul-mouthed crow, you really are full of bird talk. Without any credit, how dare you play me?" Chun Nan turned his gaze towards the three monsters in the woods who had not yet left. The three creatures exchanged glances. And then whoosh, 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 they darted off in three directions, as swift as lightning, disappearing in an instant. Incredible. This Kunlun fairyland is truly full of wonders. Today, I actually encountered four monsters. After a long while, Chun Nan finally came to his senses. In the end, he rode the little dragon and flew more than 100 miles away before catching some prey, which surprised him. Within 100 miles, there were no ordinary birds or beasts, only monsters lurking, which shows that the Ancient Immortals' Forbidden Land is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 13. Seven-colored fairy flower in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed, and Chun Nan still had not found a way to break the Ancient Immortals' restrictions. Lingering outside the 100-Flower Valley. During these days, those four strange monsters appeared frequently, either secretly observing him outside the valley or openly staring at him. This left him puzzled, not understanding why these monsters were behaving this way. However, through the little dragon's relentless pursuit and Chun Nan's occasional provocation, the magpie princess finally let slip some useful information, of course, in a careless moment. The snow-white rabbit, the plump wild boar, the strong spotted deer, and the glossy-winged magpie were the leaders among the new generation of spirits in the vast Kunlun Mountains, and there were a few other monster leaders, though they were not present here. This surprised and delighted Chun Nan. He had not expected these creatures to have such a significant background. It was conceivable that they had cultivated in Kunlun Mountain for over 1,000 years and must know more about the Ancient Immortals' Forbidden Land than others. He tried every possible way and spoke kind words, hoping to learn some secrets from these monsters. But these creatures seemed resolute, refusing to discuss the matter, only coming to observe him every day. After another 2 days, Chun Nan suddenly remembered that the old teacher in the Divine Wind Academy, the purple-clad Elder Yonglin, had once warned him to return within 5 days and not to delay for too long, as the warm-up match for the 4 major academies was about to begin. Counting the days, today was indeed the 5th day, and the warm-up match for the 4 major academies was today. I can't worry about that anymore. Whether the Divine Wind Academy suffers a crushing defeat has nothing to do with me. Let the vice president cry about it. No matter how important things are, they can't compare to a bit of news about UXIN. For 5 days, Chun Nan had tried every method but still had not found a way to enter the 100-Flower Valley. Looking at the small stream slowly flowing out of the valley, he furrowed his brows deeply. The fish in the water could not freely enter and exit the 100-Flower Valley, but the water flow could. This seemed to indicate that this Ancient Immortals' Forbidden Land contained a 5-element great formation, at least having the water element among the 5 elements. Although he had some knowledge of formations, he was not very proficient, and he truly had no way to deal with the restrictions of the 100-Flower Valley. Inside the 100-Flower Valley, the immortal energy was misty, draping a layer of mysterious veil over the scenery within. Chun Nan sighed as he looked into the valley. The secrets from 10,000 years ago lay within, only a few dozen steps away from him, yet he could not enter and could not know the truth. Since ancient times, beautiful women have had short lives. The kind and pure Uxin, in order to survive, was helplessly sealed within the 100-Flower Valley. Eons of time drifted by, and the 100-Flower Valley remained. But what about the beauty? In fact, Chunnin understood that even if Uxin could survive back then, the two could never meet again. Who in the world could withstand the relentless passage of 10,000 years? Following this path might just be for the sake of exploration, seeking a shred of solace. Even if Chunzhan's divine power was unparalleled, the seal placed on his soul could not prevent him from missing Uxin. Whenever his emotions fluctuated, he would think back to the bits and pieces of the past, and everything from 10,000 years ago would continuously resurface in his heart. Uxin's intermittent and sorrowful words on her deathbed left a deep impression on Chunnan, seemingly rooted in the depths of his soul. This was the main reason why the seal placed on his heart by Chunzhan could not have a significant effect. Is there really no way to get in? Chunnan pondered. Back then, Chunzhan used his unparalleled power to summon the 9 heavens' thunder and sealed the 100-Flower Valley with the power of heaven and earth. It could be said that the 100-Flower Valley was forcibly sealed by Chunzhan after triggering the ancient immortal's restrictions with his defiance against heaven. To open it, there were only 2 methods. First, to understand the method to break or enter the formation and enter calmly. Second, to possess unparalleled power and forcibly break in. For Chunnan, both methods were unrealistic. First, he was not very proficient in formations. Second, he did not possess the strength of a newly arrived immortal martial realm. Do I really have to wait until I can break through the void with my martial arts to get in? Chunnan sighed helplessly. In the past few days, Little Dragon had either been chasing those monsters to fight or staring blankly at the strange fruits in the valley, drooling. While Chunnan was lost in thought, Little Dragon wiggled its plump body and staggered over to him, making ee sounds. At first, Chunnan paid no attention and gently pushed it away, continuing to ponder the method to break the formation. However, Little Dragon kept calling out, and eventually bit onto one of Chunnan's sleeves, tugging at it, which finally caught his attention. With no choice, Chunnan stopped his thoughts, patted Little Dragon's head as if soothing a child, and said, "What's wrong now? Did you defeat another monster?" "Haha, I knew you were the strongest." Little Dragon puffed out its chest proudly, looking very pleased with itself. Then, it shook its large dragon head and kept gesturing towards Baiwa Valley. Chunnan looked in the direction it pointed and was immediately stunned. He didn't know when the valley had become filled with brilliant rays of light, with colorful glimmers radiating from within, enveloping the valley in a holy glow. Flowers bloomed in full splendor, vibrant and colorful, like a picturesque scene. Amidst the myriad of flowers in shades of purple and red, there were peculiar little trees that swayed gently, dancing with the blossoms. The mingling scents of flowers and fruits wafted through the air, refreshing and intoxicating. The colorful light flowed slowly between the flowers and trees, and the pure brilliance filled every inch of Baiwa Valley, with a fairy-like ambience drifting in the wind, dreamlike and ethereal. At that moment, a refreshing fragrance, resembling orchids and musk, floated from the valley, distinct from the floral and fruity scents. It evoked an indescribable feeling, subtle, hazy, harmonious, and tranquil. The faint fragrance seemed to create an indescribable poetic atmosphere, making one involuntarily relax, with a sense of emptiness in their heart. Chunnan was deeply enchanted. He felt as if he had forgotten all his worries, his heart filled with peace, immersed in a wondrous spiritual world. Little Dragon appeared equally enchanted, no longer drooling over the strange fruits in the valley. At that moment, it closed its big eyes and sank into a serene world. The pure white rabbit, the plump wild boar, the strong sika deer, and the glossy-winged myna no longer hid in the shadows. They unconsciously came out to Baiwa Valley. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating, with excitement evident in each monster's eyes, as if celebrating some surprise. As the refreshing fragrance wafted into their nostrils, the 4 monsters also became deeply intoxicated. Outside Baiwa Valley, all was peaceful. 1 human and 5 beasts slightly squinted their eyes, quietly standing at the valley's entrance. The unique fragrance within Baiwa Valley grew stronger, and the brilliance inside became more dazzling, as if illuminated by the holy light from the heavenly realm, radiating peace. However, at that moment, something incredible happened. In the center of Baiwa Valley, surrounded by strange flowers and jade-like trees, a dazzling light burst forth. The intense light shone like 10 suns in the sky, causing all the scenery in the world to lose its color under this radiance, as this mysterious light became the only one in existence. The rich fragrance became even more fragrant with the appearance of the light, wafting for miles around. In the eyes of 1 human and 5 beasts, only that mysterious light remained, their eyes fixed on it without blinking. The dazzling light gradually faded, transforming from intense to gentle, slowly becoming peaceful, as a holy glow enveloped Baiwa Valley, instilling a sense of tranquility. At the very center of this holy light, in the heart guarded by strange flowers and trees, a crystal-clear bud gently swayed, with 7-colored light flowing slowly, the brilliant radiance emanating from that flower about to bloom. The gleaming bud was about 1.5 feet in diameter, with 9 translucent jade leaves beneath it, the entire flower appearing as if carved from divine jade, embodying beauty and the essence of heaven and earth. The source of the refreshing fragrance was this extraordinary flower, from which a rich and fragrant aroma was emanating. The 7-colored brilliance radiated from the bud, painting Baiwa Valley as if it were a fairyland. What is happening here? Chun Nan murmured to himself. As this was beyond his imagination, Little Dragon wiggled its plump body, excitedly calling and jumping, seemingly celebrating some surprise. The Mina Princess murmured, "The fairy is about to be born, and it's just in time for the gates of Baiwa Valley to open wide. We can go in and see what the fairy looks like." The wild boar also began to grunt excitedly, seemingly very happy. The snow-white rabbit, full of energy, leaped and jumped, eventually landing on the back of the cicadere. The cicadere shook its body, throwing the rabbit off, and then stood upright, transforming into a creature with a deer head and a human body. This transformation shocked Chun Nan greatly. Although he understood that these monsters possessed extraordinary abilities, he had not expected them to be able to partially transform into human form. The Mina Princess scolded, "Little deer, you are too full of yourself. Have you forgotten the teachings of our ancestors? You must not transform in front of humans until you can fully take on human form." Upon hearing this, the cicadere hurriedly lay down, reverting to its deer form. However, the previous transformation was enough to leave Chun Nan dumbfounded as he stared at the 4 monsters in a daze. The Mina Princess said, "Don't be afraid. Monsters have their own ways. We are not those evil monsters, and we will never harm the innocent." Chun Nan shook his head, muttering, "The vast world is truly full of wonders. I had only heard rumors of monsters before, but I didn't expect to actually see a monster transform today. If I could catch a monster and train it as a mount, that would be great." The Mina Princess was so angry she nearly fell from the sky, scolding, "You bastard! How despicable! I thought you were stunned, but it turns out you were harboring such filthy thoughts. Utterly disgusting. Stop dreaming." The 4 monsters seemed very displeased with Chun Nan's sordid thoughts, all looking at him with strange expressions. At this moment, only Little Dragon remained oblivious. It continued to drool over the extraordinary flower in the valley, jumping up and down. The Mina Princess shouted, "You big stupid bird, stop having dirty thoughts. That fairy flower is nurturing a fairy. It is not what you imagine it to be, not some edible fruit. Can you be a bit more ambitious and not just think about eating?" Little Dragon stopped, looking at the 4 monsters with a face full of confusion. After several days of encounters, the 5 beasts seemed to have developed a way to communicate, a special exchange typical among higher-level beasts. "Don't look at me. I'm telling the truth. The strange fruits in the valley can be eaten, but that fairy flower is definitely not as simple as you think. It is a life born from the essence of heaven and earth." Chun Nan was incredibly shocked and couldn't help but ask, "How do you know?" "Because our ancestors have long sensed the existence of this life. They often come here to teach the life within the fairy flower to speak. They say it is a lost fairy. A lost fairy, a lost fairy." This phrase echoed continuously in Chun Nan's ears, stirring up a tidal wave in his heart. For some reason, he subconsciously associated this fairy with Uxin, a completely instinctive reaction. How is this possible? Is this true? Chun Nan felt a bit dazed, his mind in turmoil. It was only when the 4 monsters gradually moved away that he came to his senses. Chun Nan silently recalled the brief words of the Princess of the 8 Brothers earlier, which seemed to reveal a lot of useful information. It appeared that the 100 Flowers Valley would soon open its doors wide, and the monsters had certain rules of conduct. At least they could not harm others without reason. It seemed that there were even older and more powerful ancient monsters hidden deep within the vast Kunlun Mountains. A life was gestating within that extraordinary flower, which the old monsters valued greatly, and frequently came to teach the life that was about to come into the world. In a few days, I will be able to enter the 100 Flowers Valley, I wonder. Chen Nan felt very confused. In fact, he already knew deep down that after countless years, the past had long been set in stone, and his visit here was merely to seek a bit of psychological comfort. But at that moment, his heart was in turmoil and pain. At night, the moonlight gathered like water, forming beams of light that converged towards the 100 Flowers Valley, enveloping it in a dazzling brilliance, which finally surged towards that extraordinary flower within the valley. Chen Nin was extremely astonished. Although he had sensed that the 100 Flowers Valley seemed capable of condensing the essence of heaven and earth and gathering the essence of the sun and moon, he had always thought it was due to ancient immortal restrictions. It was only at this moment that he realized that everything was due to that crystal-clear bud, and all the spiritual energy was indeed gathered by it. Previously, it had been slowly growing and perhaps did not require too much spiritual energy. But now it was about to bloom and seemed to need a large amount of the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. In the next 3 days, the area outside the 100 Flowers Valley gradually became lively, with all sorts of monsters appearing one after another, all surrounding the valley and constantly peering in, closely watching that strange bud inside. Chun Nan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This place was really becoming a gathering place for monsters, although those monsters were far inferior to the princess of the 8 brothers. Each one was a rare and unique breed: longhorn snakes, 2-headed monkeys, enormous ants, flying centipedes. Through the princess of the 8 brothers' explanations, Chun Nin understood that these monsters had come as pilgrims. The immortal flower within the 100 Flowers Valley had been gestating for 3,000 years and had only gradually gained consciousness in recent years. For nearly 1,000 years, there had been an ancient rumor circulating in Kunlun Mountain that the immortal flower was nurturing a lost fairy, and this life was very likely to become the future king of the Kunlun Mountain monster realm. This rumor had come from the mouths of the oldest ancient monsters, making it very credible. That was why the ancient immortal ruins were regarded as a holy land by many monsters on ordinary days. Several new generation monster leaders guarded this place, and common beasts and monsters could not approach freely. On this night, under the bright full moon, countless beast shadows swayed, densely covering the mountains and fields. Chun Nan had no idea how many beasts and monsters were lurking here, but one thing he was certain of was that nearly all the monsters that could come had arrived, as the princess of the 8 brothers had stated. On this full moon night, although thousands of monsters surrounded the 100 Flowers Valley, it was exceptionally quiet. All the beasts and monsters had stopped moving, and every pair of eyes was fixed and unblinking, watching the valley. The moonlight gathered like a rain of light into the valley, softly illuminating the immortal flower, radiating 7-colored brilliance, making it even more resplendent. With a loud rumble, accompanied by a thunderous sound, the moonlight converged into a beam of light, and it seemed that a light band connected the full moon to the immortal flower. Outside the 100 Flowers Valley, the myriad monsters went into chaos, with beast roars and monster howls resounding through the heavens and earth. After all, this was the place where Uxin had once closed herself off. Chun Nin was more focused on that extraordinary flower than on the thousands of monsters. A life was about to descend, but what about Uxin? He felt his eyes blur and murmured, Uxin. Suddenly, the 7-colored immortal bud inside the valley burst forth with myriad rays of light, and thousands of brilliant lights illuminated the 100 Flowers Valley as if it were daytime. With a soft pop, a petal gently unfolded, and the auspicious rays were emanating from within the flower. Pop, 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 pop. 4 more soft sounds followed as 4 more petals gently unfurled. The 7-colored light shining across the sky, visible for 100 miles around, revealing this extraordinary phenomenon. The 7-colored immortal bud had a total of 9 petals, 5 of which had already bloomed, while the remaining 4 were surrounded by auspicious light, with no further movement. The 5 blossomed petals gently cradled the life within the immortal bud. That night, the immortal energy surged within the 100 Flowers Valley, and the 7-colored light flowed out like water, causing thousands of beasts and monsters to be mesmerized, praying devoutly and silently watching that immortal flower. That night, Chun Nin did not close his eyes. He knew that the life within the flower was about to be born, and the 100 Flowers Valley was about to open its doors wide. He needed to rush into this ancient immortal ruin at the first opportunity. Dawn finally arrived. With the sun rising in the east, rays of light illuminating the 100 Flowers Valley from the newly risen sun. Pop, 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 pop. The last 4 petals of the immortal flower almost bloomed at the same time. A rich fragrance filled every inch of space, and the 7-colored light shot straight into the sky, causing even the rising sun to pale in comparison. Boom, 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 followed by 9 consecutive thunderous sounds. The portal of the ancient immortal ruins, the 100 Flowers Valley, finally opened wide, and the ancient immortal restrictions temporarily lost their effect at this moment. In the sky, auspicious light. On the ground, colorful brilliance. At this moment, the world was filled with auspicious signs, exuding a peaceful aura. After a long time, all the brilliance gradually receded, and the world returned to tranquility. Hee, the innocent laughter of a child echoed within the 100 Flowers Valley, breaking this tranquility. A girl of about 3 years old was joyfully laughing and jumping on that immortal flower, her pure smile so genuine. Everything in the world seemed insincere and pale compared to her smile. The little girl's smile was so natural, so innocent, that anyone who saw it would forget their past sorrows and unhappiness. Such an infectious smile seemed not of this world. Chapter 14. Love you for 10,000 years. The innocent smile of the little girl filled Chun Nan's heart with warmth, silencing the thousands of beasts and monsters. Hee. The joyful laughter of the child floated through the 100 Flowers Valley. Perhaps she really was a little fairy. She looked like she had been carved from jade. Her crystal skin shimmering with flowing light, a pair of big sparkling eyes like black jewels, a delicate nose, and a rosy little mouth. She looked purer than a little angel and more beautiful than a little sprite. She danced barefoot on the immortal flower, her shoulder-length black hair fluttering with her movements. And suddenly she waved at Chun Nan, saying, "Brother." The tender voice immediately startled Chun Nan awake. He hadn't expected this little girl to call him brother. He stepped forward, and the dragon baby closely followed, along with 8 or 9 monster leaders. The other beasts and monsters quietly lay in place, watching the valley. The restrictions of the ancient immortal ruins had indeed vanished, and Chun Nan stepped into the 100 Flowers Valley without any hindrance. The little girl waved her jade-like little hand at him, smiling sweetly, just like a little sprite. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged towards Chun Nan, pushing him back several steps. He was greatly shocked and looked around but found nothing. The dragon baby and the 8 or 9 monster leaders, however, felt nothing at all. They seemed completely unaware of that great force, looking at the retreating Chun Nan with puzzled expressions. Chun Nan was filled with doubt. He drew the long knife from behind him, infusing it with internal energy, and the golden blade light shone forth. He stepped forward again, and that tremendous force appeared once more. He raised his knife and struck fiercely, a metallic clash resonating through the valley. Chun Nan saw nothing at all. He completely relied on his keen spiritual sense to chop at the powerful force that was attacking him. When the blade's light collided with that force, it surprisingly emitted a metallic clang. "Uncles, don't hurt my brother." A childish voice rang out in the valley as a little girl waved her small hands vigorously. Chun Nan was puzzled. He recalled what Princess 8 had said earlier, that some old demons often came here to teach the beings within the immortal flower to speak. From this, he speculated that those who attacked him in secret were undoubtedly those old demons. However, it seemed that the old demons did not want to take his life, but merely intended to stop his progress. Otherwise, if those old antiques truly wanted to kill him, he would have already fallen dead on the spot. "Why are you stopping me?" Chun Nan shouted. "Young man, you should leave. She belongs to the Kunlun Mountain Demon Realm." "Not to you," an old voice echoed in his ears. "No, I want to be with my brother. He is my family, and I feel so familiar with him." "I just can't remember for a moment," the little girl said, her innocent words revealing confusion. Chun Nan's heart shook. When he heard Princess 8 mention that the immortal flower was nurturing a life, he had fantasized about connecting her to Uxin. Now hearing the little girl's words, a huge wave surged in his heart, and he began to suspect again. Chun Nan charged forward once more, and the old demons in the dark seemed very angry, their attacks clearly becoming much heavier. With a thunderous crash, a powerful palm strike came crashing down towards Chun Nan. He raised his knife to counter, but the overwhelming force instantly shattered the long knife in his hand and pushed him back again. At that moment, the little dragon rushed over quickly and protected Chun Nan in front of him. The little girl cried out again, Don't hurt my brother. I want to be with him." A few old sighs came from the darkness, and an aged voice gently echoed in the valley. "Indeed, not one of our demon realm. So be it, be it." Be it, be it. Outside the valley, countless beasts and monsters became restless upon hearing this, but then gradually quieted down. This statement sounded different to Chun Nan. He strode forward. The little girl on the immortal flower smiled sweetly, opening her small hands as if waiting for him to come and hug her. The valley was filled with various floral and fruity scents, but these aromas could not conceal the fragrant and fresh scent of the immortal flower, which could calm the heart and bring peace to the mind. The colorful light in the valley came from the immortal flower that nurtured the little girl, and the rosy glow made her appear pure and beautiful. Chun Nan walked step by step through the flower trees towards the immortal flower. The little dragon closely followed him, and at that moment, the greedy little dragon seemed to overlook the strange fruits on the nearby green jade trees. It blinked its big eyes and carefully gazed at the little girl, filled with joy. Of course, this was not the joy of discovering food, but rather a heartfelt happiness, similar to its very friendly feelings towards Chun Nan. The 8 or 9 demon leaders also followed, and although the old demons of Kunlun Mountain had already explained that this little girl did not belong to the demon realm when they left, these demon leaders still could not help their curiosity and wanted to see for themselves. As Chun Nan approached, he discovered that the immortal flower truly seemed to be carved from divine jade. Its roots, leaves, and petals were indeed made of jade-like material, exuding bursts of fresh fragrance and radiating colorful light. At this moment, he noticed that there were also some jade-like flower threads wrapped around the little girl's calves, which was why she kept jumping on the immortal flower, trying to break those flower threads. However, those threads were very resilient and had not been torn apart by her at all. Upon careful observation, he could see that light continuously flowed from those flower threads into the little girl's body, while the colorful brilliance of the entire immortal flower was gradually dimming. Chun Nan was immensely astonished. Everything he saw and heard today felt like a dream, and he felt it was somewhat unreal. "Brother," the crisp, childish voice awakened him. The little girl stretched out her snow-white arms, wanting to leap into his embrace, her face adorned with a sweet smile that made her appear incredibly innocent and adorable. Such a well-behaved little sprite made Chun Nan involuntarily open his arms and hold her in his embrace. At that moment, he no longer cared about the little girl's origins, nor did he consider whether she was an immortal, a demon, or a monster. In that instant, to him, the little girl was simply an irresistible, cute little angel. Hee. The little girl laughed joyfully in Chun Nan's arms. Her pure and sweet smile seemed to infect him, bringing a smile to his face as well. However, when he remembered that he had come for Yu Xian, his smile gradually faded, and his heart was filled with a sour feeling. When he looked down, his expression suddenly froze, and a huge wave surged in his heart. The immortal flower was actually rooted on a piece of top-grade divine jade. It turned out that the entire flower was indeed made of jade-like material, seemingly forming from the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. However, this was not what shocked Chun Nan. What truly shocked him were the ancient characters inscribed on the divine jade. "Love you for 10,000 years." These characters were from a time long ago, and he recognized the handwriting of someone familiar to him. "Love you for 10,000 years." How profound was this sentiment? Chun Nan's eyes blurred with tears. He had discovered Yu Xian's handwriting here. He seemed to see a lonely figure trembling with delicate jade hands, deeply inscribing this heartfelt call on the jade stone. A gentle breeze rustled. The 100-flower valley remained. But where was the beauty? Where was the beauty? Warm tears rolled down Chun Nan's cheeks as he bent down, holding the little girl, repeatedly stroking the line of words. "Love you for 10,000 years." The breeze gently lifted a few flowers resting atop the divine jade, revealing a somewhat messy scratch on the jade that caught Chun Nan's eye. Upon closer inspection, his heart ached deeply. There were actually 4 characters, but they only occupied the space of 2. Rain and Chun overlapped together. Xian and Nan overlapped together. Yu Xian and Chun Nan overlap and reunite. Chun Nan murmured, then couldn't help but shout loudly. Yu Xian. He felt an immense pain in his heart, tears streaming down like a flood breaking a dam. The little girl in his arms seemed a bit scared upon seeing Chun Nan like this. At that moment, the colorful radiance of the immortal flower grew fainter and fainter, with the light flowing through the flower threads wrapping around the little girl's legs, all surging into her body. Puff! The immortal flower, having lost its brilliance, suddenly shattered into a cloud of powder that fell from the sky. The divine jade it was rooted in suddenly emitted a cracking sound, losing its luster and slowly fracturing. Uxion's last trace left in the 100-Flower Valley vanished just like that, seemingly signaling the end of everything from 1,000 years ago. The little girl in Chunnan's arms stretched out her snow-white little hand, gently wiping away his tears, her childish voice ringing in his ears. "Brother, don't cry." Chunnan looked down at her and found that the little girl's bright big eyes were also filled with tears, and long eyelashes fluttered, causing tears to roll down. "Brother, don't cry. When you cry, I also feel very heartbroken." Although the divine jade shattered because all its essence had flowed into the little girl's body, it was not her fault. Chunnan suppressed his sadness, forcing out an awkward smile, and said, "Brother won't cry. Brother feels so familiar. And you Xian feels so familiar too," the little girl murmured, her face full of confusion. These words sounded like thunder in Chunnan's ears. He stared blankly at the little girl, unable to speak for a long time. If the little girl was only familiar with him, he would not have noticed, as this could simply be a child's affection for him. However, the fact that the little girl also felt a sense of familiarity with the name Yusin was somewhat puzzling. Based on what he observed, he speculated that the little girl was the result of the divine jade's spiritual awakening, condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, at this moment, an absurd thought emerged in Chunnan's mind. Perhaps Yusin had returned to this world with the aid of the spirit of the divine jade. He carefully studied the little girl, trying to find similarities with Yusin. However, another thought crossed Chunnan's mind. Since the divine jade had already awakened, it must have some impression of events that occurred around it. Perhaps, 10,000 years ago, Yusin sat here alone, murmuring to herself, reminiscing about their moments together. Their appearances. Their stories were perhaps vaguely remembered by the divine jade at that time. Chunnan was filled with uncertainty. He did not know whether this girl was Yusin reincarnated or a being born from the divine jade gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Before this, when he heard the princess talk about a life being nurtured within the celestial flower, he had thought of Yusin, but it was merely an instinct, a recognition born from within. However, later he hesitated to believe that feeling. Now, upon reflection, he truly could not be sure. According to information gathered from the monsters, the celestial flower only appeared 3,000 years ago and had only recently nurtured this little girl. Even if one believed the little girl had existed 3,000 years ago, that still left a gap of 7,000 years compared to 10,000 years. This 7,000 years was a blank, an insurmountable chasm. The instinctive intuition and rational deduction kept entangling in Chunnan's mind, leaving him confused. Chunnan carefully searched the valley while holding the little girl, finding nothing but strange flowers and trees. "Brother, don't be sad, or I will feel heartache," the little girl timidly said. Chunnan hugged her tightly. This mysterious girl brought him a sense of warmth. He made a decision in his heart. No matter whether she was Yusin or not, he would carefully protect her as she grew up, ensuring she would not suffer any harm or grievance. The dragon baby and the monster leaders did not disturb Chunnan. They seemed to sense his emotional turmoil and did not follow him any longer. The little dragon appeared happy after seeing the little girl with Chunnan and shifted its attention to a small tree that looked like it was carved from jade. Watching the spirit-rich exotic fruits, it excitedly swallowed and then stumbled forward. At this time, most of the beasts and monsters outside the valley had dispersed, leaving only those who had learned to cultivate. After discussing among themselves, the monster leaders allowed the creatures outside the valley to line up and enter the valley to begin distributing the unusual fruits. In the end, those beasts and monsters left under the leadership of several monster leaders, having completely harvested the fruits from the various exotic small trees. The little dragon reaped the most. With a pile of colorful rare fruits in front of it, these spirit-rich fruits were comparable to formed ginseng and mushrooms, and they were definitely the little dragon's favorite. As the sun rose and set, Chunnan kept vigil beside the shattered divine jade, sorrowfully gazing for 3 days and nights. The little girl remained remarkably well-behaved in his arms, silently watching him, as if she too was deeply saddened. On the 4th day, when a ray of morning light shone into the 100-Flower Valley, Chunnan let out a heavy sigh. Alas! The little girl woke up in his arms and timidly said, "Brother, don't be sad." Chunnan fiercely hit himself once and softly said, "Brother is bad. Brother is a jerk, only thinking about some things and not taking care of you. I'll go find you something to eat." At that moment, his heart was filled with bitterness. "I'm not hungry. The little dragon brought me a lot of fruits. You eat, brother." The little girl raised her snow-white little hand and offered a crystal-clear, slightly glowing fruit that resembled a peach to his mouth. Looking at the little girl's cuteness and understanding nature, Chun Nen felt both pity and affection. He gently moved her small hand aside and softly said, "Can I give you a name?" "Sure, sure." The little girl cheered and said, "Can I be called Yusin?" Chun Nen silently looked at her, his emotions surging. The morning glow illuminated the little girl's tender face, giving her an aura of purity. He instinctively said, "You were born in the morning light. So let us call you Chensi." The little girl happily hugged his neck, jumping and laughing, her childish voice echoing in the 100-Flower Valley. I have a name now. I'm called Chensi, picked up by my brother in a flower bush on a clear morning." Chun Nan's heart ached. A similar phrase from 10,000 years ago echoed in his mind. "I'm called Yusin, picked up by my master in a flower bush on a rainy night." It seemed as if everything from 10,000 years ago had ended, yet it also seemed to have just begun. He truly could not determine the little girl's identity. Chun Nan's eyes moistened. Was this an end or a beginning? "Brother, don't cry." Chensi raised her snow-white little hand, carefully wiping his tears. "Brother, don't cry. Brother will never cry again." Chun Nen stood up, holding Chensi, and strode away from the place of shattered jade. Was this an end or a beginning? Chapter 1. Silent farewell. Chun Nen brought little Chensi before the little dragon, who was currently sleeping soundly, its face displaying a proud dragon smile, even in dreams. Indeed, this time it had a bountiful harvest. In front of it lay a pile of colorful exotic fruits, emitting a tempting fragrance. These could be considered heavenly treasures. Difficult to find on ordinary days, yet here in the ancient immortal ruins, it had collected so many at once. The little dragon was well aware of the preciousness of these exotic fruits. During these 3 days, it had only consumed 3, then restrained its appetite. At this moment, it sensed Chun Nan's arrival, opened its big eyes, and looked at him with excitement. "Little dragon," Chensi sweetly smiled, waving her snow-white little hand at the little dragon. Her childish voice filled with warmth. During these 3 days, although the little dragon had refrained from indulging itself, it had been generous to Chensi, giving her some of the most precious exotic fruits. It could be said that during Chun Nan's extreme sorrow over these 3 days, it was the little dragon that took care of little Chensi. "Ya, ya." The little dragon wobbled to its feet, showing immense affection towards little Chensi. Chun Nan stroked the little dragon's scales and gently sighed. "Thank you. Let us go. Let us leave here." The little dragon nodded, and then called out woo-woo, extending a dragon claw to point at a pile of treasures on the ground, mumbling incessantly. Chun Nan smiled, placed little Chensi on the ground, unwrapped the package on his back, and took out several large robes to wrap up the pile of exotic fruits on the ground. Then he tied the 3 bundles together with one robe and hung them around the little dragon's neck. The little dragon was extremely happy, stumbling along as it followed Chun Nan out of the valley. "Brother, where are we going?" After leaving the 100-Flower Valley, little Chensi seemed a bit reluctant, frequently looking back at the valley. "I'll take you to the town, okay? There are many little friends your age there. Once we get there, you will have lots of playmates." Chun Nen was puzzled by the true identity of Chensi, but he felt genuine affection for her and sometimes treated her as a shadow of Yusin. This was a mental illusion he had set for himself, giving himself hope and anticipation. Of course, this is by no means a simple affection between siblings. It is a reminiscence of the past. Emotionally, he regards little Chensi as his own daughter. Little Chensi turned back to glance at the valley, a bit reluctant, but ultimately revealed a pure smile and said, "Wherever brother goes, Chensi will go." Seeing such a well-behaved and adorable little Chensi, Chun Nan found it hard to speak. This seemingly 3-year-old little angel carries too many mysteries, yet she seems blissfully unaware of them. Chun Nan felt both pity and love for her, and he decided that he must give her the happiest childhood, ensuring she would not live in isolation like Uxian did in the mountains. Chun Nan held little Chensi in his arms, with the stumbling dragon baby following behind them. The two of them, along with the dragon, left the ancient immortal ruins. Just as they stepped out of the 100-Flower Valley, the 4 monster leaders who had disappeared for several days reappeared before them. The black-winged and shiny-feathered princess, a magpie, flew around in the air, flapping her wings and calling out, "You came out just in time. The grand formation left by the ancient immortal is about to activate again. This ancient immortal site only opens for a few days every 1,000 years." Then she kept calling out, "Little fairy, are you really going to leave Kunlun Mountain with that guy? Why not stay? If you stay, we will respect you as our queen." The other 3 monsters also looked expectantly at her. At this moment, although they were in beast forms, Their faces showed human expressions of hope. Little Chintzy had a hint of reluctance on her face as she waved her small, snow-white hand at them and said, "Thank you for being so good to me. But I still want to leave here with brother. I don't know why, but I always feel that brother is the closest person to me." Chun Nan's heart trembled. He was becoming more and more confused. Was it the divine jade that had retained the memories of what Uxian had told him? Or was Uxian using the divine jade to return to this world? It was all shrouded in mystery. What had really happened in the 100-Flower Valley over the millennia? Who exactly was Little Chintzy? Everything was enveloped in a fog. The Magpie Princess, unwilling to accept this, said, "What is so good about this guy? He looks just ordinary. Why does the little fairy have feelings for him? Don't say that about brother." "Brother is very good," Little Chintzy retorted. "What is good about him? Doesn't he look like a good person at all?" The Magpie Princess insisted, frequently trying to provoke. "Shut up, you chattering crow. If you keep squawking, I'll pluck all your feathers." Chun Nan could no longer tolerate the Magpie Princess flying back and forth in front of him and scolded her. After being rebuked by Chun Nan, the Magpie Princess was extremely angry, shouting in the air, "Little fairy, did you see that? This guy has a filthy mouth. How can you be with him?" Chun Nan knew the monster's code of conduct. They could not harm humans indiscriminately, so he felt no fear towards the monsters before him. Therefore, he spoke to them without reservation. Looking at the Magpie Princess making a fuss, he shouted, "Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Who are you to interfere randomly? If you keep chirping, I'll let the dragon baby roast you." The little dragon cooperatively stepped forward, blinking its big eyes at the Magpie Princess in the air, then waved its dragon claw. A few days ago, the dragon baby had fought the 4 monster leaders and was slightly stronger, which made the monsters, who were unwilling to resort to violence, very troubled. The Magpie Princess, seeing the little dragon showing off, was very angry and screamed, "Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight you." Although she claimed not to be afraid, she no longer dared to call the little dragon a big silly bird because she found that every time she did, the little dragon would go into a rage, leading to endless fights. The little dragon ignored her words, showing a dragon-style expression, curling its lip in disdain. Little Chintzy, held in Chun Nan's arms, blinked her long eyelashes, her big eyes sparkling like black jewels. She looked at the 4 strange monsters in front of her, then at the provocatively staring little dragon, and said, "Little dragon, don't fight. Little bird, little pig, don't stop brother. I will come back to see you later." Seeing that Little Chintzy had already made up her mind not to stay, the Magpie Princess couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. She sighed gently, "Little fairy, you don't know how bad the outside world is. Everyone's mind is filled with dirty thoughts. In human society, many people will stop at nothing for a bit of profit. We don't want you to suffer, which is why we don't want you to leave the mountains." Little Chintzy smiled sweetly and said, "I'm not afraid. Brother will protect me." "Him? This guy is so weak. How can he protect you? If you don't believe me, let us test his abilities." The Magpie Princess flapped her wings, flying around above Chun Nan's head, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. Being so underestimated by a strange bird indeed made Chun Nan a bit angry. Although it was a monster, it was enough to make him feel furious. He placed Little Chintzy on the little dragoness back, quickly took down the long bow from his back, and knocked a carved feather arrow onto the bowstring. He pulled the hard bowstring back with all his strength, the bow resembling a full moon, and with a light sound. The arrow shot through the air. The Magpie Princess seemed completely unconcerned about this arrow, ignoring the feathered arrow flying toward her. It wasn't until the arrow was less than 10 centimeters away that she sensed something was wrong. A magic arrow. Indeed. The vice principal had given Chun Nan a set of magically enhanced weapons, and this carved feather arrow was a powerful magic arrow. As soon as the arrow left the bowstring, it resonated with the magical elements in the air, unleashing its contained magical power. Though the Magpie Princess had sensed something was off, she didn't take it seriously until the arrow got closer and closer. The feathered arrow struck the Magpie Princess like a bolt of lightning. The powerful magic-infused carved feather arrow exploded with a loud bang, and the intense magical energy rippled through the air, causing the leaves on nearby trees to fall. Chun Nan stood in front of the little dragon, blocking the residual magical energy to prevent the scattered energy from affecting Little Chintzy. The powerful magic arrow did not harm the Magpie Princess, but it caused her shiny wings to curl up, making her look a bit ridiculous. Chun Nan knew that although the magic arrow was powerful, it was far from enough to deal with this monster leader, who was on par with the little dragon in strength. He quickly bent the bow and knocked another arrow, firing magic arrows one after another. The sounds of explosions echoed through the forest as the magic arrows exploded one after another, creating brilliant flashes in the air. In fact, the magic arrows really couldn't harm the magpie princess. Only the first arrow exploded her wings due to her negligence and lack of defense. The other magic arrows, containing strong magical power, shattered several feet away from her. The powerful magical energy unleashed by the magic arrows was blocked by the black light emanating from the magpie princess. Unable to touch her at all, thousands of black rays of light radiated from her body, like a black sun hanging high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Chun Nan's quiver was empty, and he stopped the pointless attacks. The magpie princess also retracted her black light, angrily shouting in the air, "Ah, that damn bastard actually ambushed me. How despicable." Using magic arrows too. She tried several times to swoop down and attack Chun Nan, but forcibly held herself back, huffing, "If it weren't for the ancestral teachings, I would definitely tear you apart, you scoundrel. How dare you ruin my beautiful attire? You chattering crow, you said you wanted to test my abilities," Chun Nan mocked. "Bastard. Despicable." The magpie princess flew around in the air, furious, but after her feathers were ruffled, she looked quite disheveled. The wild boar spirit, the white rabbit spirit, and the spotted deer spirit beside her wore expressions of glee, mockingly watching the magpie princess. Little Chintzy blinked her big eyes and said, "Brother, don't fight with the little bird." Chun Nan stroked her soft hair and replied, "Sometimes, some things are unavoidable. Like now, if I don't deal with it this way, it will keep chattering and will only become more demanding, endlessly. Nonsense, I just want the little fairy to stay." The magpie princess retorted defiantly. At this moment, the hefty wild boar spirit slowly approached, bringing a heavy sense of oppression to Chun Nan. It extended a front hoof, bending it at an incredible angle, and patted its own back, leaving Chun Nan dumbfounded. Although the magpie princess was very angry, she did not forget to act as a translator, huffing, "It wants to test your abilities. You can give it your all, it won't fight back. It wants to see if you really have the ability to protect the little fairy." Chun Nan found it somewhat amusing that these spirits were acting like children. However, from their words and actions, it was clear that they genuinely cared for little Chintzy. Since the wild boar spirit wanted him to unleash a full strike, he felt he couldn't refuse. To make them think lightly of him would not be wise, so he decided to swing his sword with all his might. 3 days ago, in the 100 Flowers Valley, Chun Nan's ordinary long knife had been shattered by an old monster hiding in the shadows. At this moment, he drew the magical long knife given to him by the vice president. The blade did not shine brilliantly. In fact, it appeared somewhat dull, just like an ordinary sword. But Chun Nan could clearly sense the immense power contained within the blade. With a slight exertion of force, the magical power within the knife surged forth, resonating with the magical elements in the air. Chun Nan held the knife with both hands above his head, channeling all his energy into the blade. Fiery golden flames erupted from his body, wrapping around him in brilliant golden light, making him appear like a being of fire. The powerful force was infused into the knife, and the originally dull long knife burst forth with a chilling light, radiating a dazzling blade of light that emitted a whoosh sound as it cut through the air. The long knife shot upward, its blade energy surging, with a cold and terrifying killing intent permeating the scene. The powerful energy waves rippled outward from him, creating waves in the air. The golden edge of the knife became increasingly bright and dazzling. The blade, almost a meter long, unleashed a blade light over 10 feet long, transforming from intangible to tangible, golden brilliance gradually showing signs of materialization. The four spirits were taken aback, although their cultivation methods differed from humans. The essence of cultivation was the same. They sensed the immense power emanating from Chun Nan, not expecting his cultivation to reach such a level. Overall, these spirits were still immature. Although they were powerful, they were far from the capabilities of human experts at the same level. If a human expert had their cultivation level, they would have sensed Chun Nan's true strength long ago. The blade energy finally hovered between the tangible and intangible. The over 10-foot-long blade light nearly materialized, the oppressive cold aura causing the temperature nearby to plummet. Flash! Chun Nan shouted, bringing the long knife down. The tangible blade energy descending like the Grim Reaper's scythe toward the wild boar spirit. At the same time, the magical power contained within the knife erupted, dazzling light blinding to the eye. The powerful magical power and fierce blade energy were intimidating, devastating the nearby trees, leaves flying wildly, branches cracking with a creaking sound. Finally, several large trees collapsed under the violent and immense force, scattering debris in the air. This was merely the result of the tangible blade energy and magical power surging forth. It had barely touched a few trees. The wild boar spirit's eyes glimmered with a hint of fear, although its cultivation was incredibly impressive. If it remained motionless and took this blow, it would likely struggle to withstand it. Just as the nearly materialized blazing blade light was about to strike the wild boar spirit, it suddenly twisted. Its originally not-so-large body swelling up in an instant, as if inflated. In a moment, the wild boar spirit became much larger than an elephant, its two white tusks gleaming like giant swords. It swung its head, shaking its terrifying tusks to meet the descending tangible blade energy. The over 10-foot-long, brilliant blade light boom struck the wild boar's tusks. A thunderous sound echoed, causing the entire forest to tremble. After the dazzling blade light collided with the wild boar spirit's formidable tusks, it erupted in a blinding burst of light, radiant as the sun. The violent energy waves wreaked havoc throughout the forest outside the 100 Flowers Valley, trees dancing wildly and leaves swirling. The scattered blade energy and magical power transformed the nearby terrain into chaos, creating massive craters in the woodland. Many trees were broken, the ground littered with broken branches and fallen leaves. Although the wild boar spirit was astonishingly powerful, facing this overwhelming strike, it was still rocked back and forth. Chun Nen was also thrown back by the impact of the collision, flying 5 or 6 yards horizontally before regaining his balance and landing. The magical long knife had completely shattered, leaving only the handle in his hand. It wasn't that Chun Nan's cultivation was insufficient. The wild boar spirit's strength was simply too astonishing. If it were to be classified by human cultivation ranks, it had at least reached the 5th level, possibly even close to the 6th. Although it had only defended passively, without launching a fierce counterattack, the powerful recoil was not something an ordinary expert could withstand. Chun Nan's blood surged, but fortunately, he was not injured. Such a performance was enough to astonish the spirits. After all, they were leaders of a new generation of monsters from Kunlun Mountain, and it would be incredibly difficult for an ordinary person to withstand one of their strikes. When the blade energy and magical power began rampaging earlier, the dragon baby had flown little Chincy into the air. At this moment, little Chincy was extremely anxious, waving her small hands in the air, saying, "Brother, are you okay?" When she saw Chun Nan being thrown back, she almost cried, and even now, her eyes glistened with tears. Chun Nan waved at her, softly saying, "Chincy, don't worry, don't be afraid, I'm fine." The wild boar spirit ceased its inflation and quickly shrank back to its original form. Chun Nan tossed aside the knife handle and asked the wild boar spirit, "Do you still want to test my abilities?" It had initially agreed to remain still and let Chun Nan strike with all his might, but at the last moment, it had suddenly transformed and made an appropriate counterattack, leaving the wild boar spirit feeling quite embarrassed. It snorted a few times, feeling a bit sheepish. The flying magpie princess resumed her role as translator, saying, "It has acknowledged your abilities and believes that you can protect the little fairy's safety in the absence of a super strong enemy." Chun Nen understood that these spirits genuinely cared about little Chincy's safety. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will never let Chincy suffer even the slightest grievance, let alone her safety. Now can we leave?" The magpie princess nodded helplessly, and the other 3 spirits no longer obstructed them. The dragon baby descended from the sky, and Chun Nen stepped forward to hold little Chincy in his arms. She hugged his neck tightly, her long lashes adorned with a few glistening tears, and she said with some fear, "Brother, I was really worried." "Don't worry, Chincy, I'm fine," Chun Nen comforted her. Although the magpie princess wanted little Chincy to stay, she had no way to do so and flew back and forth in the air helplessly, finally landing on the antlers of a sick deer. She sighed at the 3 monsters. The little fairy is going to leave this place with him, but the ancestors said his demonic seed is deeply rooted, and one day he might become a murderous demon king. Alas, why does the little fairy want to be with such a person? Chun Nan's 6 senses were sharp, and his spiritual awareness was extraordinarily sensitive. Although the words of the parrot princess were faint, he still caught them. His heart trembled as he recalled what his parents had said back in the day. On the night when Dongfang Xiaotian attacked, Chun Nen almost fell into madness. His demonic seed is already deeply rooted, and the path of cultivation he must take may be completely different from mine. Now, similar words echoed in his ears again, and he couldn't help but feel moved. Xiao Qinzi seemed to have heard something as well. She tilted her head to look at the parrot princess, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. Chen Nan was surprised to find that Xiao Qinzi's spiritual awareness was also so keen. He hugged her and sat on the back of the little dragon, and just as they were about to take off, he couldn't help but ask the parrot princess, "With your profound cultivation, you can almost transform into human form. Why haven't you gone to the human society to experience it? Do you think we don't want to?" If it weren't for the fear of that terrifying immortal. At this point, it suddenly stopped speaking. Chen Nin was puzzled and asked, "What exactly do you fear?" The parrot princess had always been unhappy about Chen Nin taking Xiao Qinzi away, and it huffed. "Humph, no need to tell you." In short, if it weren't for certain restrictions, powerful monsters would have already appeared in human society. Chen Nin nodded, finally understanding. Even powerful monsters who had achieved great cultivation were still bound by certain restrictions and could not casually intrude into human society. The little dragon soared into the sky with Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi, who waved her small, snow-white hands at the ground below. Her tender but heartfelt words echoed from the air. "Little bird, little pig, little rabbit, little deer, I will come back to see you, to see Uncle and them. I will miss you." For nearly 1,000 years. There has been an ancient rumor in Kunlun Mountain that a lost fairy is nurtured among the immortal flowers in Baohua Valley. And this life is very likely to become the future king of the Kunlun Mountain monster realm. The 4 monsters were filled with complex emotions, and the legend was completely shattered today. The monster realm king they had in mind left with Chun Nan, and they felt an immense sense of loss and regret. However, their sense of loss was far less than that of Chun Nan, who looked down at the increasingly distant Baohua Valley and felt a deep bitterness in his heart. The memories from 10,000 years ago seemed to completely vanish with the passage of time. The names and figures of Yusin and Qinzi were intertwined endlessly in his heart. Looking back felt like a dream. The past was like the wind, and he silently waved to the ground, "Goodbye." Chapter 2. Provoking resentment. The peak of the sky-provoking summit stood at 7,000 meters, like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. The cold currents surged, and the mist swirled around. Although the air was thin at the summit, the biting cold felt like a blade against the skin, making it excruciatingly unbearable. Ordinary people could hardly withstand such extreme low temperatures. Chun Nan wrapped all the clothes in his package around Xiao Qinzi, making her look like a chubby doll. Meanwhile, Chun Nan sat backward on the little dragon's back, using his own back to shield the little Qinzi from the cold winds. His internal energy circulated continuously, and golden light enveloped his body, shielding Qinzi from the harsh cold outside. What surprised Chun Nan was that Xiao Qinzi seemed completely unafraid of the cold. She appeared not to feel chilly at all. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that her body was filled with barely visible colorful radiance, blocking the cold air and repelling his golden true energy. This discovery truly astonished Chun Nan. Xiao Qinzi's constitution was extraordinary, shrouded in a layer of mystery. Just like her origins, on the snow-capped peak, dressed in silver and white, with snowflakes swirling, Xiao Qinzi had suddenly transitioned from the blooming ancient immortal ruins to this icy world, feeling exceptionally curious, her big eyes blinking continuously. Later, as if she sensed Chun Nan's gaze, she cutely said, "Brother, I'm not cold at all, don't worry." Chun Nan lovingly ruffled her soft hair and said, "Don't talk. You might let the cold air in." Qinzi nodded vigorously and stopped speaking, appearing very obedient. But the more innocent and cute she was, the more Chun Nan felt a pang in his heart, for she bore a striking resemblance to Yusin. The little dragon, as a 5th-level holy dragon, flew like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, it left the majestic Kunlun Mountain far behind. Once out of the high mountains, the air gradually warmed up. At Chun Nan's command, the little dragon slowed down its flying speed, allowing the curious Xiao Qinzi to better observe the scenery below. Essentially, Chun Nan was a free-spirited person who disliked being restrained by external forces, as evidenced by his refusal of various temptations from Lucy. The vice principal had seized some of his weaknesses, forcing him to participate in the warm-up competition of the 4 academies held at the Immortal Martial Academy, which he found very distasteful. Although Chun Nan knew that the cunning vice principal was not as bad as he appeared, he still resisted his methods. As he returned along the same path, Chun Nan pondered some questions, contemplating whether he should return to the city of sin. Perhaps he no longer needed to go back, and could simply live in hiding in the state of Jin, raising Xiao Qinzi to adulthood and watching her grow up happily. However, he felt that this idea was too decadent, Life should not be so gloomy, and he should not be so despondent. Along the way, Chun Nan thought a lot, reflecting on everything since his revival. He, a person from 10,000 years ago, had unexpectedly come back to life from the ancient divine tomb, which he found hard to believe. The demon and god cemetery not only buried the strongest among humans and top cultivators among other races, but every other grave also contained an ancient god or demon. Yet, before his death, his cultivation was mediocre. Where could he have been buried? There must be some hidden truth. From the low mound without a tombstone, it could be seen that this deceased person seemed different from other grave owners. There were many mysteries he couldn't see through or comprehend. After living in that small town in the western part of the Chu state for a year, he gradually adjusted his mindset, and the confused him slowly shed the shadows of the past, beginning to see himself as a modern person. However, deep down in his heart, there was still a trace of desolation, but to live better, he had to bury everything deep inside. To survive, he had to act, hiding the truth and wrapping it in hypocrisy. Perhaps life was originally like this. Sometimes Chun Nan felt a bit weary, but he had to do it, suppressing his true nature. After causing a ruckus in the imperial capital of the Chu state, escaping to the city of Sin, and entering the ancient immortal ruins of Baohua Valley, he now had a little Chinsi by his side. Looking at her innocent smile, he decided to change. To no longer escape, but to face reality, for he bore the added responsibility of being a father and brother. He needed to lift himself up and start anew. All along, Chun Nan had been pursuing the astonishing secrets from 10,000 years ago, and he would continue to do so in the future. He wanted to know what exactly happened 10,000 years ago, why the supposedly immortal gods and demons died, why he was buried in the demon and god cemetery, and how he managed to come back to life. Even Xiao Qinxi's true identity seemed to trace back to 10,000 years ago. Yes, he suspected that Qinxi wasn't really Yusin. Yet, she reflected certain traces of Yusin, as if hinting at something, urging him to continue his pursuit. Did Yusin deliberately leave behind clues for me to explore a certain path? Too many secrets, too many unsolvable mysteries. Chun Nan's current life is intricately connected to the events of 10,000 years ago, and the truth from that time holds immense significance for him. He must uncover the details of the past, seek out the remnants of gods and demons, and explore that obliterated history to reveal the truth completely. Chun Nan thought a lot, using divergent thinking, jumping from one topic to another, and gradually he felt a bit disoriented himself. In the end, he made a decision, not to avoid it, but to return to the city of Sin. Life cannot be too negative, and one should not be too despondent. Only in the face of challenges can one ignite the spirit of striving. Flying at high speed in the air greatly satisfied the playful nature of little Qinxi, filling the air with her laughter and exclamations of wonder. Although Kunlun Mountain is very far from the capital of the Jin Kingdom, under the lightning-fast speed of the little dragon, 1,000 miles becomes an inch. Half an hour later, the little dragon landed in a grove outside the capital of the Chu Kingdom. If the dragon baby were to enter the Jin capital, it would surely cause a sensation. Dragons from the west are rarely seen in the east, and such a massive creature appearing in a national capital would definitely attract countless onlookers. After much persuasion from Chun Nan, the little dragon reluctantly gave up the idea of entering the city with him and walked into the woods. The reason Chun Nan did not immediately head to the Xinwu Academy to meet with Long Wu and the others was that he wanted to go into the city to buy some clothes for little Qinxi. Her small body wrapped in his oversized clothing looked quite odd. Although the territory of the Jin Kingdom is not vast, its national strength is not weak, and the people of the country can live and work in peace. The capital, Kaiyuan City, is extremely prosperous, considered a famous city in the eastern continent. Carrying little Qinxi, Chun Nan walked into Kaiyuan City, where the streets were bustling with traffic and shops lined both sides. Crowds gathered at corners, mostly street performers and actors, which made little Qinxi very curious, constantly peeking inside. Chun Nan patiently explained to her, just as he had when he first brought you Xin from the mountains into town years ago. Chun Nan carried little Qinxi through the crowded streets and entered a tailor shop. Both the owner and the tailors were astonished by little Qinxi's beauty, and everyone in the shop couldn't help but praise the adorable little girl before them, who looked like a delicate work of art. After the tailor carefully took little Qinxi's measurements, he told Chun Nan that the clothes could be picked up in an hour. As they left the tailor shop, Chun Nan said to her, "Brother will take you to eat something delicious, okay?" "Okay," little Qinxi responded sweetly. Kaiyuan City is a famous city in the eastern continent. and naturally, it is very prosperous, with numerous restaurants. Chun Nan took little Chun Shi into a 3-story restaurant, and with a tip of a gold coin. The manager personally and politely led them to a private room. The private room had an elegant and antique style, with door curtains made of purple bamboo strips and tables and chairs carved from pear wood. A few landscape paintings hung on the walls. Overall, the decor of this restaurant was quite exquisite, unlike the common taverns that were rather kitsch. Although little Chun Shi's intellect far exceeded that of children her age, she knew relatively little about everyday matters due to the limited teachings of the old demons. Since entering the city, she had been incredibly curious about everything. And the private room was no exception, innocently asking questions, which Chun Nan patiently answered one by one. Chun Nan had remained silent in the Flower Valley for 3 days, with his stomach now completely empty. Although he knew he should eat something light at this moment, he ultimately could not resist the temptation of meat and ordered over a dozen dishes in total. While explaining some common knowledge about life to little Chun Shi, he also listened attentively to the conversations from the next private room. In fact, he had been carefully eavesdropping since they entered because the people dining next door seemed to be of significant status and were discussing the recent warm-up competition at the Xianwu Academy. A sweet, charming female voice came from the next room, laughing as she said, "I didn't expect the little lord's elder brother to be so heroic, actually defeating that powerful magician." The person referred to as the little lord spoke domineeringly, clearly someone who was usually arrogant, and his tone was very aggressive. How could my elder brother, a dignified Tier 3 sub-dragon knight, possibly lose to that magician from the Shinfeng Academy? Even though that magician has also reached Tier 3, he could never defeat a warrior among cultivators like a dragon knight. My brother's cultivation level is unmatched among the younger generation even in the 4 major academies. The woman giggled. The little lord's cultivation is not weaker than the elder brother's. If you participate next time, you will surely shine. Chun Nan frowned. Kevin had indeed suffered a great defeat, and the Shinfeng Academy had lost. From the conversation next door, it was clear that the 4 major academies had hidden talents. In the warm-up match between strong cultivators, each academy had dispatched a Tier 3 cultivator, and in the end, the War God Academy's little lord determined the outcome, leading the War God Academy to victory. Chun Nan did not have too many thoughts about the defeat of the Shinfeng Academy, but he felt a bit disdainful towards the little lord next door. From their conversation, it was evident that this person was arrogant and conceited, seemingly believing that apart from his elder brother, the little lord of divine might, he was the strongest among the young masters in the world. There seemed to be 5 or 6 people in the next room, and from the polite and slightly flattering words of the others, Chun Nan learned about his identity as a descendant of a noble family from a small eastern country. He and his elder brother were both cultivating at the War God Academy in the west and had come to the Jin Kingdom to participate in the warm-up competition for strong cultivators. Chun Nan looked down on this arrogant and ignorant second-generation heir and lost interest in listening after understanding the outcome of the Xianwu Academy's battle. Soon, the waiter began to bring the dishes one by one. After carefully picking out the bones from a piece of fish for little Chun Shi, he said, "Here, try this." But little Chun Shi just put it in her mouth and spat it out again. "What's wrong? Did you get a bone?" Chun Nan asked nervously. "No." Little Chun Shi said, making a face, "Brother, I can't eat this. It makes me feel a bit nauseous." Oh. Chun Nan thought there was something wrong with the dish and hurriedly tried a piece of fish himself, finding nothing wrong with it. He looked at little Chun Shi in confusion, thinking she didn't like this dish, and changed it for her with several other dishes. But the result was the same. As soon as little Chun Shi put it in her mouth, she spat it out again. She wrinkled her delicate nose and said, "Brother, I really can't eat these things." Chun Nan was stunned and quickly called the waiter back in, continuously swapping out dishes, but each time little Chun Shi only sniffed them before shaking her head. After repeatedly asking about her feelings, Chun Nan finally discovered an astonishing fact. Little Chun Shi could not eat any food at all. In the end, she only ate a few grapes from the fruit platter. Not of this world. Little Chun Shi really couldn't eat earthly food. Chun Nan was extremely surprised, gently stroking little Chun Shi's soft hair, and said, "Chun Shi, aren't you hungry?" Little Chun Shi shook her head and smiled brightly. "Brother, don't worry. I don't feel hungry at all." Ah, Chun Nan was once again dumbfounded, asking, "What kind of food do you feel like eating?" Little Chun Shi tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment before pulling out a crystal-clear strange fruit from her pocket and said, "Just eat this." Chun Nan felt a headache coming on. That strange fruit was given to her by the little dragon while taking care of her. and it was a heavenly treasure from the ruins of the ancient immortals. If she must rely on this immortal fruit for sustenance, then, brother, don't worry about me. I really feel fine. I have a feeling that just eating one of these fruits will be enough for me for a long time. Little Chun Shi's innocent words reminded Chun Nan of some legends. Powerful immortals and terrifying demons were said to not need to eat daily. The vital energy absorbed during cultivation was enough to sustain their bodies. They occasionally eat those heavenly materials like Xianji and Shanghua. Chun Nan looked at Xiao Qinsi, speechless for a long time, until Xiao Qinsi shook his arm, and he finally came to his senses. Oh, so you only like to eat these things, huh? No problem. There are plenty with the dragon baby. Besides, that despicable old rascal at Shinfeng Academy has even more. Chun Nan recalled the medicinal store controlled by the vice president of Shinfeng Academy, where the precious herbs collected over the years by the academy were stored. This was also the reason why the dragon baby valued Shinfeng Academy. He could obtain what Qinsi needed through the dragon baby. After not eating for 3 days, Chun Nan couldn't help but devour his food, and Xiao Qinsi watched him eat with great interest. After the meal, Chun Nan took Xiao Qinsi back to the tailor shop, where the tailor handed him several completed children's outfits. Although Xiao Qinsi was young, she looked even more lovable after a simple dressing up. Like a cute little angel descended to the mortal world, making everyone in the shop want to hug her. Watching so many people surround her with compliments, Xiao Qinsi smiled sweetly and then greeted each one. Hello, uncle. Hello, sir. Hello, brother. Hello, sister, which made everyone beam with joy and continuously praise her for being sensible. Suddenly, the shop door was pushed open with a loud bang, and a somewhat arrogant and domineering young man's voice came from outside. Boss, is the custom-made clothing I ordered ready? This was a group of young people, the leader being tall, with a slightly dark complexion and big eyes like copper bells, looking quite fierce. Beside him was a beautiful young woman in her teens, extremely alluring, snuggling closely against him like a little bird. However, the scene gave off a Beauty and the Beast vibe. The others were dressed in expensive silks and satins, clearly wealthy young masters, and their strong aura indicated that they were all profound martial artists, seemingly following the tall, fierce young man. The moment the tall young man spoke, Chun Nan already recognized his identity. He was the little lord from the private room next door where they had just eaten at the restaurant. He had no good feelings for such a domineering second-generation heir, so after hastily settling the bill, he led Xiao Qinsi to leave. Xiao Qinsi, having just put on her new clothes, was very excited and didn't let Chun Nan carry her, bouncing ahead. When she brushed past the fierce-looking little lord, she accidentally bumped into the hem of his long robe, and a strong force surged towards her. Before Qinsi understood what happened, she was knocked down to the ground by the overwhelming energy from the little lord. Xiao Qinsi rubbed her knee in pain while getting up from the ground, her big eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill over at any moment. Chun Nan was taken aback, not expecting this arrogant second-generation heir to be so domineering as to attack a child. He hurriedly stepped forward to Xiao Qinsi's side, but before knowing where she was hurt, he didn't dare to touch her. Where are you hurt, Qinsi? He asked anxiously. I'm not hurt. It just hurts a bit from the fall. Don't worry, brother. Xiao Qinsi said softly, trying to hold back her tears. Chun Nan wiped away the few tears rolling down her cheeks with his sleeve and gently said, Qinsi, be good. Don't cry. It's my fault for not protecting you well. Chun Nan stood up and turned to glare angrily at the little lord, a fire burning in his heart. This arrogant second-generation heir was truly despicable for using such heavy hands against a child. If it weren't for Qinsi's extraordinary constitution, she would have been injured by now. The little lord coldly glanced at Chun Nan, looked down at Qinsi, and scolded, How could you not watch where you're going, little girl? Qinsi lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry, big brother, it was my fault. However, her small face was filled with grievance, with a few glistening tears hanging on her long eyelashes, making her look both pitiful and heart-wrenching. In Chun Nan's heart, Xiao Qinsi's status was no less than that of the 3 young masters. He had already regarded her as his own daughter. It could be said that in this world, Xiao Qinsi was the only one he cared about, and he could not tolerate anyone harming her. Xiao Qinsi was his reverse scale in this life. He could endure humiliation himself, but he absolutely could not tolerate Qinsi being wronged in the slightest. How could you use such heavy hands on a 3-year-old child? Chun Nan confronted the little lord angrily, his words very severe. Humph! The little lord snorted coldly and said, I am a martial artist. This is a self-protective instinct. I already held back, Otherwise, such a little thing would have been broken to pieces. The alluring woman, tightly clinging to the little lord, smiled lightly and said, "The child walked poorly, bumped into someone, and fell to the ground. Who can she blame?" The several wealthy young masters beside them wore faint smiles, looking like they were watching a show. The shop owner, several tailors, and a few customers looked at Xiao Chenxi, whose eyes were full of tears and her face full of grievance, feeling both pity and pain. Although they deeply despised the little lord's shamelessness and arrogance, they did not dare to speak up. They could not afford to offend such a wealthy and powerful young master. "Brother," Xiao Chenxi called softly with tears in her eyes. Chun Nan suppressed his anger, turned to Xiao Chenxi, affectionately brushed her hair, and then picked her up, softly asking, "What's wrong, Chenxi? Brother, let's leave here." The little lord was extremely displeased with Chun Nan. Usually, everyone treated him with utmost respect, but Chun Nan had just contradicted him, making him very angry. Seeing him turn around, he thought he was afraid and retreating, so he coldly said, "Want to leave? Humph, not so easy. First apologize to me." The woman beside him said, "This person seems to have extraordinary skills. Humph, that's what makes it interesting. Today, I'm just going to stretch my muscles." The little lord turned to a young nobleman beside him and said, "Now in your territory, have someone keep an eye on him. Today I want to play with him slowly." The little lord wore a cruel smile on his face. Chun Nan gently said to Chenxi, "Brother will be out for a while. Can you wait for me here?" Xiao Chenxi seemed to know what was about to happen next. She hugged Chun Nan's neck tightly and said anxiously, "I don't want to leave my brother." Then she turned to the little lord and said, "I'm sorry, big brother. It was my fault for accidentally bumping into you. I apologize to you." Her childish voice seemed to make even the little lord feel a bit ashamed. But he was deeply angered by Chun Nan's rudeness. He shouted loudly, "The little girl has nothing to do with this right now. Are you going to apologize or not?" Chun Nan caressed Chenxi's cheek, wiped the tears from her face, and said, "Chenxi, you are kind, but sometimes being too kind is cruel to yourself. This world has all kinds of people. Some can reason, but some you don't need to respect at all. The more you respect them, the more they will take advantage of you. Trying to reason with them is like trying to reason with a dog. You can only use evil to counter evil with such villains." The little lord's face changed dramatically with anger, his eyes bulging. It was the first time he had been publicly humiliated. He said harshly, "You really want to die?" The alluring woman beside him and several other wealthy young masters also looked extremely displeased, glaring coldly at Chun Nan. "Brother, but..." Xiao Chenxi looked at the little lord and his companions, then at Chun Nan, her eyes full of worry. Chun Nan gently said, "Chenxi, don't be afraid. As long as I can still stand, I will never let you suffer any harm or grievance in this life." He carried Xiao Chenxi to the shop owner's side and said, "Can you help me take care of this child?" The shopkeeper, although very frightened, immediately agreed when he saw the adorable little Chenxi. Chun Nan set Chenxi down and was about to leave when little Chenxi couldn't help but call out, "Brother." He paused to look at her and said, "Some things, no matter how much you try to avoid them, are unavoidable. Just like now. Even if we lower our dignity to apologize to them, they will still bite us like mad dogs. Instead of that, it's better to just fight back." Chapter 3. Anger Battle. Little Chenxi not only had a much higher intellect than children her age, but her physique was also quite different from ordinary people. She was particularly sensitive to energy and had already sensed the powerful forces within the few people before her. She was very worried about Chun Nan, her eyes turning red as she nodded vigorously at him, saying nothing more. At this moment, the young lord was already furious. This seemingly ordinary young man in front of him frequently contradicted him, igniting a fire of rage within the usually arrogant young lord. He pointed at Chun Nan and said, "Kid, you're dead today." Then he turned to the several young men beside him and said, "You are all nobles of Kaiyuan City. Today I want to play with him in front of everyone. Can you handle the aftermath?" One of the young noblemen readily replied, "No problem." The young lord laughed heartily. "Good, that's refreshing." His face twisted with a fierce expression as he glared at Chun Nan, saying, "Do you have anything else to say?" Chun Nan remained exceptionally calm and coldly replied, "I can reason with people, but I have nothing to say to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight." After saying that, he stepped out of the tailor shop first. The young lord, enraged, laughed instead, saying, "Haha, good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. I want to see what you can do." Outside the tailor shop was a main road in the city, wide and bustling with pedestrians. As the young lord and his entourage reached the center of the street, the passers-by instinctively stepped aside, creating a wide path around them. The reason was simple. At that moment, the young lord radiated a powerful aura, a violent wave of energy emanating from him like a tide. The surging energy caused those who wanted to approach to stagger, and many pedestrians looked at him in fear. Suddenly, the once bustling street fell silent. All the pedestrians stopped to watch from a distance. The center of the wide street became incredibly empty, with the alluring woman beside the young lord and the elegantly dressed nobleman retreating to the edge of the road, leaving only the young lord and Chun Nan in the middle. Hee, kid, no one has ever dared to confront me like this today. Do you know the consequences of your actions? The young lord grinned menacingly, and suddenly, a burst of azure light exploded from his body, enveloping him like flickering flames. His upper garment was instantly torn apart, the shredded fabric floating down like dust. His bare chest was covered in thick hair, a dark mass. And the hair on other parts of his body was also exceptionally coarse and long, making him look like a fierce gorilla, especially terrifying. Chun Nan's pupils constricted, and he emitted a chilling glare. He coldly said, "Stop wasting time, let's fight." Even though he knew the young lord's cultivation had already reached the second stage of the grand completion realm and was about to step into the ranks of third-stage experts, he was unfazed. At this moment, he was remarkably calm. This was a combat mindset he had trained for thousands of years. The stronger the enemy, the more composed he became in the face of battle. Not long after the strongmen's warm-up competition at the Immortal Martial Academy had just concluded, many young experts from various academies participating in the contest had not yet left. In the past 2 days, many young strongmen had been touring the capital of the Jin Kingdom, and the unusual events on this main road quickly attracted some young experts from the 4 major academies. Among the crowd, someone recognized the fierce-looking young lord radiating a strong aura. They all knew he was the brother of the legendary young Lord Shinwei. After all, the young Lord Shinwei had made a remarkable impression in the strongmen's warm-up competition, defeating all the participating experts from the 4 major academies, and naturally, those around him became the focus of people's attention. These people did not know why the arrogant young lord was causing such a commotion here, but everyone was looking forward to this battle. Perhaps this was a commonality of the darker sides of many people's psyches, viewing the brutal conflicts that occurred to others as their own entertainment. The young lord, who had already been at a verbal disadvantage, was filled with hatred for Chun Nan and bellowed, "Kid, go die." The booming sound waves echoed like thunder, shaking many of the onlookers, causing many to hurriedly cover their ears in fright. The young lord transformed into a beam of azure light, charging towards Chun Nan like lightning. Chun Nan coldly snorted. The powerful force dormant within him suddenly stirred, and a strong aura erupted from him in an instant. Dazzling golden light enveloped his body, shining like the golden armor of a war god. While others saw a blue light rushing toward Chun Nan, he perceived it as dozens of intertwined shadows of fists fiercely striking at him. He stepped forward, causing the entire street to tremble. And with a mighty swing of his right fist, he countered force with force, violence with violence. Surrounding the golden fist shadow were blazing golden rays, dancing like golden serpents. And the immense power distorted the space, as if it wanted to tear the void near the fist shadow apart. The overwhelming pressure surged outward, pushing the onlookers back 3 meters, many falling flat on their backs, creating chaos at the scene. In the center of the street, energy surged and fierce winds howled, the gales ruffling Chun Nan's long hair, yet his body remained firmly planted like an iron stake. At that moment, he exuded an imposing presence that felt unapproachable, as if a divine force was swirling around him, intimidating all around like an emperor ruling over the world. Illusion? Hallucination? The onlookers could no longer tell. The rampaging energy gradually dissipated, and the fierce winds had calmed down. A massive pit, deep as a yard, appeared before Chun Nan, and the street was left in ruins. Cough. Sounds of coughing came from the pit as a large hand gripped the edge, and the dust-covered young lord struggled to climb out. At this moment, he was in a sorry state, his right hand swollen and bruised. If he hadn't used a special technique to guide the tremendous force from his fist to his limbs at the last moment, his right hand would have been completely ruined. One punch. Defeated by just one punch. This left the arrogant young lord feeling like crying. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. Even his older brother could not defeat him so easily. I refuse to accept this. Kid, come again. I will definitely kill you. The young lord's eyes turned blood red as he roared like a beast. Chun Nan seemed to awaken from a dream. He had just entered a wondrous state. The moment he threw his punch, everything felt so natural, round and harmonious, following the way of nature. At that moment, he felt as if he was one with the universe. Without obsession, without self, without anything, an utterly flawless punch. Feeling enlightened, he coldly met the young lord's furious gaze and said, "You are not my opponent." Hearing these words, the young lord seemed to be greatly humiliated. He howled at the sky, looking mad. The howl was like a magical sound piercing the minds of ordinary people, and most of them could not bear it, covering their ears in pain. Even the weaker cultivators in the crowd frowned. The young lord's companions, the enchanting woman, and several noble young masters hurried into the arena, trying to persuade him. The young lord forcefully pushed them away and shouted loudly, "No, I can't bear it for even a moment. I want him to die now. Wherever I go, my dragon will follow, and it won't be too far from here. When my dragon arrives, I will definitely kill this brat myself." A black dot appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger as a flying dragon broke through the clouds, rapidly descending toward the ground. Soon, a black flying dragon over 70 feet long descended above the street, continuously circling above. Its fierce and massive dragon head had a pair of glistening silver horns, and its bright blue eyes shone brilliantly. The white, terrifying teeth in its wide mouth looked particularly fearsome. The dragon's shimmering black scales were cold and eerie, and its 4 strong claws appeared powerful. A pair of massive, leathery wings stirred up violent winds, causing dust to rise from the ground below, while the dragon's long, thick tail resembled a mythical whip that evoked fear. Qianning used to associate Western dragons with giant winged lizards, but as he learned more about these highly intelligent creatures, he grew increasingly wary, fully understanding their ferocity and terror. The onlooking commoners had rarely seen such a colossal creature, and the sudden appearance of this fearsome monster in the sky caused them to panic. The crowd fled the scene in chaos, with cries and shouts filling the air. Many people were trampled and injured in the confusion, and it wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the scene finally calmed down. Those who remained were mostly cultivators, numbering over 100, some of whom were students from the 4 major academies. The young lord laughed wildly, saying, "Brat, you're dead for sure. Today, I will make you a pile of bones. You've said that many times, but I'm still standing here just fine." Actions speak louder than words. Qianning shouted back, "Come and see if you can take my life." After returning from the 100 Flowers Valley, he had been in a low mood. And after witnessing the humiliation of the little morning sun by this scoundrel, Qiannan's anger had reached its peak. The young lord whistled, and the dragon slowly descended. Although the main road was wide, it was still difficult to accommodate the 70-foot-long dragon. The dragon could only land with its head and tail aligned along the street. After mounting the dragon's back, the young lord soared into the sky, creating a fierce wind that nearly knocked over several weaker cultivators outside the arena. The young lord drew a huge sword from his waist and pointed it at Qiannan, declaring, "I want you to understand that dragon knights are the true fighters among cultivators." Qiannan glanced at the massive dragon circling above and then at the tailor shop not far away, fearing that the upcoming battle would endanger the little morning sun hiding inside. He shouted loudly to the sky, "Let's battle in the square ahead." After saying this, he strode forward. "Good, just what I want. There, I can unleash my full power." The young lord responded, guiding the dragon forward. The onlooking cultivators also rushed to the square. Qiannan felt a twinge of unease. Even if he defeated the arrogant scoundrel, he might still have to face several noble young masters afterward. This was their territory, and he didn't know if he could escape unscathed. He had already prepared for the worst, willing to fight to the death, but he was determined to break through with the little morning sun. After walking a dozen steps, Qiannan looked back and saw the delicate little morning sun standing at the tailor shop's door, waving her little hand at him and softly calling, "Brother." Her eyes were red, full of worry. Qiannan put away his cold expression and revealed a bright smile, waving back at her while loudly saying, "Morning sun, be good and wait for your brother here. I'll come to get you soon." He then strode forward. No matter what, even if it meant his death, he couldn't let her suffer any harm. The capital of the Jin Kingdom was filled with the roar of dragons, the 70-foot-long giant creatures circling in the sky, alerting all cultivators within Kaiyuan City. Whether local experts or students from the 4 major academies, more and more people gathered in the square to watch. The young lord commanded the dragon with great majesty as it roared, shaking the heavens. The city guards also noticed the abnormality and quickly sent a team toward the scene. Qiannan shouted, "Excuse me." He snatched a Western-style broadsword from a warrior in the crowd. This giant sword could be wielded with one hand or two, making it a good weapon for someone who favored powerful and fierce moves. Chen Nen weighed it in his hand, finding it manageable. He stood still on the ground. Raising the sword with one hand, the broadsword pointed skyward and shouted, "Come on!" Faced with the fierce dragon and its master, Chen Nen did not dare to underestimate them. He was prepared for battle, his internal energy flowing, filling every meridian with powerful strength. The black dragon let out a roar and, at the young lord's command, rapidly dove down. A gust of wind descended from the sky, stirring up dust on the ground and causing the stone slabs in the square to tremble. The dragon opened its bloody mouth, revealing its terrifying white teeth, and pounced on Chen Nan, while its powerful front claws reached out to grab him. The sharp, glossy claws were over half a foot long, glinting with a chilling light that instilled fear. The young lord sat on the dragon's back with a sinister smile, wielding a Western-style giant sword, and swung it fiercely at Chen Nan. The green aura ignited on the sword's edge, dazzling and cold. In the face of this fierce attack, Chen Nan did not dare to be careless. He switched to holding the sword with both hands, raising the broad sword high above his head. The originally dull sword edge suddenly brightened, golden light filling the sword, as if it had come to life, vibrating and emitting a series of ringing sounds. A sword aura over 10 feet long shot up, piercing through the air, its brilliance blinding. The sound of the sword slicing through the air was like metal clashing, resonating with a deathly aura. The massive dragon's roar echoed through the square, making everyone's ears ring. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was right in front of Chen Nan. Chen Nan unleashed a brilliant and unmatched sword energy, colliding with the young lord's aura, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. He then moved back 2 feet like lightning, leaving a shadow in place. The diving dragon's claws missed their target, crashing down onto the ground, creating 2 deep craters in the square, shaking the earth. Chen Nan had already leaped into the air, rising 3 feet above the ground, lifting the broad sword to strike downward. The dragon lifted its head and charged upward, its 2 massive horns aiming for Chen Nan, while simultaneously, the dazzling aura from the young lord's sword surged toward him. Chen Nan roared. Flash! The immense power surged in the square like a tidal wave, as the broadsword in Chen Nan's hand erupted with a light more dazzling than the sun. A nearly 20-foot-long solidified sword energy soaring into the sky. The terrifying force rippled through every inch of space, overwhelming all the onlooking cultivators with a suffocating sense of pressure, making it hard for them to breathe. This powerful strike represented the culmination of all of Chen Nan's strength. It was the grandest sword move he could unleash at this moment. A powerful strike made the black dragon feel fear, and the young lord's face changed dramatically as he channeled all his energy into the giant sword in his hand to counter the attack. Boom! A dazzling light shone like 10 suns in the sky, illuminating every inch of the square, where surging energy rampaged everywhere. A mournful dragon roar echoed through the area, the piercing cry deafening, as the black dragon soared into the sky, blood spraying down from above. Once the area returned to calm, 2 bloody dragon horns, each over half a foot long, lay on the square, and the entire ground had been ravaged by the chaotic energy, pockmarked everywhere. The broadsword in Chen Nan's hand could no longer withstand the solidified sword energy and shattered completely under the immense impact. The black dragon wailed in the air, thrashing about, while the young lord, with blood at the corners of his mouth, desperately held onto the reins of the dragon. After a long time, the black dragon finally calmed down. Not only had its horns been severed by Chen Nan, but it also bore a terrifying wound over half a foot long on its head, blood continuously gushing out, revealing its white bones. By this moment, hundreds of onlookers had gathered outside, drawn in by the black dragon's roar. Chen Nan's devastating strike nearly claimed the black dragon's life, instilling fear in every cultivator watching from the sidelines, as such skills were enough to astonish the world. Especially, some students from the 4 major academies were shocked. Chen Nan was nearly the same age as them, yet his skills far surpassed theirs. The young lord was filled with rage. His beloved black dragon had been injured so severely, and he himself was also gravely wounded, causing him to yell incessantly in anger. Humph! Chen Nan coldly snorted, the sound ringing like a hammer in the hearts of everyone present, making them shudder. The young lord once again urged the black dragon to charge down, but the dragon was filled with fear towards Chen Nan and noticeably slowed as it approached him, seemingly unwilling to get close. At that moment, A light laugh came from outside the crowd. A soft, charming voice said, "Hee hee, you little girl are so cute. Let sister love you properly." Chen Nin turned to look, only to see a seductive woman from the young lord's group tightly hugging Xiao Chenxi, but not in a typical manner. Her arms were fiercely squeezing around Chenxi. Chenxi's delicate brows furrowed, her small face filled with pain, yet she stubbornly remained silent. Chen Nin was furious, a ball of intense fire burning in his chest. He threw a powerful punch, forcing the black dragon back, and shouted, "Vile woman, let go of Chenxi." The seductive woman laughed charmingly, saying, "Hee hee, I'm so scared." One hand held Chenxi while the other gently patted her own ample bosom. Chen Nin was incredibly enraged and quickly charged towards her. "Stop," the seductive woman coldly commanded, placing one hand on Xiao Chenxi's throat, then smiled seductively. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of her, but if you dare to act recklessly, don't blame me for being rude." Chen Nan, filled with hatred, halted his steps, coldly glaring at the seductive woman for a moment before reluctantly stepping back. At that moment, the young lord urged the black dragon to charge at him again. Chen Nan's broad sword had shattered, and he pulled out a dagger from his boot to counter the descending dragon. The square was filled with dragon roars, sword energy, and fighting spirit clashed violently, and the energy surged everywhere, powerful waves rippling through every inch of space. "Ah!" Xiao Chenxi's tender voice suddenly rang out from outside, filled with pain. Chen Nan's heart tightened as he dodged the black dragon's charge and turned to look. The seductive woman was pinching Xiao Chenxi's small face, causing her smooth cheeks to change shape repeatedly. Although they were far apart, Chen Nan could still see that Xiao Chenxi's face had been bruised. His eyes blazed with fury, almost driving him mad. While Chen Nan was distracted, the young lord's fierce fighting spirit had already struck within 3 feet of him. He hurriedly activated his profound technique, unleashing a golden light to block the powerful attack. However, due to being too rushed, the shield he raised couldn't completely fend off the fighting spirit, and he was knocked flying. Chen Nan tumbled 3 yards through the air before landing. Although the impact hadn't caused severe internal injuries, it still left a dull pain in his chest. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly stared at the seductive woman, saying, "If you let go of Chenxi now, I swear I will never lay a finger on you again." "Haha." The seductive woman laughed recklessly, saying, "Let us see if you can leave here alive first." The 4 noble young men beside her laughed along, clearly having decided to keep Chen Nan from leaving alive. Seeing the blood at the corner of Chenxi's mouth, she anxiously called out, "Brother, I'm fine, don't get distracted." But before she could finish, the seductive woman roughly twisted her mouth. At this moment, many cultivators in Kaiyuan City were attracted to the scene. These people were merely there to watch the excitement. Although many were furious at the shamelessness of the seductive woman and her group, no one dared to step forward, as they didn't want to offend those noble rascals, fully aware of the terrifying power of their families. When Chen Nan fought the young lord again, the seductive woman unexpectedly threw Xiao Chenxi like a sandbag. Just as Chenxi was about to fall to the ground, she was caught by a noble young man beside her, but he immediately tossed her to another noble young man. The seductive woman and the 4 noble young men tossed Xiao Chenxi back and forth like a sandbag, but the stubborn Xiao Chenxi refused to make a sound, fearing it would distract Chen Nan. Yet how could Chen Nan not see this? Half of his mind was focused on Chenxi, otherwise, he wouldn't have fought the young lord for so long without being able to take his life. His heart ached. Chapter 4. Kill 1 in 10 steps. The seductive woman and the noble young men treated Xiao Chenxi so cruelly to disturb Chen Nan's focus, giving the young lord an opportunity. Although Chen Nan understood their intentions, he could not contain his anger. At that moment, hatred filled him, and the intent to kill spread in his heart. The young lord laughed heartily while riding on the back of the black dragon, saying, "Throw that little thing to me." He urged the black dragon to quickly soar above the seductive woman. The seductive woman laughed recklessly, then threw Xiao Chenxi to a nearby noble young man, who caught her and threw her high into the air. Chen Nan rushed forward with all his might, his left hand slightly raised, using the dragon capture technique. A massive light palm shot towards Xiao Chenxi like lightning. However, he was still not faster than the young lord, who, just as the black dragon rapidly descended, caught Xiao Chenxi in one swift motion. Chen Nan charged forward like a madman. When he reached the seductive woman and her group, the black dragon had already soared into the sky. He glanced upward, then turned his gaze back to the few in front of him, and at that moment, 2 bolts of lightning shot from his eyes, causing the people before him to involuntarily shudder. The seductive woman whispered, "Today, I must kill him, otherwise, with an enemy who has reached the third stage, we will have no peace." The four young men nodded in agreement. But one of them showed clear fear when his gaze met Chen Nan's. Seeing his expression, another said to him, "You haven't reached the stage of a master yet. Just watch from the side. The city guards may arrive soon, and you can deal with them." Chen Nan observed everything, hearing and seeing it all, and he cruelly smiled, saying, "Today, you have forced my hand. I don't care who you are or what background you have. None of you will leave here alive." Cold words devoid of emotion made several people's expressions change. The beautiful woman said, "With the four of us, all being experts at the realm level, plus the young lord, we can easily put you to death." At this moment, the young lord was still hovering in the sky, riding a flying dragon. Chen Nan looked up and then suddenly surged forward towards the beautiful woman. The other three noble young masters, who had reached the realm level, quickly tried to intervene. But Chen Nan abruptly changed direction, brushing past the enchanting woman and the three realm experts, chasing after a noble young master who had just fled. That young master was already weak in strength and had a fear of Chen Nan. Seeing him charging forward, he hurriedly took off running. Chen Nan pursued relentlessly, while the beautiful woman and the other three noble young masters were shocked and hurried to chase after him. Chen Nan was already filled with killing intent at this moment. Blood hung at the corner of his mouth, his disheveled hair danced wildly, and golden true energy surged violently from within him, resembling a blazing inferno. As he looked like a demon king, after chasing for about 3 zhang, he caught up to the noble young master from behind, and his right hand, wielding a dagger, swiftly slashed out, sending a wave of blood spraying forth. The noble young master's head flew off and rolled to the ground 5 zhang away. The blood poured out from the headless corpse, dyeing Chen Nan into a bloody figure. He took the long knife from the corpse that had not yet fallen and thrust it into the back of the body, lifting it up and throwing it towards the pursuers. This noble young master died a most unjust death. He had the strength but did not get to use even a single move due to his fear, resulting in his life being taken. At this time, 500 to 600 cultivators had gathered outside the scene, many of whom were from Kaiyuan City. They did not find Chen Nan's act of killing this bully cruel, but rather felt a sense of relief in their hearts. The beautiful woman and the 3 noble young masters' expressions changed drastically. Chen Nan had actually killed their companion right under their noses, and they had failed to stop him, leaving them both shocked and fearful. Chen Nan had long harbored intense hatred for them. Earlier, they had treated Xiao Qinci like a punching bag, which he found intolerable, and he had made up his mind to kill. At this moment, the young lord had already descended from the sky on the flying dragon, holding Xiao Qinci by her small feet, dangling her upside down. Chen Nan's eyes widened in rage, and he let out a furious roar that shook the flying dragon in the air, causing some weaker cultivators among the onlookers to collapse in fear. Poor Xiao Qinci, the unfortunate child, had just stepped out of the mountains and had already suffered so much. Chen Nan was filled with immense grief and anger, feeling his blood boiling, as if he had an impulse to destroy the heavens and the earth. How could such a lovely angelic Xiao Qinci suffer such humiliation? He could not bear it. He had vowed that even if he had to die, he would not let Xiao Qinci be harmed. But now, Chen Nan raised his long knife to the sky, the blade's light seemingly tearing through the void, charging upwards. He shouted angrily into the air, "If you are a man, let go of this child and come at me with your companions." The young lord sneered, "Stop your screaming. Right now, you have to listen to me. If you don't want me to drop this little girl, then don't move." Xiao Qinci was incredibly stubborn. Although she was being held in the air, she remained silent. Chen Nan's heart bled for her. He suppressed his sorrow and gently said, "Qinci, don't be afraid. It's brother's fault for not protecting you well. Don't worry, I will make them pay double for what you have suffered." Xiao Qinci nodded vigorously and shouted, "Brother, I'm not afraid. Don't be distracted. Don't worry about me." Her tender voice made all the observing cultivators feel both pity and pain, and everyone looked at the little girl with infinite compassion, detesting the young lord even more. Seeing Xiao Qinci held like a fragile flower by that bully, Chen Nan felt a heart-wrenching pain, and tears almost fell. The young lord shouted at Chen Nan, "Don't resist, or I'll crush this little girl immediately." He commanded the flying dragon to dive down, and then ordered it to open its massive claws to grab Chen Nan. Of course, Chen Nan could not allow the flying dragon to harm him. If he were seriously injured, neither he nor Xiao Qinci would survive. He quickly dodged to the side, but did not counterattack. The dragon's sharp claws dug deep trenches into the ground, filled with both hatred and fear for Chun Nan. And after failing to grab him, it quickly soared into the sky. The young lord shouted angrily, "I told you not to dodge. Do you not care about this little girl's life?" The onlookers in the crowd silently cursed the young lord for his shamelessness, each person looking down on him. Chun Nan closed his eyes, slightly estimating the strength of the dragon's claws, and then spoke slowly, "I will not resist anymore." Saying this, he sheathed his long knife at his waist and stood tall in the center of the field. "No, brother, don't," Xiao Chenxi cried out. The young lord grinned wickedly and ordered the flying dragon to dive down. A fierce wind descending from the sky as the strong claws glinted with a chilling light towards Chun Nan. At the moment the massive claws enveloped him, Chun Nan's eyes shot out two beams of cold light, his powerful protective true energy pushed to its limits, his body radiating dazzling golden light, enveloped in a brilliant glow. Although the dragon had grabbed him, it could not harm him in the slightest. However, Chun Nan was not unscathed, as he had to constantly use his power to counteract the immense force of the grip. The flying dragon soared into the sky, and the young lord laughed heartily. "Today, I will play with you until you die for daring to challenge me." Humph. Xiao Chenxi cried out in despair, "Brother." Chun Nan closed his eyes. In this moment of crisis, he contemplated whether to reverse his mystical technique and use a forbidden method he had never tried before. His father's words faintly echoed in his ears. "If one day you find it impossible to defeat your opponent and you reach a life-and-death crisis, you can try to reverse your mystical technique. But remember, unless you are in a dead-end situation, you must never reverse your mystical technique lightly. If you have a choice, it is better to strike acupoints and veins, temporarily stimulating your inner potential, than to reverse your mystical technique. Although I can guess the power after reversing the mystical technique, I always have a bad premonition and have never dared to try." Chun Nan gritted his teeth, and the powerful internal force within him suddenly began to flow in reverse. He started to reverse his mystical technique. The golden protective true energy that had spread around him suddenly surged back like a tide into his body. The flying dragon felt that the person it both hated and feared had seemingly lost strength, and it became extraordinarily excited, exerting more force with its claws. A cracking sound echoed from its claws as if its bones were about to break. However, in just a moment, a vast force erupted from Chun Nan's body, swirling demonic energy enveloping him, black light filling the surface of his body, and his eyes shot out two substantial beams of light. In an instant, killing intent filled every inch of space, causing the onlookers below to shiver involuntarily, each feeling a tremor from their souls. A breath of death spread across the heavens and the earth. Chun Nan sneered, stretching out his hands and forcefully pulling at the dragon's claws. Slowly, he actually managed to pry them open and escape from within. The young lord on the dragon's back sensed the overwhelming killing intent and felt a breath of death. But he could not imagine that all of this came from Chun Nan. The beautiful woman on the ground anxiously warned him, and the flying dragon roared restlessly. But it was too late. Chun Nan stepped forcefully on the dragon's claws, his body transformed into a streak of black light shooting upward. In an instant, he seemed to turn into a sharp sword. A streak of black light pierced through the dragon's wing from below and then emerged, Chun Nan's body creating a bloody hole in the dragon's wing as he surged upward. A large wave of blood poured down from the sky, and the flying dragon let out a mournful roar. Chun Nan was drenched in blood, his body covered in dragon blood, resembling a demon from hell, as he transformed into a red light and lunged at the young lord. When the young lord reacted, he was horrified to discover that the arm he had used to hold onto Xiao Chenxi's feet had already been severed from his body. Chun Nan had forcibly broken it off, and blood was gushing out from the stump. "Ah!" The young lord screamed in agony. Chun Nan discarded the severed arm and carefully cradled Xiao Chenxi in his arms, then commanded, "Chenxi, close your eyes and don't look at anything." Xiao Chenxi nodded with her eyes closed, burying her head in his embrace. Chun Nan smiled cruelly as he drew the long knife from his waist. With a flash of dark light, a wave of blood surged, and the young lord's other arm was severed from his body. "Ah, demon!" He wailed in terror as he looked at Chun Nan. Chun Nan's knife struck down with a thud, slicing off half of the young lord's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and then he kicked the young lord's corpse down. The onlookers were horrified, never expecting the situation to reverse in such a brief moment. As they looked at the young man covered in blood on the flying dragon, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. The young lord's accomplices. A seductive woman and 3 noble young men turned ashen. They had not anticipated the situation would change so rapidly. The flying dragon roared and thrashed in the air, finally calming down after a long while, allowing Chun Nen to catch his breath. At this time, 700 or 800 cultivators had gathered around the square, and another army of 2,000 had arrived, encircling the area. A few hurried young men outside the crowd, upon seeing the scene in the sky, exclaimed in unison, "It's him! How did he end up here?" These individuals were Long Wu, Kevin, Guan Hao, and others from the Shinkong Academy. Today, while touring Kaiyuan City, they had heard a tremendous dragon roar from this direction and rushed over, but due to the distance, they only arrived now. When they saw that the person on the back of the flying dragon was Chun Nan, their mouths dropped in surprise. They could not fathom why this person, who had disappeared for several days and had not shown up during the strongman competition of the 4 academies, suddenly appeared here, drenched in blood, killing the Dragon Knight. Chun Nan held Xiao Chenzi with one arm and brandished his long knife with the other. After infusing his powerful black, true energy into the blade, the long knife emitted waves of dark light. He fiercely stabbed the long knife into the flying dragon's body. Scales flew, and blood gushed out. The black dragon, in pain, roared and thrashed. Chun Nan shouted, "Beast, I know you can understand my words. If you don't want to suffer, land on the ground immediately." The flying dragon seemed unwilling, violently shaking in the air. Chun Nan's long knife unleashed a black blade of light over 10 feet long as he forcefully stabbed it into the flying dragon again. Blood gushed out, and the intense pain ultimately made the flying dragon submit, as it wearily descended towards the ground. When the flying dragon landed, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chun Nan's mouth. He took out 33 flying knives from the deer-hide pouch. These were not ordinary flying knives. They had been enchanted with magic by the vice president, containing powerful magical energy that was not to be underestimated. At the moment Chun Nan jumped down from the flying dragon, he concentrated all his energy into the 33 flying knives, which emitted a dazzling black glow, surrounded by swirling magical energy and dark mist, resembling the flames of hell's demons. He flicked his hand, sending the 33 magical flying knives flying out, then transformed into a streak of dark light and rushed away. The 33 magical flying knives emitted eerie howls, radiating the aura of death, creating a violent wave of energy in the air as they struck the massive head of the flying dragon. Thud, thud, thud. The flying dragon let out an earth-shattering roar as all 33 magical flying knives exploded simultaneously within its head. The dragon's skull was shattered, blood and brain matter erupted forth, and the 7 Zhonglong dragon body continuously rolled on the square. The onlooking cultivators and soldiers hurriedly retreated, but even so, some who couldn't escape in time were struck down by the dragon's massive tail, dying tragically. After a long while, the flying dragon finally stopped rolling and lay motionless in a pool of blood. It wasn't that the magical flying knives were extraordinarily powerful. It was simply that the flying dragon had encountered someone it could not provoke, which was the main reason for its demise. At this moment, the chaotic crowd outside gradually calmed down, and a young general from the army shouted loudly at Chun Nan, "Come here." Chun Nan ignored him, turning his gaze to the young lord's accomplices, the seductive woman and the 3 noble young men. At this time, the 4 were whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something. Chun Nan's eye shot out 2 sharp beams of light as he charged towards them quickly, holding Xiao Chenzi in his left arm and wielding the long knife in his right. The 4 were plotting to kill Chun Nan, and the families of the 3 noble young men held significant power in the capital of Jin. They intended to use their family influence to command this army to capture Chun Nan. However, when they saw the blood-soaked Chun Nan charging at them, their faces changed drastically. They prepared to fight while simultaneously shouting to the general in the army, urging him to send someone to kill Chun Nan immediately. At this moment, Chun Nan was filled with a murderous intent. He had to kill the 4 before him. As he ran, dark rays of light shot out from his body, and swirling magical energy surrounded him like the flames of the underworld. Coupled with the alarming red bloodstains all over him, he appeared like a fierce demon from hell. The general in the army saw Chun Nan's intention to attack and hurriedly ordered his men to charge forward to stop him. But the army's speed could not match Chun Nan's. Just as they made a move, Chun Nan was already in front of the 4. "None of you will leave here alive. You all must die." His cold words were chilling, and as he swung his long knife, a nearly 2 zhonglong black blade of light swept towards the 4 like a tidal wave. The momentum was astonishing, and the intimidation was overwhelming. Chen Nan seized the initiative. At this moment, his demonic aura frightened the four before him to the core. Facing this unmatched strike, the four reacted differently. The seductive woman, the young lord's concubine, hated Chen Nan deeply and raised her sword to meet him. One of the three noble young men raised his sword to confront him, another dodged, and the third directly turned to flee toward the army. It was entirely normal for the three noble young men to react this way, although they had decent cultivation. They were all spoiled rich kids. Chen Nan's furious beheading of the young lord and the brutal slaughter of the flying dragon had left them with an indelible impression, and they were already terrified to the extreme. Chen Nan sneered coldly. The black blade of light, like the grim reaper harvesting lives, shattered the fighting spirit of the seductive woman and the noble young man, completely breaking their long swords. The two noble young men who had not yet fled were scared out of their wits and dared not linger, fleeing toward the army. Only the seductive woman remained, staring at Chen Nan, who was enveloped in dark, demonic energy, involuntarily shivering. At this moment, her fear of death far outweighed her hatred. She dropped her sword hilt and turned to flee as well. Chen Nan's overwhelming aura completely split the four apart at this moment. How could he let go of the one who first humiliated Xiaoqinci? He stepped forward, and with a fierce slash of his long knife, the blazing black light instantly severed half of the seductive woman's shoulder. She screamed in agony, rolling in the pool of blood. The blood water stained the ground red, and the blood mist rose, swirling above her body, the acrid smell of blood making one feel nauseous. Chen Nan held Xiaoqinci and strode forward, stabbing a knife into her chest, then lifting her high and throwing her in the direction the three noble sons had fled. More than 100 soldiers rushed up to Chen Nan, surrounding him completely. At this moment, Kevin, Long Wu, Guan Hao, and others had squeezed into the crowd, but were ultimately blocked by the army, shouting loudly, "Brother Chen, don't act impulsively." The three noble sons had already reached the side of the young commander, and all three were in agreement, strongly demanding to kill Chen Nan immediately. Chen Nan glanced at Kevin, Long Wu, and the others, then looked at the three noble sons not far away, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He could not suppress the urge to kill rising within him, and coldly said to the more than 100 soldiers surrounding him, "Get out of my way." Although these more than 100 soldiers felt fear towards him, they could not simply part ways because of his words. "I'll ask again, are you going to move or not?" At that moment, the young commander had already ordered, "Take this scoundrel down." More than 100 soldiers raised their swords and knives, charging upward together. "Today, I will unleash a massacre." Chen Nan's hair flew wildly, the long knife pointing to the sky. Each word pronounced clearly, "Those who block me will die." He swung his knife and charged forward, and as soon as he entered the ranks of soldiers, a wave of blood surged up. How could ordinary soldiers withstand Chen Nan, who had reversed his profound energy? At first, he only knocked down one person with each slash. But soon, seeing that some soldiers still bravely charged forward, his knife techniques became ruthless and fierce, almost every swing resulting in 4 or 5 heads rolling on the ground. When Chen Nan broke through the crowd, there were already countless corpses behind him, nearly half of the 100 men falling to their deaths. The ground was boiling with blood. The mist of blood filled the air, and the entire square was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Chen Nan's hair had turned blood red, and when he shook his head, countless blood droplets fell from the air. At that moment he resembled a blood-soaked azura. Xiaoqinci was already covered in blood, trembling slightly in Chen Nan's arms. Chen Nan looked down and noticed her eyelashes were fluttering. "Qinci, don't open your eyes. You must listen to brother now." Chen Nan commanded. Xiaoqinci responded softly. Chen Nan raised his single knife and charged forward again. At this time the three noble sons were already terrified, their souls shaken. Facing Chen Nan, who resembled a demon, they were scared out of their wits, fleeing in 3 different directions. The young commander ordered the soldiers to charge forward again to block Chen Nan, but at this moment, all the soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. Although they were forced to advance, none dared to take action. Chen Nan laughed wildly, his body leaping into the air, flying 5 zhong, approximately 15 meters, across, bypassing the soldiers blocking him, and chasing after one of the noble sons. He sneered, "Even if the heavenly king himself comes today, he can't guarantee your lives." Such arrogant and cold words sent a chill down the spine of every soldier and made those watching from the sidelines tremble. At this moment, Long Wu had already crossed through the soldiers' blockade and stood in front of the young commander, quietly speaking to him. Although the young commander did not appear overly humble in front of Long Wu, he was clearly polite. "Where do you think you're running?" Chun Nan was now less than 3 zhang away from the noble's son, who was terrified to the core, quickly rushing into the ranks of soldiers. He shouted as he fled, "Quickly protect this young master. Whoever can injure him even a little will be rewarded with 10,000 gold." Under the lure of heavy rewards, many soldiers charged at Chun Nan, but how could sheep withstand a fierce tiger? Chun Nan's long knife slashed out, fiery knife light flashing, countless heads rolling on the ground. It was practically a one-sided massacre. The noble's son and Chun Nan collided amidst the 2,000 soldiers, during which Chun Nan knocked down countless men. "Even if thousands of troops stand in front of me, they cannot stop my desire to kill you." As he spoke, Chun Nan had already charged behind the noble's son, his cold words seeming to come from the depths of hell. He swung his knife forward, fiercely striking the noble's son's back, the blade embedding itself in the noble's son's bones, causing him to scream in agony. Under the gaze of thousands of soldiers, Chun Nan lifted him into the air, and then with a swift movement, he chopped him in half, blood raining down. At this moment, Long Wu and the young commander were both angrily staring at Chun Nan, and the 2 noble sons stood beside them, seemingly cautious of Long Wu based on their expressions. Chun Nan began to suspect Long Wu's identity. It seemed she was not an ordinary person in the Jin Kingdom, at least not inferior to those noble sons. At this moment, Long Wu was entirely different from her usual demeanor. She appeared incredibly dignified, her face stern as she shouted at Chun Nan, "Young Master Chun, please remain calm and don't act impulsively. Put down your long knife and come talk." Chun Nan did not respond, sheathing his long knife at his waist and striding forward. As he approached, the 2 noble sons were clearly terrified, their expressions frantic. Chun Nan quietly stood in front of the 4, looking at them expressionlessly. The young commander was extremely angry. Today he had lost over 100 men under his command. Coldly saying to Chun Nan, "Why are you committing murder in the streets of my Jin Kingdom and resisting the law, slaughtering countless soldiers? Do you know this is a crime that can lead to the destruction of your family?" Suddenly, Chun Nan drew his long knife with lightning speed. A flash of dark light appearing, the cold blade instantly piercing one noble son's chest. He did not pull the knife out, but instead lifted the noble son's body and swung it, forcefully striking another noble son on the head. The noble son who was struck was nearly cut in half, causing the other noble son to lose half of his head. All of this happened in an instant, catching everyone off guard with such a shocking turn of events. In the blink of an eye, the 2 noble sons lay dead at Chun Nan's feet. Chapter 5. A massacre. Chun Nan's actions undoubtedly disregarded the presence of the Jin Kingdom's army. The young commander was furious, quickly retreating several steps before shouting loudly, "Everyone, charge together and take him down. We must not let this scoundrel escape." 2,000 soldiers surrounded Chun Nan, but not a single one dared to rush forward. One person intimidated thousands, which made the young commander extremely angry, but he could not command these soldiers to attack. Long Wu was in shock, unable to believe that the Chun Nan in front of her was the same one she was familiar with, who was always playful and loved to joke around. Chun Nan actually committed murder before her eyes, the cruelty of his actions making her feel so unfamiliar. Ever since the moment he reversed his profound energy, a surge of killing intent had arisen within Chun Nan, yet his mind remained unusually clear. He understood the situation before him perfectly and knew the consequences of his actions. In the realm of good and evil, when a person closes the door to goodness in their heart, the door to evil silently swings wide open. At this moment, an ominous feeling surged within Chun Nan. His ancestral profound energy was so bizarre, and after reversing it, it had made him so bloodthirsty. Was it the person controlling the profound energy, or the profound energy controlling the person? He finally understood why his father, who had already reached the immortal martial realm, did not dare to reverse his profound energy. The profound energy could actually influence a person's emotions, bringing forth the darkest side of one's heart so vividly. The profound energy seemed almost demonic. An ominous feeling spread within him, and he did not know what would happen to him from this day forward. The current situation left Chun Nan little time to think. He had to leave here quickly. Otherwise, when the military brought in real experts, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Although he hadn't reached the 4th-tier super expert level today, due to the reversal of his mystical skills, he was still far stronger than his usual self. To leave this place, He could only rely on his overwhelming power to carve out a bloody path and break through the encirclement. With his long knife raised to the sky, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, clad in blood-red garments and with blood-red hair, he stood in the arena like a Shura demon god. He shouted loudly, "Everyone here has witnessed today's events. I, Chun, am forced to unleash a massacre. They deserve to die. I don't care about their identities or statuses. Even if they manage to escape today, I will take their heads another day. Now that this is over, I will take my leave, to protect my family and life. If anyone obstructs me, I will show no mercy." After saying this, Chen Nan tore his outer garment into strips and firmly bound Xiao Qinzi to his chest. He didn't dare place her on his back for fear of not taking proper care of her, leading to irreparable regret. At this moment, although the 2,000 soldiers surrounding him held their swords and faced him, no one dared to rush forward. Just then, someone among the onlooking cultivators exclaimed, "I recognize him. He is Chun Nan, the national hero of the state of Chu. I had the fortune to see him when he shot the sky dragon with a bow in the royal city of Chu." This revelation stirred a huge commotion, not only among the onlookers, but also among the 2,000 soldiers surrounding Chun Nan, who were all astonished. When Chun Nan fought the dragon knights in the royal palace of Chu, shooting down the sky dragon, his fame spread across nations. And cultivators from various countries knew of the outstanding young expert named Chun Nan from Chu, due to Chu's blockade of news about him rebelling against the state. Few outside knew he had long since defected from Chu and was no longer its national hero. The sight of this bloodied young man fighting against the evil scions of the state of Jin turned out to be the national hero of Chu, the legendary figure who shot down the giant dragon, which was utterly unexpected for everyone. Among the most shocked were Kevin, Long Wu, Guan Hao, and others from the Divine Wind Academy, who could not imagine that the scoundrel was actually the renowned Chun Nan. The young general present was also taken aback, realizing that this blood-soaked criminal had such a significant background, which made things very difficult for him. The state of Chu was one of the 3 superpowers of the eastern continent, its national strength vastly superior to that of the small state of Jin. The fact that Chu's national hero had stirred up such a huge incident in Jin was indeed hard to manage, and he could no longer simply label Chun Nan as a murderous demon. At this moment, more and more cultivators gathered to watch, including young experts from the 4 major academies, esteemed seniors from the capital of Jin, and cultivators from other nations coincidentally present. Everyone was discussing the events. Undoubtedly, today's incident of Chun Nan slaughtering the sky dragon, killing the evil scions, and confronting the Jin army would spread to various countries, and Chun Nan's name would once again become a topic of discussion. The 2,000 soldiers were still in a standoff with Chun Nan, and the young general was at a loss for what to do. Just as Chun Nan was about to fight his way out, there was chaos outside the square, with dust rising and a cloud of sand filling the air as 500 cavalry armed with long spears charged toward them. The onlooking cultivators quickly cleared a path, and the 500 cavalry surged into the square. At the forefront, a middle-aged general in his 40s, draped in golden armor, sat atop a tall horse, his face filled with grief as he roared, "Where is the killer of my son? Today, I will tear him apart." Upon seeing the general clad in golden armor, Long Wu realized that the situation was escalating. The father of one of the deceased had arrived. She was neither a princess nor a noblewoman, and even if she stepped forward, it would have no effect. She could only watch from the sidelines. Kevin, Guan Hao, and the others were deeply worried about Chun Nan. Although he had not been with them for long, they had developed some feelings for him. Seeing the middle-aged general arrive, the young general let out a sigh of relief. He could finally pass this hot potato to someone else. He stepped forward to greet the general and quietly explained the situation. The middle-aged general, filled with grief and rage, shouted, "I don't care what state he is from, or that he is a national hero. Since he killed my son, I will flay him alive today." The young general quickly stepped forward and whispered to him about the potential disputes between the 2 nations. Finally, the middle-aged general waved his hand and ordered, "All of you, take off your armor." These 500 cavalrymen, clearly well-trained, quickly removed their armor without hesitation upon receiving the order. Under the leadership of the middle-aged general, the 500 unarmored cavalry replaced the 2,000 infantry surrounding Chun Nan, each holding a long spear aimed at him. "I am no longer a general. I am just a father seeking revenge for my son. They are not soldiers. They are just my household guards. In my eyes, you are no longer the national hero of Chu. You are merely a murderous maniac. I now lead my household to avenge my son, Prepare to pay with your life. After the middle-aged general finished speaking, he ordered his men to charge at Chen Nan. Wait, Chen Nan shouted. Don't you want to understand why I killed your son? Humph, I don't want to. I only want to kill you at any cost. The general's face was twisted with rage. Hey, hearing you say that, I have no more reservations. I will strike without mercy shortly. Truly, the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Come on, today I, Chen, will unleash a massacre. Chen Nan, like a demon god, had his long hair rise without wind, and his eyes shot out two beams of dark light. The demonic energy swirling around him seemed to take on a tangible form, creating a layer of protective demonic armor around his body. Charge! Kill him! The general roared. The 500 cavalry, well-trained, did not hesitate and charged in unison after receiving the command. The first 20 horses from the east surged forward, with riders armed with long spears attacking Chen Nan. As those 20 unarmored cavalry approached within 10 paces of Chen Nan, another 20 armed cavalry charged from the north. Chen Nan understood their formation. They were charging in groups of 20 from 4 directions, forcing him into an endless barrage of spear attacks. He cruelly laughed. Today, I will embrace the demon to the end. Kill. The 20 cavalry from the east had charged close, and Chen Nan took the initiative to rush forward, sweeping his nearly 2-meter-long black knife horizontally. The 4 riders directly in front of him were cleaved into 8 pieces by the tangible blade light, blood raining down and body parts flying. The power of that single strike intimidated everyone present, whether soldiers or the onlooking cultivators. Everyone felt their hearts race. At this moment, the cavalry charging from the north had already reached Chen Nan, and after he cut down 4 riders, he soared forward and wildly slashed at the retreating cavalry, toppling another 8 riders to the ground. The square was littered with shattered corpses, blood soaking the ground, and blood mist continuously rising. Coupled with the massive corpse of the sky dragon in the corner, this place resembled a hellish battlefield. Chen Nan stood still in the center, waiting for the next wave of cavalry to charge. The Demon King, an absolutely bloodthirsty Demon King. At this moment, everyone had the illusion that the young man standing immovably in the square was truly the incarnation of a Demon King, with the dark demonic flames swirling around him, forming shadowy figures of demons, countless demons bowing before him. Illusion? Delusion? In the square thick with the aura of death, where every inch of space was filled with blood mist, no one could distinguish what was real. A wave of cavalry continuously charged at Chen Nan, but they struggled to inflict any harm on him. If this continued, perhaps they could wait until Chen Nan was exhausted and kill him. However, the cost would be too great, and by then, who knows how many would die unjustly. The square was piled high with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed. Chen Nan had already slain nearly 100 people, turning the square into a hell on earth. However, Chen Nan also felt incredibly fatigued. And just as he was preparing to break out at the right moment, a figure in a black robe suddenly rushed into the arena, knocking several riders aside and coming close to him. Chen Nan was taken aback and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" At this critical moment, he dared not trust anyone. Outside the square, chaos erupted, and many practitioners were discussing the situation. No one had expected someone to break into the cavalry's encirclement. "It's me, don't make a fuss. I'm here to save you," the newcomer said in a low voice. Chen Nan was astonished. He recognized the voice as belonging to the elderly man he had encountered at the Xinwu Academy, named Yang Lin, a teacher from the Eastern Martial Arts Department of the Xinfeng Academy. He usually wore purple clothes, while the grandfather of the Eastern Phoenix preferred blue, and the students of Xinfeng Academy jokingly referred to them as the colorful duo. Before heading to the ancient Immortal Heritage site, Chen Nan had promised this old man that he would return before the warm-up match began, but in the end, he had let him down. Now, in such a perilous situation, Yang Lin's sudden appearance moved him deeply. Yang Lin whispered, "Experts from the Xinwu Academy are already on their way here. We must leave quickly. I will help you fight your way out of Kaiyuan City, and after we break through, Kevin and Guan Hao will be waiting for you outside the city. I will hold the rear." Chen Nan looked at the masked old man, speechless. He was not a student of Xinfeng Academy, and he had not fought on behalf of the academy in this warm-up match. Yet this old man had come forward to save him in such a critical moment. While he felt moved, he also harbored a trace of confusion. Having seen too much of humanity's ugliness, he couldn't help but feel some suspicion. "Why do you want to save me?" The old man scolded softly. "Do you still have time to think about this now? Don't overthink it. I have no ill intentions. After escaping Kaiyuan City, you and Kevin will quickly return to the City of Sin. Shinfeng Academy will protect you. Upon hearing this, Chun Nen was visibly taken aback. The old man actually said that Shinfeng Academy would protect him, which was rather puzzling. The old man spoke in the lowest voice. Shinfeng Academy is conducting a significant research project and will need your help in the future. They will never allow anyone to harm you. I seem to be a bit too frank and utilitarian, but this is the truth. Please believe that Shinfeng Academy has no malice towards you. Yang Lin's candid revelation of the hidden truths greatly increased Chun Nan's goodwill towards him. He replied earnestly, "All right, if I recognize Shinfeng Academy's research in the future, I will do my best to help." At this moment, the cavalry, under the command of a middle-aged general, continued to charge in waves, and countless corpses littered the square. Suddenly, a long howl echoed from afar, and a thunderous voice reverberated in the air. "Which madman is causing trouble in my Jin Kingdom? You dare to confront the Imperial Army in the capital? Do you think there's no one in Jin Kingdom?" Many cavalrymen were nearly thrown off their horses by the shock, and many infantry soldiers had to support each other. Even the observing practitioners felt a surge of blood and energy. Yang Lin exclaimed, "Not good. This is an old monster from the Xinwu Academy, whose cultivation is about to reach the 5th tier. The noble son you killed today was his disciple. I didn't expect the first expert from the Xinwu Academy to arrive would be him. Quickly, follow me." Yang Lin pulled Chun Nan and dashed forward quickly. The old man seemed to sense the severity and urgency of the situation. He no longer held back, and each palm strike shattered several riders. The two fought desperately to break out. By this time, Chun Nan was already bloodthirsty. He lost count of how many people he had killed, and the blade of his weapon was already chipped. "Everyone, get out of my way. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant." A tall old man with white hair and beard flew over a distance of over 10 zhang from above the cavalry into the arena. The old man coldly glanced at Yang Lin and then fixed his gaze on Chun Nan. An immense invisible pressure surged towards Chun Nan, a terrifying wave sweeping across the entire square. "You are the young man who shot the heavenly dragon with a bent bow? Not bad. You've come to show off in my Jin Kingdom again." Then his tone turned harsh. "Do you think Jin Kingdom has no one?" Chun Nan was neither servile nor overbearing and replied, "What I have done today is witnessed by everyone present. Those few wicked young men deserve to die. As for killing those officials, I only did it for self-defense." Upon hearing those few wicked young men deserve to die, the veins on the old man's forehead throbbed, and he angrily said, "Stop quibbling. You have killed so many people in my Jin Kingdom's capital today. I will never let you leave alive. I hold no official position in Jin Kingdom, and I am here to personally execute you as a private citizen. Remember my name, Tao Ran. And don't be a fool." It was clear that Tao Ran was wary of Chun Nan's identity as a national hero of Chu Kingdom. Chun Nan understood the situation perfectly and knew that this old man had murderous intent towards him. He would not let him go no matter what. However, he would not miss any opportunity to escape. He lowered his voice and sneered, "Do not rely on your age to intimidate me. Are you truly foolish? Or is heaven blind? I am a national hero of Chu Kingdom, and if I am killed by shameless people in the capital of Jin Kingdom, what do you think the consequences will be? Although I am not an important figure in Chu Kingdom, for the sake of the nation's face, Chu Kingdom would definitely not let this go lightly. Jin Kingdom should prepare for a siege." Tao Ran's expression changed multiple times. Finally, he coldly sneered, "Don't give me those threats. Would Chu Kingdom start a war for just one person? Let me kill you today and see." Chun Nen knew that the deceptive intimidation had failed and quickly prepared for battle. Tao Ran assumed a righteous posture and loudly declared, "If I do not kill you today, it would be against the heavens. Today I will act on behalf of heaven." A tremendous force surged from him, and he raised his palm to strike Chun Nan. The overwhelming power swept across the square like a furious sea raging with waves. This was definitely not a force that Chun Nan could withstand. Yang Lin quickly raised both hands to intercept the blow for Chun Nan, while Chun Nan also swung his blade with all his might. But this power, close to the 5th tier, was beyond what the two could handle. The tremendous force surged forward, breaking through their palm strikes and blade light like the rolling Yangtze River. Yang Lin might barely endure it, but Chun Nan could not withstand this blow at all. Yang Lin hurriedly pulled him back, but during the retreat, Chun Nan broke free from Yang Lin's grip and quickly turned around. He could not allow the morning light in front of him to face that overwhelming force. Otherwise, with even the slightest error, he would regret it for a lifetime. However, This delay allowed Tao Rant's massive palm force to arrive. Chen Nan's back was struck by an immense force, causing him to spit out blood and tumble away, flying 7 or 8 zhong through the air before crashing down. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Chen Nan felt as if his internal organs had shattered. He kept coughing blood, unsure of how serious his injuries were, or whether he could survive. But he felt fortunate. If he had not turned around in time, the little morning light in his arms would have likely suffered. Brother. At this moment, the little morning light in his arms had opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she frantically reached out her small hands to cover his mouth, but blood continued to flow out from her little hands. The morning light seemed to realize something, as she hugged Chen Nan's neck and cried out, "Brother, don't leave me. You promised to take care of me for a lifetime, woo-woo." The sad cries of the little girl made those watching outside feel a pang of heartache, and they sympathized deeply with Chen Nan and the girl. Yang Lin looked at Chen Nan with concern. No one knew better than him the power of that last strike. It was a full-force blow from an old monster close to the 5th stage of cultivation. If it had been an ordinary expert, they would have been dead by now. He didn't know how severely Chen Nan was injured or if he could survive. After coughing up 5 or 6 mouthfuls of blood, Chen Nan was finally able to speak. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile, saying, "Morning light, don't cry. Brother is fine. I once vowed to watch you grow up happily and then see you marry happily. Before that, I will never leave you, and I will never abandon you." As he said this, he almost spat out another mouthful of blood, but forcibly held it back. Morning light cried, "Brother, don't lie to me. Brother, please never leave me." Chen Nan forced himself to stay strong and put on a smiling face, saying, "Brother will never leave you. Morning light, don't be afraid. It's my fault for taking you away from the mountains and letting you suffer so much, letting you see so many ugly things in the world. But experiencing some hardships in childhood is not a bad thing. It will be a valuable treasure for your growth. Morning light, don't cry, don't be afraid. Brother will always be by your side, always protecting you." He then coughed violently again, spitting out 3 more mouthfuls of blood.